PKA 693, our guest Finnster. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Pharoah, Distro, FreezePipe, and Lock and Load. A bunch of wonderful sponsors. We'll talk more about them later. Finn, it's good to see you.
Smoke
What's
show
new in
as
your
usual.
world?
What are our pronouns nowadays?
What are they or what am I?
Well,
Woody wants a whole English lesson.
Let's start at the beginning. Let's
what is a
start from the very
pronoun in
beginning.
general?
Oh my, I swear, I came out and then 20 days later, friend request from Chiz accepted. Would you like to come on the show? I think I'm just being invited because now, I guess it's not gay in part. You can flirt with me now, Kyle. So finally we can take it out.
Oh, no. My friends are all bigots. It's still very gay now. It's worse now.
As long as the dick's not in your mouth, though.
There's going to be a lot of dicks, though, like one way or another. No,
Yeah, there'll be more than usual.
Yeah.
more than usual for sure. Yeah, above that average of one. So that's where you.
And that's a tough average to break when you're
I
used
would
to one
guess
dick in the bedroom.
Well, no, yeah.
So what's new with you?
To think that
You
through.
came out.
That's it. We haven't spoken in so long.
No.
I want to know what's going on with you guys. The only thing that's happened with me that I think is new is they came out as gender fluid. If you can guess what that one means. In fact, how much do you know? Can I
It
quiz
seems
you
to
on
me-
this?
So bafflingly little.
Yeah.
I feel like I've followed along fairly closely because you're on
I would
so
say
many.
furiously.
You're incredibly popular on so many subreddits, like all of the like egg IRL. Is that one of them?
Yeah.
So,
That's like
so
the-
those don't know that the idea behind that, if I understand it, an egg is someone who hasn't come out of their trans eggshell yet and hatched as a full blown trans person. Is that what's going on?
It's like the in the closet thing. Like gay guys have
Uh-huh.
in the closet, trans people have like eggs.
So Finn is like their fucking mascot over there.
Hell yeah.
Like they love Finn, and so
So
people
shitty an eggshell.
they're you know how Reddit is. People are mean, but there'd be like, hey, I know some of you have been referring to Finn. This is months back, referring to Finn as like she, her, them. No. That is a manly man right there. You respect his choices until such time as he tells us otherwise. And everybody's like, fucking yes, sir. Salutes across the board. Not one dead namer in there. And then like Finn hatched out the other day, and they're all like, oh, the rays of heaven are coming down. People are vindicated. They're out like, oh. Well, I hadn't been in the subreddit for about 3 months. What's new around here? I haven't been proved right, have I? There's been a whole influx of that across the whole internet. It's not just that subreddit. It's like 3 or 4 more that seem to really make you their spokeswoman.
Yeah, there's been a bunch. You know, you can pick and choose. There's been a bunch more that were just like, fucking know it. Called that shit years ago, buddy. Not a surprise. Because, you know, I did this for, 4 years or something? It was just like my only
It was done
thing.
to you. Let's get this straight.
Well,
Well, not
Anyway,
too straight.
it started off being done to me, and then I kind of went like, you know, fucking getting nails is pretty cool, you know? Like,
Yeah.
it started like, it's weird how quickly you get used to shit like this. I'm like, you know, sometimes you grow your hair out, and then you're in that, like, you look back on memories, you're like, that was a weird phase. I don't know why I didn't like, I don't know why I ever liked that.
Mhm.
I just stuck in it, I think. Grew
Yeah.
my hair out, ended up liking it. I'm just continuing on the bit, I think.
I still don't have the pronoun answer, and I feel like it'd be useful to know.
I think he doesn't really care too much, but he realizes that it matters to a great many people a lot.
No, I'm dead. Hold
and
on,
so
give me.
he's okay with either one. No, I get to say.
You
You don't get a voice in this.
Hush.
Oh, sorry,
I'm
the woman,
asking
now I
Kyle
don't get
what
it.
your
Yeah, now that
pronoun-
you're
That's
woman,
right.
you're
The
not
men are speaking. Look, you take the good with the bad. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
has your driving suffered?
Hey, if it helps, I don't have a driver's license. I couldn't drive in the fucking
Yeah.
first
Thank
place.
God.
I was pre-programmed. I care immensely about program. I care immensely about pronouns. Just give me one. Throw one at me, and then you'll see how I react. Then you
Yeah.
can judge which one's right.
So
Wow.
it seems like him
We
is
hate that game.
solid. He doesn't seem to care.
No, my
There you
finger's
go.
hovering over leave call.
Yeah. Welcome to the new game show. Are you right or are you a bigot?
No, they're whatever. I don't mind.
Surprise.
Has it been weird? Like, have you gotten like supportive response out of it, largely or not really?
the weirdest ones are the people that are like overly supportive. Like I said, like, oh, my pronouns are like he, him / she, her. And then so when people talk about me sometimes, there'll be people that'll say like, oh, he's so cool. I'm so glad she came out, like using the same, like inner swapping them.
Oh, I don't
so
like that.
Grammatically.
Pick one for the sentence so everyone can follow along with what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm
you
reading.
Be switching back and forth in the middle of a sentence. It's confusing.
Yeah,
I'm reading
it might
things
be
about me.
difficult to mission control. If we got any confusions to happen.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want that to any pronoun swapping to go on if you're like on a NASA mission. All right, I need her to turn the capsule to the. Oh no! Oh he did it. Oh no, we're fucking off now. Oh shit!
That's why they use numbers and code names there.
Yeah, commander. That's what I'd want to be called. That's what I like. I'd like a title. Like I don't want him, she, her, him, they. No, commander.
You just want to be called like lieutenant.
I'm thinking commander. I'm pretty set on that one. I like that one a lot. I feel like, yeah.
So you're going to trans right to the top in the military. You're not going to put in your hours.
I didn't take the big seat. See, the commander, he's in charge of the crew. He makes sure the captain's orders are distributed down, that they're applied correctly. He's in charge of personnel. He's got a lot of responsibilities. The captain, head in the air type stuff. He's got big schemes ahead of him. He can't be worrying about if Lieutenant Donovan's showed up for his shift late. No, sir.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm curious. I'm sure you already got just an enormous number of creepy, ghastly messages on all the like OnlyFans and sites like that. Has that gone up since you came out, or is it pretty static?
OnlyFans stuff, everyone's so nice. They're paying to talk to you, so everyone's like really chill. Like, if you had to pay $20 every time you talk to a girl, you better make that shit count. That's good. So people are really nice. It's like the free platforms like Twitter that are just kind of awful. But it got bad because I showed a little more on OnlyFans recently, and it got bad from them. But it didn't get bad from the coming out thing.
Oh, okay. So you showed more, and they were like, all right, this indicates a higher level of what I'm allowed to say in our messages now.
Pretty much, yeah. Although I got a response I don't think most people would like when I did that, because everyone just called it cute.
I could guess it. I knew I was going to be able to guess it. I knew I was going to be able to guess it right off the bat. I knew that's what it was going to be. That's cute? Hilarious.
Oh, thanks for thinking my dick's cute, pal.
Oh, look at that little cute dick you got. You're like, 40. How much has he spent? 400. Thank you.
Thanks. Just teeth gritted. That must be weird.
Yeah, you really got to compartmentalize for that.
Yeah, so you put your dick out there, people called it cute, and was there a little bit of time where you're like, no, come on, don't you throw that at me, don't you use that slur on my dick.
There was 30 good minutes. There's 30 good minutes of me being insulted, and then I checked the graph and I was like, all right, I can call it cute.
You check the graph and you're like, you know what, I can deal with this in my new Lamborghini that I can't drive.
Yeah, apparently there's this like
not anymore.
There's this standard for like trans girls or like femboys or anything in that category where like honestly a feminine dick is kind of preferred sometimes. So I was like, oh fuck it, I guess new market. I'm not in like just guy anymore. I can be cute, and it's actually a positive.
Oh, has money like has that graph been going up since the reveal? You think it's a new audience?
A little bit, but it's been exactly a month, so we'll see how many people like tuned in, saw it, and went and then unsubscribed.
No, that would be funny if they were
holy
like,
shit,
log
it is
in
a man.
and they're like,
They've been telling me. Everybody's been telling me, but I wouldn't believe it.
Dude, you get people like that. I've had people in my DMs that were like, "Oh my god, let me please show me that pussy," and I was like,
no.
I don't know how you managed to get through every stage of my social media and not figure it out.
Are they like Indian guys, like horny Indian guy posting like, "You are the most beautiful girl in the entire world. Show me your vagina."
It's weirdly enough, it's a lot. It's Russians, Polish people, and like a concerning amount of people with like
many children.
and like people with like Confederate flag posters or like knights, which is a British thing, I think, like the knight in arms thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So like a sigil or something.
Yeah. I'm not sure what that is.
That's an odd cross section of people for what I imagine the kind of content you're posting being nudity and dick heavy.
I've still never figured it out. I got no clue.
it seems like you bridge that you just bridge it all. Eastern Europeans, Confederates,
I think
communists.
the Polish have like the highest concentration of femboys. I think that's a fact. It's got to be.
That can't be true.
I've seen so many.
I think of them as like a masculine, not too open to some of our leftist ways kind of country, very militaristic as well with their whole thing with Russia. And then I think of the MMA fighters that come from there. They're always scary as shit. They're always this fucking killer of some kind.
Yeah.
Femboys, though. Maybe that's why. It's like there's over masculinity, like super masculine types, and then like a branch of guys that's like, well, I'm not fitting that mold. May as well go the other way.
Yeah, they're just getting just brutalized. They're like, well, I can't compete next to this 6'7" Viking, and so I guess I'm a girl.
Different game.
Yeah.
Now, what if that's what happened? Like there's this sort of slider, right, on our RPG character, and what if the average man, like what was considered base masculinity, that's better, was like Thor Bjornsson, and you and me, Taylor, were stuck way on the far left side of the masculinity scale. There were women who were more masculine than us. Like that's how far it was shifted. Like, do you think we'd be close to making that decision? Like man,
I'd move somewhere with smaller men. And
we already did. We already did. Like these are the smallest men.
Who are the shortest? I don't know.
The average height of a Filipino man in this future, 6'8". Like I'm telling you, like we're so much closer to cute girls in this reality that it's almost makes sense just to go ahead and shave.
Okay, well, there's no way I compete in the girl world either. I'd be hideous. And so
no, that's what I'm telling you. This girl world, we got this.
Okay, a lot of ugly bitches in this world.
Yeah.
No, you know what? I would just be a shut-in who like posted hateful things online. I'd be like, here's a graph of how bad tall masculine guys are. I don't like it.
Black pill on Taylor.
Yeah, that's what I do. Wouldn't have to change my name. Just stick with Taylor. Boom.
Yes.
Halfway there.
Finn, weren't you building a house like last time we spoke to you?
I am moving. There's moving boxes. This is the most clear my desk has ever been. I'm moving.
I've seen
like
boxes before. That doesn't impress me. Like, are you actually moving?
You never seen Finn's box.
Okay.
Do you have things in the new house?
Yeah, I've got. Sorry, how did that get under the radar? I've got I'm gonna be moving in like a week or so. So it's finally actually like kind of done.
That's great. Still in the UK, right?
Sadly, yeah.
Now, are you going to be
where when you leave the UK, America, the promised land?
I would love to. I think maybe like.
Wow.
I thought of Canada for a bit, but Canada's cold.
Show that off, Zach. Show that.
Yeah, Zach, can you show that graphic? Dude, if someone presents facts, I always fact check it. If someone presents facts in a map, I always believe it. I've never fact checked a map. This must be right.
All you got to do is take this same map and change the word femboys and just keep using it over and over.
Yes.
Like, it can be whatever you want. There's no way. The fact that they used femboys too makes me highly doubt this.
Yeah. Who's funding this? It's like
we went to all femboy we could find and ask question. Like, what is this?
This is just a concentration of Polish people in Europe.
A little stripe of
it implies
like them there in Italy, and looks like is that Lithuania down there?
There's no way. To know.
Lithuania is underneath Latvia.
Oh, that helps.
So
it's right there. Latvia's right there. Estonia, Latvia, and then
is Latvia below Romania?
I need to make it bigger.
Yeah, no data on Russia, no data on Bosnia, Montenegro, and is that what that is?
No, there's just no femboys there. They asked them and they said none.
Do you get annoyed then when you hear Americans talk like European geography? Because you probably know all those countries just instantly, right?
You know all those videos online where they have like they interview just an American on the street and they say like point to this place on a map. I'm watching those videos like idiots. I can't have a fucking idea where that country is. If I was stopped in the street, I'd have no clue.
Geography questions are like the ultimate. Like if someone asks me like hey, can you get to like name every state in the U.S. like just from the map? And I'm like, yeah, obviously, I'm a genius. And then if someone's like, where's the Congo? I'm like, who even, as if that even is indicative of anything. Like you just don't, I don't think it has to do with anything but memorization.
I'd have an easier time finding the fucking Congo than I would like some of those squiggly states up there. We did the map test the other day, and I was like, "Is that Rhode Island? What am I clicking? There aren't enough pixels." Like it's such a squiggle up there.
Yeah,
I think I got all but one. I think I inverted 2 of the states or something.
I think I got everything right in the Northeast, but I got too many wrong in the Midwest.
Yeah, you inverted like Nevada and New Mexico or something.
Yeah.
Arizona and New Mexico, I think did.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
When you get to like Iowa and Illinois, and there might be another I one.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about like the way we were taught history the other day, or certainly in high school, like just regular public school. Like, holy shit, you get Civil War, Revolutionary War. You get a little bit of what was going on in England before we had enough, apparently.
Whole lot of Holocaust.
World War II kicks in, and it's time for economics and science now, boys. We don't have any more history in us. Like, that's it.
Yeah, Vietnam. I don't think I learned word one about Vietnam.
Nothing
at all. Korea, I was almost convinced Korea was like a very minor thing because of how much they did.
I took Korea upon it. I was like, I got to learn about what happened to Korea because nobody else is going to teach me. I got to get out there. I got to figure this out.
I'm so old that like I wanted to know about Vietnam and they wouldn't teach it. It was like a politically hot topic. And I was like, what was Vietnam about? And the teachers would look to each other and giggle. And I'm like, I don't need a hot take or anything, but like literally, like, why were we doing it at all? Nah, we can't say. You're a teacher. Jesus Christ.
I have a battle or something. Give me something here.
yeah. They just wouldn't talk about Vietnam.
Orange.
It'd be like
never lost a battle.
Current politics.
I think that's fun about European history, like UK, France, all that, where you can learn like what were we up to in the year 800, like Charlemagne. It's like history like 1,000 years ago. And they're like, oh, but that's like not even halfway through our history. And in America, it's like eons ago in 1804, with like half of our country's existence ago.
It's wacky to leave the country and then walk around amongst buildings that are 400 or 500 years old. Like, this shit's been like 405 years, 400 or 500 years ago was before time started to an American.
Yeah. I mean, there's stuff here that's that old, but we just didn't make any of it, right?
Rocks, like
the ruins would be, but like there's nothing.
But in terms of like 500 years old, the ruins you'll find are like this is where the Native American Indians washed their clothes. It's a particularly hard part of the riverbank.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you can fit it in a display case. It's like I want something a little bigger.
I think it's. I know there's one in Europe that's like the longest. It's a hotel or something that's been open forever. I think there's one in Japan too. Like maybe there's a sake bar or something that's been open for like 1,000, 1,500 years or something like that. Like, we never close. Like they open 1,500
Waffle House?
For 1,500 years though, they haven't closed. They've been serving at the same place. So the fact that something hasn't destroyed a building like that in that amount of time is surprising. It's like the city's probably been conquered 3 or 4 times in 1,500 years.
That's what happened
So
with
many
all of
earthquakes and tsunamis and shit.
Like all the big European cities. My hot take is if you've been to one like major European city, you've been to them all a little bit. The culture is different, but the architecture is the fucking same. It all looks exactly the same. There's the same shops. It's like because everything got blown up in the war and then rebuilt again. Like if you've been to like Berlin and Paris look exactly the same. London looks like Berlin and Paris. Stockholm looks like that. They're all really similar. It's that same architectural style.
Yeah, that's true. And all those cities brag about being so old, but we blew them up like 75 years ago. They can't brag about that shit anymore. All their shit's new. We built it.
Seems like
wait
Rome,
a minute.
Rome probably could, right? Like seems like there's a lot of really cool old stuff in Rome. Greece. That would be neat. That's so old, it's almost baffling.
Like have you been there yet, Taylor? It seems like you want to just
I've never
go.
been to Europe.
Why haven't you? You can do this show from Europe.
You could do a cruise to Italy and not even have to do anything, not even have to do any rail or any like walking amongst that filth.
No, you'll have to do some rail.
No, you can't just pull up to the coast of Italy in a boat.
You can, but if you want to see like Venice, no, not Venice. Where's the Pope?
Oh, the Vatican
City.
The Vatican, Rome, shit like that. You need to go by rail.
You want to see the Vatican. You can't go there and not. That place is.
That would be really, really cool.
They made a castle for pedophilia, and we all know about it. It's crazy. It's almost like Diddy's mansion's just sitting there, nobody going in.
The Vatican delivers. Like the Vatican really, really delivers. But there's also a lot of other churches. You just walk in and look up, and you're like, shit's like 6 stories tall with paintings and stuff, and it's just
What a waste of
open
fucking
space.
money. Jesus.
If you're gonna go to one European city, Finn, what's the one you're most impressed by?
It's never going to be the major ones. Like Milan in Italy is really nice because it's not like the big hub for anything like that. Or like Marbella in Spain's lovely. Like a bunch of places that they're not like the tourist trap ones. Like stuff you can just walk around, and as long as you got like GPS, you'll be fine. But it's just fun to just wander. Anything like that's pretty fun because you get to see all like the little like bakeries run by like 4 generations of women, and they're all there still. You know,
That would be cool.
That is pretty neat. Other than that, it's just like shopping. Like if you're into that, I guess. But I don't see the reason to travel for that.
I wouldn't want to like shop for clothes in like Italy because everyone's so svelte and no one's fat. And if you're overweight at all, they're gonna like slap you in a double XL, I imagine.
In Italy?
I picture European clothes being almost like Asian clothes, where like you go over there and it's just so much smaller. Because we have a bunch of vanity sizing here in the U.S.
Yeah.
Where it'll be like, oh, you're just a medium, and like you put that medium that could clothe an entire family in Thailand.
Right. 32 inches. That's 3 feet, right?
Yeah.
These will fit me.
Yeah.
Have y'all been following the P Diddy thing?
Not enough.
Oh my God, P Diddy's a monster. It turns out he's been buggering the boys of R&B and rap for like 15 years. He's been raping and trafficking ladies for his whole life, and he was smart enough to hire a guy to record it all for him. But who he also molested.
Yeah, you don't want to. He molested the Hush Man.
he molested his cook. She was like, he would have me come and serve him and his other male sexual partners while they were engaged in activities and serve them foods and make me look at their bodies and ask me if I wanted to join them. And so she settled. And then he hired this other guy who it was for some other job. Like it was one of those things you see it a lot in the entertainment industry. Someone gets hired as an editor, but ends up being your videographer forever. That's what happened. And by videographer, I mean, yo, record the cool shit I do all the time. And he's like, you sure you want me to record all this cool shit? Because it's like 99% illegal. Record the cool and the recording is just like cocaine everywhere. Like it's like fancy. It's that pink cocaine. It's pills and marijuana and shrooms and underage girls. Yeah.
For a second. Thus far, I've heard some illegal things, but I haven't seen anything that goes against the PKA Code of Morality.
Oh, there's got like lots of underage
sex,
girls,
lots of drugs. This is
the molesting
just
part.
He has this. This guy was also his procurer. He'd be
Did
like,
I hear molesting?
Yeah.
Who does he molest?
The underage girls in the videos.
Oh, wait.
That's really the crux of it.
We didn't mention this part. You're like sex with men, and I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Cool shit.
And then sex with lots of people at the same time. Oh, all right, we've established he's cool. All right, now what?
Designer cocaine.
He's getting cool.
Yeah,
this guy should be Hunter
in.
Biden's friend.
Yeah, there's pictures of him like smooching on underage girls. His son smooching on underage girls.
Well, wait, how old was his son? Maybe his son was underage.
Nah, he was not.
Damn it.
P Diddy is like 50 or something, maybe 60. And then the other guy, the guy's he's like, and he tried to molest me. But then the best part is he throws all these other guys under the bus for getting molested by P Diddy. So guys like Meek Mill and guys like Usher, who were clearly P Diddy's butt boys for like a decade to get their careers going. Guys like Justin Bieber, who are in all these videos getting touched on and felt up by P Diddy. He's like, yeah, little man's under my wing now. I
did see that video where like that all the Diddy stuff came out and people were like, this really makes that private 48-hour little mini vacation he took alone with Justin Bieber when he was 15 look different, doesn't it? And it's like, wait, this was public knowledge already that he took a little private vacation with a 15-year-old boy. Like, no normal guy wants to do that. Like yeah, that's insane. Like you should have. Writing was on the wall there.
Yeah, I mean with Bieber, maybe
bangs.
With Bieber's bangs, he
had those bangs back in the day. Kyle had that haircut, I think. X-Jaws did.
That's a good helmet. That's a good haircut. Yeah, look at that.
He looks terrible.
Nothing nefarious going on there. He's just learning.
That's just cute.
He's just earning $1. That's all.
Sometimes a 41-year-old man just takes his 15-year-old protege on a private vacation in the woods with no cell service. Like this is
Usher's.
Poor Justin Bieber.
Usher's first music video. P Diddy's driving the car, and Usher's sitting on the hood, and I was like, why is Usher sitting on the hood like a lady? And he's up on the hood, he's rapping and shit, and P Diddy's driving the car riding him around. It never looked good.
Does we know where P Diddy is?
No
I heard something about his private plane going to a place with no extradition treaty.
Yeah, I thought he was already captured.
So they had him on camera at 3 p.m. while the raids were going on. He was outside the private plane airport in Miami or somewhere in Florida for sure, and he's like pacing outside.
Oh.
And then I guess he caught a plane it's Cape Verde that has no extradition laws, is what everybody was saying. But then I also read today that then he turned off the transponder to his plane. And now they don't know where he might be. So Diddy could be anywhere these days. But I saw them raid his 2 mansions. He's got like $70 million worth of mansions. They're like 35 million each or something. And I still felt bad seeing him throw his shit in the floor. I don't like that. I'm like, straighten up. Come on now. Look at this. Look at this. What were we looking for in his shoe collection?
What if he's just a really messy guy and that's what it looked like?
Oh, no way. No, he's got cleaners and then people to organize his shit. I bet it was all stuck in the right place.
Did they elongate his head in that picture? Like what the? It's like Black Abe Lincoln in that.
Yeah, this is. I mean, I get why you would not like having your stuff torn about, Kyle, but also you were caught in a bunch of nonsense about ordering weed online, and he molested people. So I don't care about his cleanliness.
I didn't order it online, just to be clear. People say that. That's not what happened at all.
Well, but it was hokum and nonsense either way. You shouldn't have been got.
Literally, a friend over the phone was like, "Yeah, I'll mail it to you." Ordering online makes it sound like I was on like the dark net, like finding some creepy character in Cali. He's like, "Yes, send me a kilo." But a girlfriend was like, "Oh, you can't get weed there? It's legal here. You want some?" I mean, yeah.
Yeah. And then she hung up and was like, all right, Operation Mass Distribution is underway.
So little.
Operation Drug Dealer. Yeah, that sucked. But
well,
maybe the FBI should be a little cleaner.
Not as bad as it does for Diddy, though. I do enjoy it when it turns out that like a beloved person is a diddler or something like this. And something about the meme from South Park about Diddy did it is funny to me. I keep hearing that in my head and giggling. So I've enjoyed this whole thing. This has been great.
That Cat Williams clip from that one podcast, right? He was
named.
Yeah, right. I'm not sure if we can get that video up or something, but he goes off and everyone thought Cat Williams was just going nuts for a bit, and then more and more people started like getting hit.
Yeah. Cat said something about how like when Diddy asked if you want a party, you got to tell him no. Got to tell him no. Got to protect your booty hole.
That's what Cat Williams said.
Paraphrasing, but yeah.
All right. If anything bad comes out about Cat Williams, I won't believe it. He's just too funny. He's great.
Yeah.
That guy's the best.
Cat caught the ultimate L though and got beat up by that child on video.
That was
time.
A tough kid.
He tried to. Cat was getting bullied. First of all, for some reason, Cat Williams, famous like stand-up and actor of film, was for some reason outside of middle school in like a shitty neighborhood talking shit to a kid, and then the kid's like, "You gonna talk shit to me, Cat Williams? What's up?" And Cat Williams goes, "Oh yeah, motherfucker," and he did that thing where you kind of look off into the distance at nothing and then sucker punch somebody, but like the sucker punch didn't take. The kid just went, "Oh yeah," and whooped Cat Williams' ass.
I think Cat Williams is also 5'3". Like he's a real little fella.
It was rough because the kid, I think, wrestled him to the ground and was whooping his ass. And Cat Williams is like, "This is how you treat celebrities in this neighborhood. You got no respect for your celebrities." It was just a bad look. Like
he even gets beat up funny. That's how good he is. Like you can't do anything without laughing. That was a tough kid.
He was a tougher than normal kid. Yeah, that is one of the toughest 13-year-olds you'll find.
There's some tough ones out there, especially if you're Cat Williams and you're like 12-year-old size. That's tough. Yeah. Well, do you think there's going to be more revelations, Kyle? You seem to be following this much closer.
Yeah. What I think is going to be interesting is how many, because like the rap and R&B communities are this very incestuous thing where everybody has fucked everybody else, and like everybody's there. If an STD got released, if Nicki Minaj had the clap, it would spread to every fucking major singer within 2 months. Like, I swear to God, because they all fuck each other. Like right now, there's some drama where like Drake is inviting some other guy's girl to like go somewhere, and everybody's like, yeah, Drake's gonna fuck his girl now. That's what Drake does. And they're like, and then some other guy's like, Drake better not fuck his girl. I'll write a rap about him. And Drake said, they're like, I'm gonna fuck his girl. It's like, how is rap like this? How can y'all not find more than 15 pussies to share amongst the like 40 of y'all who can rap and sing? Like, how are there no more girls? Yeah, actually, P Diddy was doing his best, and we see what that brought. So
he tried to expand the talent pool.
That's what he was trying to do.
It was kind of a farm league, right? Where he'd take young girls and
AAA.
Coach them up until they're ready for the majors.
Yeah, AAA program. Diddy's always thinking ahead.
Not that far ahead. You know, he's
head start.
I think what's he doing now? Like wearing a shawl in Croatia.
I mean, he's a billionaire. He's fine. Like it would be interesting if Diddy became like a fugitive from justice permanently, but kept releasing music, and the music was about that.
Oh,
like him, can't catch me. Like this
Who
week, I'm in Bulgaria.
Kyle, who's the guy who's saying, and then I got high, and then I got high?
Afroman.
Yeah, Afroman.
Afroman, yeah. He needs to do an Afroman where he does like his own song parodies of his own songs, where he's like, and then I ran, and then I fly. I don't know.
Yeah,
first I fucked some kids, then I ran away.
Yeah, that's not going to sell the way the way that
fucking weed on a beach.
That's gonna go on Woody's liked Spotify videos.
He just doesn't get it. He's like, I don't understand. I'm rapping about crimes, and it's like, yeah, but the most reprehensible ones. Do you not understand? Like steal a car or something. My goodness.
Have you seen the Afroman video? What he's talking about?
Because I got high?
No. So Afroman got his place raided, and I guess he didn't have anything. And but he had cameras everywhere. So he's got the whole raid recorded, and he's like making fun of that particular police department in a song, right? It's not really a rap. It's a song. It's kind of like, it's to the tune of How I Got High, I think, as well. And he's like, why are you looking in my sock drawer? What did you think was in my Sunday pants? Because they're going through his pockets and shit. And it's just like making fun of the officers, showing clips of them fumbling around in his shit. Yeah, this is from his music video. This is the look at this fucking Army Ranger they sent to get him. Like, don't you love that? I always think that's embarrassing.
Dude,
it's a no nonsense haircut on the right.
Turn on our nation's first responders in general. Just the self-proclaimed heroism, right? Everyone runs away while we run towards the danger. Suck a dick, dude. Like, I am just so tired of you smelling your own farts, thinking that you're better than everybody else.
Tell them.
First responders are the cringiest cunts you'll find on the internet or anywhere else.
Is this matter. EMS, paramedics, firemen, police?
Oh yeah,
all of them.
I just want to take them and push them up against a Velcro wall until they're stuck there, because the fuckers are always dressed in cosplay. I'm done with it. I'm done with it.
You don't like firemen anymore? Did this start on 9/11 when you're like, it doesn't look that hot?
Quit your belly aching about all those stairs.
Yeah. I'm sorry. There's a little bit of dust in the air.
I know it's raining.
That is the funniest group to go after, because I've never heard anyone have umbrage with first responders, and then they're like, "Oh, can you move your legs? Were you in a car accident?"
I'm okay with most of the first responders. I do think that they look any male-dominated, good old kind of like profession like that's physical in nature like that develops this good old boy kind of thing. And they can be annoying as shit just to talk to, just because they're that way. I don't hate firemen. I want them to come put my shit out, but I wouldn't want to hang out with a bunch of dudes at a fucking firehouse either. Like, and those guys are usually douchebags.
That'd be the hardest part of the job.
I usually got along with all the cops that I knew in private, but then them in private, and in private they're completely different people. You know what I mean? In private, they're like, hey, what kind of weed you got? And I'm like, that's right here. And my cop friend's like, oh, that's some good weed, because he's my cop friend. Or he'll be like, this is the knife I'm gonna use to disembowel some fucker if he have, and like, oh, cool, he's got a Batman knife. Or they'll be like, yeah, Kyle, I'll tell you, being a cop ain't nothing but beating up N-words all night. That's all I do these days, beat up N-words all night. They don't. If you tase them, paperwork. Pepper spray them, paperwork. You shoot them, paperwork. But you whoop their ass, Kyle. Ain't nothing to write about then.
Wait, is that part a real thing?
Yeah, he had the Kevlar knuckled gloves, and I was like, damn, man. What do you make again? $14. He made like $14 an hour, and then they had to come in and wash their own cars. They had to wash their like vehicles themselves and do minor repair. Like his fender was hanging off.
Really?
He had to fix it. Yeah, don't want to be a cop.
Yeah, quite the cop friends. Very. What?
Yeah, cops like guns.
Oh no, they also
Makes sense.
It wasn't the gun part I was surprised by.
It was good that
putting Kevlar knuckles on like you're gonna Batman.
They all have those. You won't find a cop who doesn't have gloves with Kevlar knuckles.
That's not
a cop.
I have like 6 pairs of gloves with Kevlar knuckles.
For motorcycle stuff.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they don't ride motorcycles.
I honestly think it's for sales. They also have sliding things on the palm. I think that's for like protection, and the Kevlar knuckles are because it feels cool. Like you put them on, you punch your fists together. Everybody does. It's like a rule, and it's neat to have Kevlar knuckles.
Yeah,
but I can't imagine sliding on the back of my hands in an accident.
Yeah, it's already gone terribly. If you're sliding on the back of your hands.
Yeah.
Man.
First responders, though, that's a new one for me too. Yeah. I don't like the police. I dislike the police.
They're included. Police, kind of security guards.
Security guards aren't responding too much, are they?
They're the first ones there. They're probably there before the cops. They're the zero responders.
Yeah, I like security guards. I do hate that any cocksucker that wants to try to check my receipt as I leave a place. Although now, unfortunately, I've watched so many police activity videos that I know that I better show it to them, because they're going to call the cops and things can escalate very quickly. I don't want to get killed out here over my receipt. But I don't like them asking to see your fucking receipt. I hate that shit.
You're not wearing like a giant coat with like merchandise shapes under the down in this coat is shaped like a Samsung television.
No, I don't know what the fuck can you check your receipt, sir? I want to have a meltdown when that shit happens. I've ignored them plenty of times and kept rolling. I've thrown the receipt on the floor. There you go, and kept moving too.
You show that minimum wage employee.
Well, I don't care how much he makes if he's going to be a piece of shit. He could be the owner of the store, or he could be some random civilian, but nobody's going to check my fucking receipt. First of all, we're at Walmart, not Balenciaga. Okay. I'm not walking out of here with $8,000 worth of cufflinks or some shit. You see what I got, dude. I got 2 gallons of milk there, some Wheaties. All right. Yeah. Some macaroni in the
Tyson
bottom.
Tendies.
I paid for the dog food in the bottom too. Like that's mine. Like what are you looking for? What's the valuable item?
You guys have
Walmart.
A lot stricter receipt checkers than I do when I go to my local Walmart. Like if I am stopped, it's just them like seeing the existence of a receipt. Like no one's doing anything with it. It's
they want
got
to
a receipt and then that's it.
So, I've had what Kyle talks about at a Best Buy, but I don't go to Walmart much. I don't know what they do.
I don't anymore. They check your receipts.
Well, they must be getting robbed a lot at Best Buy if they're doing that.
They're getting robbed so much at Walmart that they're closing stores in like scary areas.
Target as well. Yeah, I've seen that.
I heard REI did that.
I actually love that shit. I like seeing, that it's like, that's what you get. And people are like, we don't even have a Walmart. Yeah, because you robbed them. Walmart came here and provided a service for you, and you robbed them. Now they don't want to provide you with services. Now you can go, oh yeah, nowhere. Go nowhere.
Yeah, it's not good. It affects everybody because like eventually the way we do merchandise stores is brand new. Like a new global thing in the last 100 years. Like being able to walk around and be like, oh, I'll have this. Put this in my cart. Oh, I'll put this in my cart. Like that's new. The way it's always been is like you go somewhere, you talk to the guy behind the counter, and you go, I'll have a bag of rice and 2 horseshoes and a can of beans and fire starter and this and that. And then he's like, well, that's fair. That's just fine. And then he goes to the back and the proprietor gets it for you and then brings it to you to the front. Imagine how fucking long that would take.
Yeah.
Imagine how long that would take.
And by brand new, I don't usually think of like 150 years old.
Well, like in the scheme of things, like it's not
the
like
scheme of things. Like if we're talking about like cosmic age, yeah, that's brand new.
Yes, that's what I was referring to cosmically. That it's cosmically brand new. That Walmart exists. Yeah, because I don't want to go to stores where I have to like wait for a proprietor to go get my shit.
Like, their hair is so long.
Yeah.
You gonna keep going with that?
I got a haircut recently. I got a haircut for the first time in like 4 years, I think. But it was just to trim split ends. It's all messy right now. I've got a little like puppy camera, so I've just been watching him. That's why I had to go for a second.
Oh, what kind of puppy did you get?
He's a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. He's 17 weeks old.
dog.
Zach, can we get a picture of Cavalier King Charles Spaniel?
I've had Cavapoos before, which is that mixed with a poodle. They're the most like. The reason they mix them like poodles with them is that Cavaliers are so mellow, so chill. They're so well behaved and mild mannered. They just want to snuggle. They're great.
Big disagree.
Like
this guy,
is yours not?
Big disagree. The reason why I was 5 minutes late to this place was not because I was just doing my makeup. I lied to Chiz. It was because he shit on my carpet.
But he didn't do it maliciously. He did it out of
it was a malicious shit.
He thought your carpet was missing a little something.
No, yeah, because he usually, if he shits inside, he'll do it downstairs. But he did it right outside that door.
That was spiteful. Yeah, he's like, you've been spending too much time in here. Play with me. How old is he?
He's 16 weeks, so he's like a little puppy still.
Oh, yeah, that's fun. Are you sticking with one, or are you gonna add any more in the mix?
I think, dude, I knew that it was going to be difficult, but it's so hard. Having a puppy is such an annoying thing. I'm at home all the time, so it's not too bad. But like, oh my God, I don't know how anyone has like full-time jobs and looks after puppies or brings up like 5 puppies. I don't know how anyone lives that life.
That would be stressful. Yeah,
I've got one
especially
right
if you have
now.
young kids.
I've got one right now, and it's my whole day is like babysitting that fucking puppy. It broke its leg the other day, so I've got like a 3-month-old puppy with a broken right leg. Oh. So he's running around this little fucking cast.
Yeah, but he learned his lesson, right, Kyle? You won't have to do it again.
You better not. I'll break all those legs. You pee on the carpet. That's it.
I bet his little leg snapped like a glow stick.
Poor little guy.
just the littlest, teeniest little leg. Poor guy.
I'm hoping it's healed. We're going back for more X-rays. If it doesn't like align right, we're going to the orthopedic surgeon, the puppy orthopedic surgeon. Yeah, you know them. They're notoriously cheap.
Poor Hi, my name's Dr. Gouge, and it's gonna be $30,000 because they have little tendons, and it's like, I can't dispute that. That seems true.
I had them use tiny squirrel instruments. And got a discount from that.
Yeah, I could definitely see myself. For the longest time, I was like, oh, if I get a dog, I'm gonna do 2, and that just seems just maybe too much. Maybe
would you get a dog or a puppy?
I would get a puppy. Yeah, probably a similar age to what your dog is, like 3-4 months. That's a good time to get them. It's difficult. It'd be fun.
It might not be too hard with 2 of them because they both have the same routines, I guess. Then right?
That was the mistake I made. I thought 2 dogs would be like 10% more work and 10% more cost. Mm-hmm. It is much more like 95% more. Like it just, there wasn't the economy of scale that I expected in either effort or expense.
Yeah. Your dogs are enormous.
Yeah, they can't push back on that one.
You're doubling a lot. Like God, they're so big. Like my couch is a pretty big couch, but when I get all 4 dogs on there and me and my girlfriend, we're full. We're full. We don't need. Nobody else is sliding in here. I imagine your fucking Great Danes like putting its head in your lap, and you're like, "Wow, shit."
Can't get up to pee.
Yeah, I just tell the post office, send my mail right here. We're not going anywhere for a long time. My beds are really tall though; they're almost like to the bottom of my rib cage. So it's cool having a dog that can jump up.
Yeah, I bet.
It's a very tall bed.
Yeah,
it is. It's stupid. It's really tall. Yeah.
How'd that happen?
I don't know. It's just the mattress. Then it's got like a pillow top, and then
does Jackie have a ladder or something?
Maybe I exaggerate.
She's got hops,
but not by a lot.
Just like,
it's like above your belly button. I think. Like it's tall.
Damn, that's very tall. Yeah, I guess mine's kind of tall, but it's nothing like that.
One
I
of the
worry
Great
about my
Danes
little
can't
dog
get
on
up
it
anymore.
Oh,
Yeah.
You have to get a smaller bed.
Poor little guy.
Is this your first dog that you've owned by yourself, Finn?
Yeah, I had a family dog and everything, but we got him at like 6 months, so it was a little bit easier. And I thought like, oh, great, I've had a puppy before, I got this. Like, no, I didn't, because we got this one from 8 weeks, so he was like, he was so cute, but he was just a little shit. He's really annoying. What, 4 weeks, 8 weeks? I'm not sure
What's
what
his name?
It's very young.
He's so tiny. We called him Tank.
Okay.
I like that.
Yeah.
We did one of those, like, me and my girlfriend are just really bad at naming things, so we did one of those like, oh, what's a good dog name generator thing, and we went through so many that were like Bullet, Ammo, Buster. We saw Tank, and we're calling him Tank. It's
Does
hilarious.
she call you
like
her
that.
girlfriend too?
She changes it weirdly enough, like depending on the
It's
context.
not helping.
If I've got to take the trash out, I'm the boyfriend.
if it's
Oh,
fun,
well, that's a terrible
good.
deal.
I like that. Yeah.
I did see a tweet from her the other day, and maybe to make the joke funnier, she's like, I come back after 2 or 3 days, and my boyfriend's boobs are bigger.
I started taking HRT. I started taking HRT a while ago, like estrogen and stuff. And then,
okay.
but I was like depressed for a bit, so I like barely did it. I did it like every other.
Is that a known side effect?
What? Oh no. Depression's not that. I was like, it's usually makes your mood a lot better, and it did for me for a while. Just other life circumstances stuff. But when I met Ashley, things got a lot better. So like, I started doing it more regularly, and once I was consistent with it, yeah, they grow, and they fucking hurt when they grow, dude. Like I dropped to. Oh, there's those little like hairband things that they also like push their hair back thing, just a little plastic round thing. They weigh like nothing. One of those fell from maybe like a foot because I was laying down on the couch, and it fell on my nipple, and it was like getting kicked in the balls. It was nearly as bad. It hurt so bad. Oh,
I wouldn't have imagined that.
You're the only person I know that has experienced like boob pain and getting kicked in the balls to
Also,
like effectively compare.
Yeah.
normally, when they're not in like that growing stage, they're fine. It's not even. It's like any other part. A little bit more sensitive. I
Is
guess.
that normal with young girls? I don't even know.
I haven't asked.
I'd rather not.
I'd rather not either. I like
young
Kyle's
girl
instinct here. He's a smart man.
Knowledge is power.
But I guess
That's
like
what
it's
Diddy thought.
it is like puberty though. Like it's going through the same sort of thing. There's a really fun little effect, and I'm so glad I get to make fun of this now. There's a fun little effect. There's a rule. If you've came out as trans, you get like a year to figure out how to dress well. Because you know that one period of time when you're going through puberty or something, and you just try and shit, and you look awful.
Yeah.
Trans people have that too because they've gone their entire life. Like let's say you're male to female. If you've gone your entire life as a guy, you've never experimented with women's clothing at all. You're gonna go like everything's pink. Everyone has like a baby trans phase, they call it, and it's just the cringiest like e-girl sort of attire for a while. And that's like you get a year to get out of that, and then you can't make fun of people like that for 1 year into that transition. After a year, fair game. You can.
Then you transition to like frumpy librarian.
Yeah,
That would be good.
In cardigans all the time.
a lot of shawls, a lot of very conservative attire. That would be funny.
That is what happens. And then like
To
Just
go
the girlfriend
trans and then
moving in with
immediately
you
be
and
the
the-
most like conservative dressed person of all your friends.
trad wife. That's what you turn into.
Yeah, I have seen those memes.
Wait, I think I've heard trad before. What is that?
Traditional.
Yeah,
Tradition? Oh, that's just like what I have.
Stay-at-home mom. Yep, exactly like that.
Okay.
yeah.
Um,
That's the best way for what you get. It's like, oh, like my wife. Got it. I'm done.
It's like cisgender. I keep hearing that. I've heard of sissies. Is that the same thing? Someone called me a cis, and I didn't know what to do.
So I started blowing him.
So I beat the
And he
shit out of
apologized. So we worked that out.
Said I was a
Is the,
natural.
Is the girlfriend going to move into this new manor that you've constructed for yourself?
She's moved in here too. There's a stereotype with like lesbians and stuff that they move really fast in relationships. I don't know if you've ever heard that because I hadn't. But
No.
like,
Yes,
I
have.
Our internet use is
They-
so different. Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see the memes with
It's an office joke. He says, "You said I love you on the first date." Like that's fast even for lesbians.
Mm.
He's telling Michael
never-
like he's moving way
I
too
saw
fast.
4 U-Hauls on the highway together with the like caption, like they just had a 4-way, and they all
Yeah.
moved in right afterwards.
That's the like stereotype, the U-Haul lesbians. That's what it's a cool thing. It's
Really?
a term because like me and Ashley went on. We met each other because we found out we lived in the same city, and then we spent every single day from that point up until like 4 and 5 months into the relationship in the same room. Like we never left each other. She always like came over to my place, and then she moved in with like in 3 weeks.
How did you
does
guys
she
get
do
introduced?
content also?
I got a little lost because you're in the
She-
same city. Like,
Yeah, she does. Like she was doing Instagram, and she did Instagram and TikTok, and I saw one of her TikToks, and she had a bunch of Spider-Man comics. I was like, based sick. I'm gonna DM her about it. I was like, yo, you fuck with Spider-Man? She's like, yeah, dude. We live in Birmingham. She was like, this place is a shithole. No one cares. And I went, you live here too. Let's meet up.
Let's meet up
No
and talk
one
about
lives in the city.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, and that's how it happened.
Why is it that lesbians go so fast in relationships? I can't
What's the
believe
worst could
Office
happen?
referenced
Because
that.
the worst case scenario is they have to pack up again and leave.
I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
nobody
kinda-
gets pregnant.
Yeah,
Maybe
nobody's
there's
getting pregnant. Nobody's getting beaten up. Probably.
Mm.
We just make your jean shorts go on the left, my jean shorts go on the right. We go our separate ways.
I think of
Yeah.
it as a different way. Like, men are thirsting for sex, women are thirsting for commitment. In the gay guy community, they bang a lot. Why? Because they both say yes. In the gay girl community, they move in. Why? Because they both say yes.
Yeah.
Like, commitment is the thing that they thirst for.
Who doesn't want 2 Subarus?
There's no
They're
one to
always
say
that.
no.
Yeah, you see 2
Interesting.
Subaru Foresters in the same drive. You know what's up.
You know
what's up.
it's
I like
couple-
Subarus.
The man of the house, his
Cool.
name is Becky.
So you
Subarus
get
are the
screwed,
dopest.
like you still get screwed on taking out the garbage, and
I get-
what else do you have to do?
Look, I'm gonna hear about this in the morning. I think, in all fairness, there's like a nice little balance. Like, if I'm just feeling like awful that day, I think it's like if I require some sympathy or empathy, I am the girlfriend in that scenario. Like, oh, honey, here's your like cup of tea. I will take care of everything for you. But like, I'm the only one that has packed up all the stuff from the house, like stuff like that. I hire
Okay.
skips everything. I'm paying for, all that. So I've got like, and I don't mind that too. Like, I'm gender fluid, so I like a bit of both. I'm into the like traditional masculine roles as well as some of the feminine ones. So it works really well for me, weirdly.
But
Aside from
and she's
hair-
clearly enjoying not packing.
Yes,
Packing
I
sucks.
didn't think of that.
You got hosed there.
man, the gross shit that I've pulled out of our house. That's there was a whole mattress and bedding that was just moldy in like a spare room. It's disgusting, and it's all in like a skip
that.
outside.
You're doing well enough for a fresh mattress.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm the spider killer in the house. I've got one of those salt guns though. It's not too bad. Those
Oh,
things
I've
are-
got a salt gun too. Don't
Yeah.
use it on wasps. It just pisses them off. It doesn't-
Oh shit!
it's not strong enough. Yeah,
They take
I don't
it as
know
an
how big the
insult.
wasps are in the United Kingdom, but I got close to a wasp that somehow got in my house like 2 summers ago, and I had been blinking flies with it. And wasps have some kind of armor, man, and it just upsets them. Thankfully, it shot its wings off, and so then it was a walking threat. But I was over the top of it.
Crippled it.
I haven't even seen
crawler.
this movie, but that guy in the beginning of RoboCop, I've seen the clip where he just blows him apart with so many bullets. That's what I had to do to that
That's
wasp.
RoboCop 2.
Okay, well,
This is exactly like Nazi
And
zombies,
that's not the
right? You
beginning,
created
that's
a
like
crawler, you like
end of
upgraded your
first act.
weapons, then you came back and finished them off. That's it.
yeah.
I
there's
got
all-
that big ass laser. That I think Woody's got one too. We bought those 1
Mhm.
watt lasers off of Amazon, and you can
You're
just destroy
frying
a
them?
wasp. Yeah.
Dude,
They hate it.
no
A
shit.
mosquito
Burn
with a
your ceiling,
mosquito,
bro.
you're just like, zzz, and the mosquito drops. Like
Do you not
he
need, like-
almost instantly drops.
Do you
Yeah,
like
you
glasses?
really need the glasses. You really need them.
Do you
I-
have it with you, Kyle? Because Kyle
No.
shined it on the light, like on the wall behind him. And at one
It
point,
reflects
while he
off-
was doing it, it like we saw a laser go behind him as well, and so it was refracting off of something onto something, and like onto his
Wow.
jacket, and like a different angle would have blinded him.
It's so powerful, it bounces off of just drywall paint. Like the paint on those walls was enough to reflect it back at and it did make a visible beam. It's a visible beam you're looking at.
Mhm.
And I found it because I watched this YouTube channel that takes Amazon products and they're like, that $5 power drill, let's test it. And they here's the $7 one, and then they go up to like the $200 one. Well, they were doing that with lasers, and they had this piece of equipment that tests the power of them. And they're like, this $14 laser from China has 1.6 watts. It's not even legal. It's so powerful. It'll blind you instantly. And I was like, fucking give me 2. And I ordered those things. And they really
what's the worst that can happen? And
they give you headaches. They give me headaches when I like look at just like if I shine it on the wall and look at that, it gives me a headache. I really need the glasses.
Yeah.
Does not make target acquisition a bit harder if you're wearing like welding glasses while you're trying to shoot this fucking wasp?
You want to get? They make laser glasses.
They make laser
they're orange
glasses.
or red lens.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they're like encapsulate your eye. They're not just like stylish lenses that sit in front of your eye.
They go to
like,
the sides.
they wrap around. Yeah.
You know those I guess we have a solar eclipse coming up because at the grocery store I see those like stands popping up where it's like buy these paper and plastic glasses to protect you from the sun. And like it's probably one of the dumbest things I believe, because clearly those things like do work because there's not tons of blind people every time one happens. But every time I walk by, I'm like, you couldn't pay me to stare at the sun with the same glasses I wore to Spy Kids 3D. Like there's no chance. It just looks absurd.
It's a real once in a lifetime eclipse. Apparently, it's going to be a full eclipse, and the band goes across the U.S. Like from bottom left to top right across the U.S.
Can you find a picture, Zach, of the eclipse path?
Yeah, and so people are flying around to find the best place to watch this thing from, because it's going to be a complete eclipse. And you're going to have, I guess, a couple minutes of, I can't remember what they call it, the full darkness.
It was a really good one like 3 or 4 years ago. I had a bunch of friends who flew their paramotors during the eclipse.
Yeah, there you go. So it's not even that hard to get there. And Taylor, my goodness, Taylor, if I were you, I would absolutely go to do the thing.
I only have to drive a little south to get to path of total eclipse.
Yeah, the worry is the weather, and there are people who are so into this that they're flying to Hawaii because that's going to be the best weather on that day.
And even if it doesn't live
How
up,
do we know? April 8th.
I think that Hawaii in general, there's not a lot of cloud cover, right? It's an island.
Yeah,
this makes me want to go on a trip.
You should.
I mean,
can go to any of that.
Something in that band.
Line.
Not Chicago though. Don't go there.
No.
Well, yeah. Look, Chicago's in like 70%. You wouldn't want to go there.
Like Buffalo. Oh, go up there and see. Go up there and hang out with Zach.
Oh, I can pop on down to Cape Girardeau, right in the middle. Perfect.
Honestly, Austin's
It's only 2 hours from me.
Austin's the move here.
Austin? Why?
Yeah.
No, there's going to be way more people there doing it. Wouldn't you want to go somewhere where
It's
there
gonna
aren't?
be a fucking it's gonna be a fucking party in Austin, dude. Like I bet there's gonna be a party in Austin. It's gonna be a good time.
Yeah, but you don't like parties.
Yeah, but I like pussy.
You're gonna get pussy in the 3 minutes of the eclipse.
All I need. It's all I need.
What will I do with the other
Kyle's
two?
done laying there, and he's like, "Man, this is a long one, huh?" Like,
they said 3 minutes, but it feels like 5.
yeah, I've
No,
never
I would
looked
like
up for the total solar eclipse. That would be neat.
I saw one when I was a kid. I remember using we used a welding helmet, welding hood.
I trust that.
To put on. You could just stare at it, obviously, with that because it's made to do that sort of thing.
One of the funniest things to this day Trump has ever done was paying a little glance with no glasses on up to the solar eclipse while everyone else in the photo is wearing glasses. Zach, can you please pull up the Trump looking at the solar eclipse picture?
That's because he's a man. He's like, no, I don't want those fucking glasses.
Regal. He's kingly. He's not afraid of the sun.
He dared stare head on into the light.
Yeah, you're as powerful as the most epic celestial body in our solar system. Well,
What is Trump? Is Trump about to get really? That's hilarious. But
Take a look. Everyone's talking about how dangerous it is. I don't think so.
This thing is like a Rorschach test. I'm sure I mispronounced that, but like if you're crazy on the left, it's evidence that this is the dumbest guy ever, even though who hasn't looked.
Can you pull that photo up just one more time? I just want to remark on how hot Trump's wife always is.
Okay.
Like that lady's so fucking hot. I saw a picture of her at a wedding today with her titties out. That is a good looking lady. I wonder if Trump still gets after it.
Honestly, I'm just impressed by how open his eyes are, looking at the sun.
That's normal openness for him.
Doesn't he look good there in that blue tie?
Oh, look at that. He pussied out.
Pansy.
Went for the thing. Yeah, that's just such a funny photo. This looks like maybe 40 pounds ago Trump. Maybe it's because we can't. Actually, you can't tell because he's so hippie.
It's a good angle for him.
He always is carrying.
What were you
his weight in
asking?
his
Is
ass.
Trump about to what?
I was asking if Trump gets laid. Like, is he still fucking Melania?
I believe he gets all the sex he wants. I don't think he gets it from Melania.
I have seen. I did see her like by his side recently, like being super supportive. Woody, is he this Truth Social thing? I've heard every different thing under the sun. The headlines all say Trump's about to make billions of dollars. Is Trump about to make billions of dollars of money? Like, not valuation. Is Trump going to have billions of dollars of money?
So it's my understanding Trump will be worth billions. Really, it already is, right? He's already gotten billions out of this, but he can't convert those shares to cash for 6 months. So if the share price stays where it is, then he can lock that in. But
Probably
you can't deny a guy who has, I think he made $4 billion off True Social.
Oh, shit.
And it's like, I don't care if you have $4 billion in stocks or real estate or cash. That's $4 billion.
Yeah.
He can't sell it yet, so it's a little locked up. But
Why
They
has-
called him Don Corleone last week.
not
Yeah,
this
well,
week.
that's still a billionaire. How
I got it.
social worth that much? I don't understand. I mean, I don't have an account, so it's not in my world at all.
It's
but
wildly overvalued. This channel that you're on has more visitors, and I mean, by virtue of not losing 50 million a year, it's more profitable too. I try not to go all conspiracy, but it's like, why is it so highly valued? It doesn't have the traffic. They must see some future in it. Or for my tinfoil hatness, is it a way for people to contribute to Trump in a money laundering?
That's what
dark money. Who knows? I don't get.
So that's what the Bibles are. I've heard I don't understand finances well enough to reiterate what I read on Reddit, but they suggested that it's because of the nature of the company and that private entities from overseas are able to pump money into Truth Social without anyone being able to see who they are or where the money's coming from, thereby pumping Trump up. So he could, for example, I don't know, make a deal with the Saudis and like, yeah, come on, help me out here, slide a few billion my way, and they could just do that way in the dark. And by the same thing with the Bibles, everybody's laughing about the Bibles. It's like, dude.
Wait, what? I don't even know what the Bible.
Trump's selling Bibles now for $60. They have the American flag on the Bible, and he's got commercials. It's not commercials exactly, but they are. He's standing there. This is the greatest Bible in the world, and
it's the. It says King
Holy-
James right here. It's the King,
Well,
James,
I gotta
my
hear what
favorite king.
version. What version it is?
King James.
Okay, all right.
I don't know if that's good or bad. Also,
No,
in addition to having the Bible, it has the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution in there too. It is the American Bible.
Well, let's
Yes.
not put those up against the Bible. Man, that's crazy. He's selling Bibles now. His face is not on it, right? That would be
No.
The flag
baffling.
is
The
on
American
top.
flag.
Yeah,
The American flag
It's
is-
like it's pretty classy in my opinion. Like I don't want to hate things that aren't worthy of hating. It's like this leather bound thing with an American flag kind of imprinted in it. It looked good
It's
in the picture.
it's awful.
Oh?
It's like this. I don't know. You might as well put the fucking like the Holy Cross on the Necronomicon or something. They're not. It's oil and water. Like they're not supposed to go together for a reason. You idiot. But this is how you launder money.
It says
This
God
is
bless
how-
the USA. Is that what that says?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it does on the Holy Bible. It's like
Dude,
let's just open it up and see what he blesses.
I don't like Trump, but I feel like this is on brand. This is what Trump does. He hawks silly things, and like this is what his base might like. I don't know. I read these stories, like from Newsweek, for example, saying that his base is upset that he's making money off the Bible, and I'm like, Newsweek, I don't trust you. You just are like you're trying to make a story. I would suspect.
Mhm.
Yeah, they were
That's
probably
all
the ones who
media
called him
does.
Don Corleone. This is a way for his religious supporters and those mega churches to support him full-throatedly in ways that they normally can't, because Joel Osteen can't just write a check to Donald Trump from his church, but he can buy a whole bunch of Bibles for his missions.
Oh, so it's like how politicians write books except Trump couldn't even be bothered to write one.
We'll see. Here's the thing. Like, it looks weird if you go buy 500 million copies of The Art of a Deal. But if you buy 50,000 of his Bibles, that's on brand. You're going to send them to your missions. You're going to send them to low-income areas. Wherever you send Bibles, you're going to send a Trump Bible. The money goes to Trump now. There's 60 apiece. There's 60 apiece. Bibles are free.
That's
I just learned that today.
If you do, you can get a Bible for free. It's the most popular book ever. Like, you don't even need to call
but
it.
book popularity doesn't usually make them free. Like Lord of the Rings, pretty popular.
There's one in every drawer and every hotel. The Bibles are everywhere, man.
There's a lot of Christian groups that have a vested interest in being
Gideons.
Like, anyone who has interest in the Bible, like ship them one, like get one to them, so you can get the Bible.
Sense. Yeah,
but
it's a gateway drug.
That would be interesting if Trump like slipped his own book in there. Like,
just a few negotiation tips.
The gospel according to Donald.
That would be funny. It's just John copy pasted.
He should I don't know, point out where people made mistakes.
Then that he's like the shoe thing, the Bible thing. I can see this actually making some decent money. Maybe not the shoe thing as much, but the Bible thing seems like a big money maker.
Well, the shoe thing was like the NFT,
but
thing.
It will alienate some people.
It made exactly as
like that.
It made its maximum because he does a limited number. So he sells 1,000 pairs of shoes for $400, and it's done. Of course, he's not selling them. He already got paid by the shoe company some flat fee like a month ago or something. You know what I mean?
Pretty sure after, like you said, he sold 1,000 pairs of shoes for $400 each. That he opened up the gateway and started selling them for much less without the limited edition.
Weird.
Yeah. So if you're one of the first guys, you might feel a little robbed. If you're that guy who spent $9,000 to buy it, then you're probably feeling kind of robbed. But
what are politicians in the UK? What are they up to? Are they doing anything fun?
Does Liz Truss have like some bras she's hawking or anything?
Oh, dude, she's out. I don't know who's in. There's a guy called Rishi Sunak now. I think. What are we on? Like the fourth one in like a year or something insane. I don't know what it is.
I know she's not PM anymore. I always enjoy the clips of her in Parliament though. She's fun to watch.
She was funny. She had like that BDSM controversy. Do you remember that?
No, tell me more.
There's this thing. Hold on, I've got something that looks like just a little ring on a string. There's this thing in the BDSM community that Kyle immediately smiled. It's just like having a ring. It's like having an O on like a necklace or like something like that. There's something you don't take off, and it shows like you're owned. You know, you got a master.
Really
interesting.
I knew about upside down pineapple.
Why do you have one?
I got a bracelet. That's about it. I don't have one of those O-rings though.
I'm so naive. I would have thought it was like a friendship thing.
She never took this off, even from like after everyone was talking about it. She still didn't take it off.
Really?
Yeah.
Please, can I take it off? They're all laughing. No, you can't take it off now
until you finish sweeping the chimney, whatever they do.
Yeah, I mean, this is the British version of upside down pineapples, like Zach is saying there.
What is an upside down pineapple?
It's more of a notification to others that you're swinging.
Okay, well that doesn't seem like it'd be a very good looking piece of jewelry just to wear around. An upside down.
Oh, there. I like
it on like
no, the O is
door.
nice and simple. Like you could just play that off as like normal. I would have never guessed.
Pineapple thing is more tattoo. Thing you stick on your hotel or cruise ship door, things like that, and then you see it on the door, and you're like, people fucking there.
So, but that's what you were holding up, Finn. That was the One Ring, right?
Yeah. How did you know that? Yeah, it is. It's. Like
I mean, it was clearly the One Ring.
Clearly the One Ring. Yeah.
How can you tell? You must.
Look at it. You've seen the films. He's tempted to put it on, but he can't. The Nazgul will find him.
It's like someone sent it me. It's like a direct. It's made by the same people that made the prop from the movie or something. So it's like real gold, I think. So it's.
Is it curiously heavy?
Cock ring.
It's just so heavy.
It looks curiously heavy in the movie, doesn't it? Doesn't it have like a mass to it that's maybe
in the movie on the close-ups? They had, Kyle knows this. They had a giant gold ring made so that it would feel bigger and be bigger. You can kind of tell in some of the scenes, like when Bilbo drops it on the floor of Bag End. I won't get into it. But
You go Patton Oswalt on Lord of the Rings all the time.
Lord of the Rings rules. It's the best. It's
I'm
my
not sure if you got the
favorite
reference of
favorite
the-
story.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah,
Okay.
where he makes up
Star Wars, I think.
Star Wars and Marvel and all that. And I don't know much about the Star Wars and Marvel universe, but I still found that monologue from Parks and Rec, I think it was.
Mhm.
being
Yeah,
very-
he's what do you call it when you're just eating time and
Filibuster.
shut up? Filibustering. Yeah.
yeah.
Filibustering in a city hall, by the way.
Just wasting it like a plumber's time sitting in the audience.
Yeah.
Finster, I have an HRT question.
Oh,
what
are you
aside from growing boobs,
Yeah.
what other changes have you observed? Like, has your hair gotten thicker? Is your body fat distribution changed?
How
I don't know
weird
what
do you
else
want to
to-
get?
Get weird.
boy. Welcome to the show.
The easy stuff, the stuff that everyone tells you, because there is stuff that people don't tell you. There's so your skin gets really smooth. Like if you had face acne, gone. You'll never get acne again. Also, I used to have a ton of acne on like my chest or something. I could get the
Mhm.
occasional spot or something like that. Gone. It clears like acne scars too. Your skin gets thinner, and that's why it feels like softer. So in the first like couple months of HRT, when I started noticing that, it was like specifically this spot, like between like right in the middle of my chest. I was like, Jesus, this feels like a woman's chest. This is like this is like
get in
boobs. Okay.
It's general income.
No, you were fine. You were fine, Finster. Don't change a thing.
So there was that. Your hair gets a little bit better. I didn't notice anything crazy with that. Your body hair can get like finer, so like a bit more light and stuff. Like it's a bit easier to shave. It gets softer and stuff like that. The weirder stuff, along with boob growth and stuff, the weirder stuff is like, first of all, you develop an ass like nearly overnight. Like in like a month, I went from having like a guy ass to like a girl ass, which was nuts. That was a
Okay.
strange one. And also, your balls shrink.
Mm-hmm.
I could have guessed that one. Yeah, that
Yeah.
does make sense.
Did your hair get thicker on your head?
I don't think so. But I think that might happen. Some of it's like your mileage may vary because some people. Oh, dude, my foot size shrank 1.5 sizes.
What?
What?
Yes, because
That could
okay, the way HRT works is it like the tendons or something, or the thing that connect your bones
vessels?
together,
Yeah. Ligaments?
ligaments, right? They can shrink. Your bones can't shrink or anything, but they can shrink. So that's what makes your foot smaller. It's the same with your height too. I've dropped about an inch of height. So like I was 5'11", and now I'm like 5'10" or just
Really?
under. Yeah.
I didn't expect that. Does it change
Sucks.
with shorter ligaments? Does it have any other impact aside from length of feet and height, like flexibility, strength? Like, have you noticed?
I can't lift shit. I've had, how embarrassing it is to like, I do these photo shoots every month where I bring my friend of like, I've known him for years and he's worked with me for years,
Mhm.
but like he comes over to do like kind of the admin stuff, like kind of make sure everything's going right. And I'll try and like open like a can like this or like a twist bottle cap and go like, dude, can you just please? I can't open this fucking thing.
Oh,
It's a
so
nail
you're
too,
off
huh?
the lifting grind?
Aren't the nails fucking like a handicap as well? Like
For picking like
Jesus
a
Christ,
quarter
look at
up
your
off
nails.
the ground, but nothing crazy.
oh my
They are
god.
nuts.
Taylor, do you like girls with nails like that? Like fantaside?
No, I prefer shorter.
Like
nails.
no nails,
Like
right?
very, yeah.
I
like
think
like
it's a girl thing.
like polished and like manicured or whatever, but
Yeah,
no
they
nails.
look nice, but like I don't want to get like scratched.
I don't want anything
accidentally.
protruding.
Yeah.
Anything? Can I see your nails again, Finster? I'm gonna go full screen.
They're pretty
Very
long.
small.
They're so grown out. I need to get them. I'm getting them redone tomorrow, but like they're up there for length. I think it's I usually get a little bit shorter nails. It's just they look good. It's like I think girls get their nails done for themselves, not for like I don't think for any other reason.
Yeah,
But
for
there's-
sure. Because I don't like it at
Men
all.
don't care about nails.
No. There's like
I-
the good
I
head
do care,
scratchers.
and I don't like it.
Well, they
I
don't
care. It's just
for
the
long nails.
bullseye's in a different place. I just like them clean and manicured. Like it look. I want your nails to look like that's what you were going for.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there.
Clean and manicured, but I just don't. I really hate. Like the longer they are, the more I hate it.
I used to have these ones that were like, I think from the base of my finger to the end, probably an inch, like something nuts, like early on, and it was awful. You deal with it fine because you get used to doing your daily activities from in like a week. But I tried woodworking with them. Nah.
What were you making?
I was building this desk.
Oh, a desk. I like big projects. I had a friend that was into woodworking, but his cup of tea was really precise small things like jewelry boxes.
Ooh.
I like end tables, desks, stuff like that. Bookcases.
I'm like,
Told you should get into the BDSM furniture game.
You're
that shit
definitely
is
right.
So overpriced, dude.
I looked into it
What?
after you said that, and he's right. So if you look at on Etsy, you can see BDSM furniture, and there's like different crosses or things for like bending her over or holding her in a handful. I don't know my position.
There's spanking benches. There's St. Andrew's crosses. There's like just barrels, and the stuff is. It starts at like 500 and it caps out at like multiple thousands of pounds. There's really expensive high-end British place
there's
that has
metal. They're well.
Yeah.
But it's not hard. Like so when I think of an ornate bookshelf, for example, that would take me a month to make, this BDSM stuff, I feel like I could make 4 a day. And they're selling for like 500 to 1,500 a piece.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's actual money to be made that's worth making. Right. Like Finnster, if I presented you with a business opportunity that made $65 a day, you'd be like, well, I've got things to do. Right. But you're like, shit, if I make 3,000 a day, well, maybe not you, but most people would be like that. Well, you caught my attention.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's there's only one guy making that. I have that one. If you're on there looking at the foldable spanking bench, I got that one. It's like
do you have that scary cross I just looked up that like Theon got tortured on?
No, I don't have any use for that. I don't want like to do that to anybody. That doesn't seem fun. It seemed like I like the spanking bench. That's cool because you like tie a chick up bent over and you can like
both. I agree that both sides of that cross equation seem unpleasant.
I don't be.
I would despise being strapped to a torture device, and if I had someone strapped to a torture device, I feel like it would be visible on my face how much I was like, I don't care for this. I don't like this. It feels illegal. Feels wrong. feels like someone's gonna get hurt here in a way that's not a good time.
There's like leather work in those.
There's a little bit of leather work. And like I said, there aren't really like a cheap one, a medium one, and an expensive one. It's like the starting one is almost $600, and it's shit. Like it's shit. You could tear it apart with your bare hands, almost shit.
Or even if it's strong, it's like 2x4s and lag bolts. Like this is just not impressive woodworking.
Oh, I remember I stayed at an Airbnb that was the deal. It's like, this is the kinky Airbnb. It's full of BDSM furniture. They had the St. Andrew's cross, spanking bench, a bunch of other shit. They had like a gyno table, like a full on like gynecologist.
Oh, with the stirrups and everything.
Stirrups. Yeah. And there's like kinky artwork all in the place. There's like, like
that sounds terrible. Where was it? I need to avoid it.
Atlanta. And but man, it was a sketchy fucking building. I remember and all the furniture was like, if you think that shit looks cheap, the stuff in that furniture that was in that apartment was just garbage. It was so cheap. Yeah, I think about that too. Like I could do the woodworking required for that. Like it's just a few pieces of equipment. The upholstery would I've never done any upholstery.
Yeah,
my dad has done it.
For me, it looks straightforward though.
My dad taught himself to like make car seats when he would because we were restoring cars, and it was like the most expensive part that we couldn't do ourselves. And he's like, I'm gonna teach myself to sew this leather.
Zach, can you show the link that you put in there? I just want the audience to see what one looks like.
There's one in
the upholstery that you're about to see in a second, audience. I've never done it, but they're just rectangular blocks. I feel like I could get it right the first try and then just get faster at it. This looks straightforward to me.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's just cutting out some foam.
Yeah, on the back side. Yeah, on the back, it's a 2x4 that's been cut into that shape, and so you're able to put that on a table and manipulate it and make sure you get it tight. Right.
This just doesn't scream fun vibes.
What's that? Memory foam, right? I bet there's a little memory foam in there. You just wrap it, staple it in the back, attach it to the cross, and you're good.
That thing's probably $1,000. That's at least $1,000, right?
700 almost.
Oh,
I think it's 685. Then I'll double check.
Okay,
that's a real commitment. Like you got to have a room in your house for that. Like that can't be in the corner of your living room when you entertain.
Oh, it can.
It can, but it'll be.
You just redress it. You just redress it. I've got the thing that I hook my sex swing to is in the living room, and it's lag bolted to the ceiling, and it's just like people be like, what's that? I don't know. It was here when we moved in. I don't know. It's bolted in like really well.
Why is this area of the carpet underneath it all matted? Like
that damn dog.
I wanted to ask on the height thing, Finn. Has that kind of sucked? Are you like, damn, like I don't want to get shorter? Because that I would hate that.
It's the opposite. I went through when I was like growing up, normal. I had like
the first time.
Yeah, the first time I had like I was like, damn, dude, because I was 5'11", so I was that height that no one is. You know, I was genuinely 5'11", and I was like, shit, I've got a 5 in front of it. No girl wants a guy with a 5 in front of their height. This sucks. I wish I was taller. And then like as soon as you start going like, you know, if I want to present feminine, like, you know, most women are quite short, especially like in England, I guess. So you're kind of like, okay, it's a nice change, especially shoe size, because as soon as you get like size 9 or below in England, you get to wear like pretty much all women's shoes like that. Then they all fit. You don't have to get any.
They're not specialty shoes anymore.
Yeah,
because you don't have Peggy Hill feet. Yeah.
You get locked into like some stuff like Amazon like drag queen heels or some bullshit, and it sucks. And
so it knocked you down into the 9 range. So now you're there.
I've got like I'm either size at 8 or 9. Yeah.
Are women's shoe sizes? They're so like a men's 10 is like a woman's 12, right?
England is just all the same.
Oh, that's a better system.
Oh,
that is a better system. I think we even have
U.S. women's.
What would that be? Vanity
the goddamn
size
conversions
shoes?
chart. That's probably it's probably a women's 12 or something.
You ever buy like an Italian shoe and it's like it is a size of 42 centimeters? And it's like fuck you. Like what does that mean?
Yeah, 44 in Europe and a 10 in the U.S. if you're a size 9 in the UK for women.
What size do you wear, Taylor?
13.
13. That's a big foot.
13.
It's a normal size foot.
Not for a human.
No, it was really laughable. My feet exploded when I was like in middle school. So I was 13 years old and had size 13 feet. And I remember like having that response to like the act your age, not your shoe size thing. And it was like, my age is my shoe size. Very briefly that window existed, but it was there. Yeah. I did not like 12. That. You were 12?
Yeah. 13's too big for sure. My dad wears size 13. And when like, as a young man, I would sometimes like throw on his boots or something to do a task and then be like, dude, these are huge. What's wrong with you?
I feel like, and I guess this is a bias, but I feel like 14 is when it starts to get too much. Because then like I can walk into any store and find 13s.
Yeah, I agree. 14's the cutoff.
Yeah.
Or 13 rather. Socks is the problem. Like do you wear normal socks? Like do you just get them off the shelf?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like the one. Well, like they say the different sizes on them.
Yeah, but they cap at 12. It's like 8 to 12 is the standard like men's socks.
Oh, I have some that are like 10 to 13, I guess.
Oh yeah, you get the extra large socks. Yeah,
I guess I get large socks. I didn't think about that.
I didn't do that until a few years ago. My feet have been hurting my whole life.
And you've been wearing baby socks.
I got those hairy feet too. So like when I pull the sock on it, like the hair like goes back. So when I take them off, I gotta like rub them because that follicles have been like completely backwards all day. I shave my feet now. I don't have that problem. I also don't wear socks often.
You genuinely shave your feet?
I take my razor.
That is how you would do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like lather them up with like shaving cream. Get a straight razor out. Like
he's like, yeah, use a razor.
Dropping cloth.
That was.
I wear socks every day, even if I'm just staying home. I always wear socks around my house.
No,
I never wear socks. I wear socks. I doubt I have footwear on more than a few hours a week. Like, yeah.
See, if I don't wear socks in those, it becomes chemical warfare. Like it's so stinky.
They're gonna get nasty. Anything with any like slippers or something like that. If you're not wearing socks with them, that's awful.
A little powder in there, we're good.
Wow.
A little powder. It's just gonna mat down.
You wear socks with your slippers. That's dad shit.
Yeah, that is dad shit.
I wear socks around the house. Mom shit, Woody. What the fuck? Fuck you.
Now I know your pronouns. I got it out of you.
I had to get that one. You gotta try. Have you ever had like waxing done before?
No.
Yeah, my nose and my ears.
You've done. Oh, okay. That nose is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Was it ears busted? Yeah. I've heard like I went to get waxed and I've heard like the lady doing it was just evil. She was enjoying the whole thing. And she was telling me all these stories about like actors that like guys that would come in and get their chests done as well as like full body, but they'd come back like the next day to do the chest because how much the chest hurts apparently. I've never had to get it done, but it sounds terrifying.
Where did you get waxed?
Really...
That would be terrible. I don't want my
Sorry?
chest hair waxed.
Where did you get waxed?
Below the belly button, like everything. And it was
Both sides, like front, back.
That's
that was
gotta
an
be
Yeah.
that's gotta be fun when she's like, okay, now get in position.
oh
No.
it's
How
this,
low
it
did
was,
she stop? Did she go to your ankles, or did you just do the good parts?
yeah,
His
she went
ankles. Let's talk about his asshole.
I'm just trying to get.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah, we are.
I told people I was getting waxed, and like some girls
Her
that,
asshole.
I knew that were saying like, "Oh, the ankles are the worst. You got to really prep for that." Wrong. Those girls have never had their balls waxed. That's
Oh,
the asshole bit. Not as bad as you'd think. It was just really demeaning.
how do you even wax your actual balls? Because there's so much give to a scrotum.
Oh,
They're
she's
just like
Didn't care.
they're holding it like a bat wing.
yeah, she's gonna bat wing it out for you and like get that tacky. Oh,
So
I
you
saw a
need, like,
video the
two
other night.
people.
Dude, the internet's full of dirty people. And
Here we are.
so here I was watching this video. The dude's getting like his dick and balls waxed, and she's being rough about it. Frankly, like she's taking one hand and like pressing things down, and she's got like the waxy thing, the paper, and she's just like grabbing a handful of him and just rip, tack, rip, the same piece, and he's getting hard, and I'm like, oh no. He's getting so hard. And I'm like, oh no. And she seems that like she's handled this problem before. She's just kind of pushing it out of the way a little bit. Then he fucking nuts all over himself, full on like gasming. And she's just like cleans him up. Say a word and keeps going. It's like it's part of the job.
Now that's
apparently.
a consummate professional.
I was so impressed by that lady and that man.
And he consummated right there.
Yeah, that's
Dude, you no matter how much money you're paying me, there's no way I could fucking come from just like that little contact. But also, I guess maybe if a woman had never touched you before, maybe you're just like, oh. I don't know.
I don't know, but it seems like a very painful procedure to be coming during.
He
Maybe
didn't
that's what he's
mind
into.
a bit.
He's into pain,
Yeah.
and that's
Had
the
to be
easiest way to
into
pay
it.
for it. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like
smaller
got
than
no
I
hair. Just going the way you like. They trim like if you get your chest waxed, they trim your hair down first, right? They don't just rip off the long.
Oh no,
Chest hair.
it's supposed to be long.
Yeah,
That's how
it
they get
doesn't
a
work
grip.
if it's trimmed.
Yeah.
Oh,
It needs a grip.
It's
Yeah,
so they can
if
get
you
all
were
of it
like
from,
freshly
follicles.
shaved, for example, they tell you to come back later.
You ever seen a black dude wax his whole head?
No.
Hilarious. So it's hilarious. So you've probably noticed that African American gentlemen will often have that very smooth on top look. And I always thought, you just go, they hit that thing with a razor every morning. And I'm sure a lot of them do. But I guess if you're really trying to save some time in the morning, they like to get to work early, I hear. You get your whole head waxed. And so I saw this guy, and he's got like a crown of wax. They don't add the paper. They have the strip or whatever. They just put a crown of wax on him, and they just start working it, from like the sideburns, start rolling it up the side of his head, and sometimes getting a little, jerking a little. And it's moving his whole head. He's getting pulled up fucking round, and he's screaming in pain. And they're just, and the guy's like, "Get still, pussy," and he's like getting more. It was one of the most horrific things I'd ever seen. I've also seen them get their whole beards waxed. I saw an Asian guy do that. I saw an Asian guy get his whole, like he didn't have much of a beard. He's got less than I got, but it was a beard nonetheless. And they're waxing his full face. Oh my God. How?
that sounds. I would pay to not have my face waxed. That seems
Yeah.
painful.
I
You did
wanna
it once?
see that. No, that's.
Oh, you'd
I
pay
said
too?
I pay to watch that happen. That's. I didn't get it in, but I didn't want to be gross about it. But that's how they did it. That's how they did it down there. Like that whole there's no paper, but she didn't do that roll thing. She just kind of gave it like a good like halfway, like a third each time.
Hang on to your balls.
Oh.
I was feeling really confident because she did all the legs. I was like, that was easy. That wasn't too bad. Everyone was hyping it up for no reason. Then she did that, and as soon as I went like, and she giggled.
Jesus Christ.
All those people in the back of those videos, those barbershop videos, they're all laughing their fucking heads off like doing that.
Man, I'd wear
What do
a
you do
hat
about your
before I did
Oh,
facial
that.
hair? You just don't have much?
I don't have much. I'll dry shave like every now and then. Like I'll just run over. Like I grow hair like here and like the sides of there. And but
Has that
like,
changed since the HRT?
No, I didn't grow facial hair before. I was built for this.
Yeah,
You gotta get the electrolysis. You gotta get the electrolysis, ma'am. You gotta get those.
Can you, like,
Don't
buy
do
that
a
on
dude
Amazon?
smarmy voice. Do a girl smarmy.
They should. It just apparently it hurts like hell.
Can you buy?
Yeah, I know a girl who
electrolysis
got
stuff
her
on Amazon?
whole
How does it work?
vagina electrolysis.
Ooh.
That's
very
permanent, right? Or maybe not
Yeah.
permanent, but lasts a long time.
It's somewhat permanent. We've been through this before. You know, they grab it with these special tweezers that have like an electricity hook to them. They like fry the follicle, then they pluck the hair. It doesn't come back for a long time. Like it's years of relief for you.
I think it might be permanent because I've heard of like I've heard in like I've got list that half my stories are going to be I've heard this trans girl. There's like all the like trans community stuff. If you're getting your like bottom surgery, you've got to do electrolysis on there. So you know when they do the
because they're gonna tuck it back into you.
Yeah. So it doesn't cause any issues with like hair growth or anything like that for surgery.
Yeah.
You get that done first.
You're keeping the penis, right?
Yeah.
That
Good.
seems like a good
Good
move.
decision.
That seems like a good one.
Good decision.
That's a good
Let me just say this:
decision.
I could get on board with just about anything, but that bottom surgery is wackadoo. They're not done yet. Okay, it's like Wright brothers. There's a guy on the plane in the prone position, hanging on with that technique. Okay, we don't have a cockpit yet, so to speak. Actually, we do. We have a cockpit because they cut a hole and then they shove your cock into it inside out, and it doesn't work right. That's not going to work right. You have to keep that thing like, you have to insert those things to keep your hole from closing back up because it's technically a wound. It's a wound. There's no way it smells good. All right, the average vagina has a
Everybody
hard
should
time
love their
smelling good.
penis.
A real vagina has a hard time smelling good. It's not its best trait. Imagine what one of those man-made jobs is up to down there, growing yeast and fucking. You can make beer with what comes out of there.
I don't know, Kyle. When I
they
think
got
about my
better.
automotive experience, sometimes the aftermarket stuff is better than the stock stuff.
I would agree with you if we're like strapping on some titties or an ass, but we're not doing that. We're cutting the fuel injectors out and putting a new carburetor on, but we inverted it first. It doesn't make any sense.
We're at the level. Remember that like flight where the guy was like, "If I put a bunch of spirals on top of this bicycle and pump it, it'll take off." Like, so we need to get past that level of technology.
I like the one that was just the flying contraption. You sit in it, and it's just like a porch umbrella that bounces up and down rapidly, and so the guy inside is also like hippity hoppity.
I still feel like that should work a little. Like if the umbrella could close on the upstroke and then open for the downstroke, why doesn't that? That's how
The material would. If the material was full of cells that would close on the downstroke but open on the upstroke, so you're grabbing more air every time.
Yeah.
It's literally reaching up and grabbing air and pulling it
But
down.
now you're just gotten to a flight technique that's just more difficult than normal flight.
Well, I know. I'm trying to make a new one here. Like that is how the kick works in the breaststroke. I think it's called the frog kick. And basically they just, they bring their legs forward in a more efficient way than they bring them back.
If you looked at the helicopters are kind of what we do for that. But if you remember in Dune, they had those ornithopters that were based on a dragonfly. That's one of the cooler flying contraptions I've ever seen from sci-fi. Everybody else just straps jets onto the side of something and says, yeah, they're magic jets that push incredibly hard forever. But they were just like, nah, put some wings on that bitch. And just fluttering around. That was neat.
That is cool. I like ornithopters. Very, very mystical. Reminds me of like Lord of the Rings or Magic the Gathering. Because obviously there's a lot of Magic the Gathering ornithopter cards. You guys all know that.
Obviously, yeah. I mean, there's so many.
Everybody knows. I couldn't even begin to list them.
I keep my list of favorite Magic cards and my favorite Bible verses together.
Is there anything that you've really disliked with the HRT where you've been like, oh, this sucks?
It's just like, I think it's like, again, this is going to feel gross, but like HRT, it's estrogen. It's switching a lot of your functions to like how a girl would. So a lot of your male functions are a little bit harder to get there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I need that what's the PKA sponsor again?
Blue
Need
chew.
Blue chew. Yeah, little blue chew.
There's that, and also those like the pills. Oh shit, yeah, that
You
like
need some lock and load. I bet you're not gasming the
load.
same way. It's some lady loads.
This feels so weird. The feeling is you get like a half experience of I imagine what like a female like orgasm would be like. It feels way better. You come way less. It sucks. There's like it's weird.
Wait,
to, like,
I'm trying to process that. So when you do orgasm, it's stronger, but
Yeah.
you don't orgasm as often or easily.
as easily. Yeah.
Okay.
And he's not making as much jism, Woody. His lady
I don't think
sperm
that's
is
it. I
lacking.
think you're just saying it's a lot of hard work to get over the edge. But
No,
when
Cole's
you
right
do-
too.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess so. But that's not what you're talking about, I don't think.
Yeah, because if your balls are shrinking, I guess it's
Yeah.
making less fluid,
So
right?
you
Less
threw me-
sperms.
You threw me at lady sperm.
Yeah, you
Yeah, and so it's harder
Lady
to like
loads.
get hard and come, and then when you do come, are you always like it's gonna be a big one? That's like, it's like, oh man, it felt like it was gonna be more than that. Everyone
Yeah.
deals with that sometimes.
Have you
Not
tried
us.
the tadalafil yet, though, Finnster?
Yeah, weirdly enough,
okay.
I
Yeah,
tried it. That so it's less so a problem of like getting up there and more a problem of like
Getting
You
over
know.
the edge.
getting over the edge. But it does it's compensated by like it feels way better. It is like a nuts thing. I bet you there's some mad scientist out there working on a way to just get that one thing so you can port it over to guys. That would be sweet.
do you inject estrogen or is there a patch?
You can do whatever. In America,
you-
they do. In America, they do injections most of the time, or like oral, like pills. And then in the UK, you usually either have pills or like a gel or a patch. I use a gel. I've got
Yeah.
it somewhere.
Gel.
Where do you put it? On your thigh? and your
Gooch.
You can. You can, but it's like I think doctors will say like not to because it will go. Estrogen can fuck up your liver. Sometimes that's why people don't do as
And it could
like,
rub
pills
off on
much.
your partner too. You give them a little gooch estrogen.
No, that's a genuine thing. I can't pick up the puppy. If I stopped putting estrogen on my arms because I can't like cuddle my girlfriend or like pick up the puppy. Like it sucks. But I just do like inner thigh, and then it's fine.
Do you have to
Yeah,
do
that
that
at
every
night.
day?
Yeah, that's the thing that's annoying. If you do injections, you do it like once a week. It's easy. But we
Testosterone's
can't
the
get
same
that.
way. They can do that. That's how I know all that.
I thought you said the gels weren't good for like
for
tests.
testosterone, I don't think it is. From all that I have learned and all the people I've talked to and 3 doctors I've spoken to, it just seems like it for the purposes that I had and that most guys are going to have. It just makes a lot more sense to inject. But there were pellets they could put into your skin and that would slowly dissolve. I was like, I don't want you injecting a fucking pellet into me occasionally. And then there was patches and gels, I think, and I'm pretty sure it was going to go in my gooch. I think that's. I was like, I don't want to be rubbing some gel on my gooch. That then I have to be. All right, my hands are now contaminated. Now, if I were to touch my girlfriend, then she would absorb the testosterone, and slowly she's getting fucking jacked up. Can't have that.
Now you've got competition.
Yeah. Now I'm watching her PRs fucking skyrocket over there. She's squatting 450. I'm like, what the fuck?
She starts peeing standing up.
Yeah, already does that. What a mess.
I don't know why. At first, I thought the dogs weren't broken in.
She said the patriarchy. She said she will not sit for the patriarchy, and she lets it fly. God, it's awful.
Damn.
Well, empowered.
I would much rather do any sort of treatment with gels than injections. Whether
Really?
it's
Even if you
hormones
did
or
it-
something else. Yeah. Like if it was like, oh, you have a stomach ache. Do you want to get an injection or a gel? Like, give me the gel.
I think the thing is like, if you get like one of those little things, I bet you Kyle, he's gone off camera, but like if you have like one of those little vials, they last like 6 months to a year. But the amount of gel you need is like one pump thing a month. And it's like the size of like one of those, those thin Coke cans or something like that.
Is it
They
like
take a
expensive?
For testosterone, yeah. Like if you're a trans guy, yeah. Oh, that's
Yeah. Have you not seen Murphy yet?
no.
He's so well behaved. Look at him
He has
biting.
3 good legs.
But yeah, like if you do, I've lost the plot. I'm looking at the dog.
It's an adorable dog. I love
Yeah,
Kyle's newest edition, I think, more than any of the others. Not that Toby's
Really?
a bad boy, but
Not there's a favorite at all.
Certainly better than
I don't
Rocky.
pick favorites amongst dogs. Taylor does freely. He stack ranks them right in front of him.
Oh yeah, whoever the littlest and cutest dog is usually my favorite. Where it's just like, oh, I just want to snuggle with it, just want to hang out. He's gonna be my buddy.
Rankings.
Yeah, no, I would never buy a Great Dane or a giant dog like that.
That's probably what I'll get next time. If I get anything. I've kind of tossed around the idea of not being tied down. I don't know.
Another recommendation is a Great Dane mix. When I was shopping for dogs, I saw so many interesting Great Dane mixes. One of them that's kind of plain Jane, but it looked like a pretty neat dog, was half German Shepherd and half Great Dane. And they just add great to whatever the other dog is. So it's a Great Shepherd now. And you're like, oh, cool. Fuck yeah. So I was looking at a Great Borzoi at one point. And I was looking at an Irish Wolfhound / Borzoi at one point. Irish Wolfhound plus Borzoi is the most absurd looking mythological beast you've ever seen.
I'm so glad you didn't go for Borzoi. Those are not cute dogs.
They're beautiful. They're called Long Boys, Boyes. And that's the subreddit.
Oh, is it the one with the super long, like whippet nose?
Snoot. Got that big crazy snoot. They mix that with Irish Wolfhound, which also has a big snoot, but it's that big shaggy motherfucker that looks like the Beast of Birmingham or some nonsense. So I like all those weird mixes. I also, you remember back in the day when you were going to get a dog and I was like, Wooly, the king of dogs is the wolf hybrid. And you're like, oh, you're right. Let me look into this. I was like, no, it's not, Kyle. The bitch of wolves is the wolf dog hybrid. It is still a wolf, though.
Yeah, that's the problem. I did look into it. That you really planted a seed there, but they're really skittish. Like, and they don't develop a bond with the family. And I was like, it just wasn't my target.
Yeah. I met one of those and was really blown away by it. And I think if you're a single guy, like on a ranch, like that guy is, then it's probably great. But it wouldn't work for a family. They're just, like you said, they're wolves. They're and you can change the ratio of wolf to dog. Give me this, you cocksucker. He's like,
yeah, but that sucks though, because like the better a dog it is, the less cool a wolf it is. And that happens in cats too. You can get this whatever Sphinx or Lynx, I want to say, versus cool. House cat blend. Yeah, and the more links it has, the worse a pet it is, but it looks dope. Yeah. And then as you get cattier, it's just not unique anymore.
Yeah, I think I'm done with getting dogs for a little while though.
Would you stop at 6?
4. I think whenever Rocky fucking dies, I will not replace Rocky. He's the old one.
Actually, that's kind of flattering to Rocky a little bit. It's like he retired his number.
He's got his yeah, exactly. No one can sit on his old couch.
Is he old?
Yeah, when I got him, he was like 7 or 8, and that's been a couple years ago. And he's a Malamute. I think they live to be like 10 or 13 or something. And he's just like an old man personality. Malamutes are like, I don't know. He's like a cat. He sits on his old couch and doesn't really hang out with us at all.
One died recently, also.
Yeah, my Pomeranian died last fall.
She's already been replaced.
Or so. Yeah, that's what this little guy's for. He replaced the other Pomeranian who is pulling on electrical cables right now and doing his best to electrocute. The other day I was gaming and he had chewed right through the Ethernet cable at my feet. Just.
Did it end your game? Like, did he?
Through it? Oh yeah, just disconnected me from the game, from Discord. I'm like, dang, internet went out. What are you doing, little buddy?
Our friendship is over.
Oh, I got plenty of those Ethernet cables. I didn't mind. He's all right. Are you playing any games, Finnster, or are you just selling butt?
Just pull and hold, dude. There's I've honestly, every time I've been trying not to get into a new video game because I know I'll get addicted to it. Like, I've got that addictive personality sort of thing, but just for video games. Like, the thing that I keep getting onto for a bit is just modded versions of games. So I like Blade and Sorcery. I've talked about that so much. Blade and Sorcery, like any of the mods for that, it's just infinite content, or like modded Minecraft or something. I know Helldivers is getting massive, and I just know it'll waste all my time.
Ma'am, look, miss, you've got to like get on this Helldivers thing. So you take your Stream Deck, and you put the stratagems on there.
Oh, that's sick.
And so like you just tap the button and it instantly calls in whatever and you just go in your software and drag and drop these. So there's like pages and pages of these.
That's sick.
You like flick through the pages. It's
They nerfed a bunch
excellent.
of shit.
What's that?
They nerfed a bunch of shit recently, right? I kept hearing about
They balanced some stuff, and people got mad because the meta of the game changed, so they couldn't use one weapon to do everything. But
It's good to have a meta shift. In
that.
yeah,
every
it's
game.
fine. They're still balancing things out, and people are getting mad along the way. But that's all right. It's a fucking video game. People are cheating at that game. People cheat at that game. They
PvE. Why?
It's PvE. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's a really fun game. It's what I've been playing the most of. I'm a little burnt out on it now. I've been playing it for maybe a month now, but it's really good. I like
Actually, don't care if people cheat PvE. Is there some reason I should?
Oh, well, the main reason is it's like COD. When people would make those lobbies, you can accidentally join a lobby and it'll give you all the currency that you can possibly ever want. And so it's like you don't have a grind to do anymore. And that's kind of what, like, I'm done with that grind now, and I'm kind of done with the game. Like
Yeah, a lot of people are
like
like
I've got everything unlocked, and now I
So
don't
you
have
need a
anything to
new
do.
game now.
Kind
Oh,
of.
jeez.
The
How
boys
about a
are
very
playing
old game, Kyle?
The boys are
Those are
playing
really
Rust
good.
right now. They're like my core group of buddies are playing Rust right now. They want
Rust
me to
is-
come do that.
Rust is like that drug that I've quit. Like, it's like if anyone's got some, there's.
Well, I
Oh.
mean, I'm gonna be playing some Rust with the boys tonight in the Discord that you're a member in. So
I
just
might be
slide right
down.
in there. You could start fucking getting some scrap.
Were you addicted to Rust, Finn?
I was like the perfect teammate because I just love the farming element of it. Like I build the base and stuff. I do the farming. I'd love that shit. It's so
Finn,
good. Like, I was really
is your
good in the
character a
minicopter.
boy or a girl in Rust?
It's random, isn't it?
It's
that's
always
what
the same though.
done.
Like you can't change it. I think.
Ooh, I don't.
Am I
know.
right, Kyle?
Yeah, in my experience, because I've always been an Asian guy with a big old honk. He's just they changed it though. I think they made the Asian guy's dick smaller at some point because
They added realism.
well, no, you had like a variable on the penis. It seemed like because I knew this other guy. He had a small dicked Asian, and we'd all laugh at him. And but my guy was hung. And
Kyle, I'm sure it was cute.
No, it was uncut. It was disgusting. You're fucked. big old Asian anteater. It was not fun to look at. And my buddy was a bald black woman, so we tool around together, get stuff done. Fucking Rainbow Coalition. That's what we
Yeah, a
call
little
ourselves.
diversity team.
Yeah, diversity team. Yeah. But I haven't played it in a while. It is addictive. They're playing it right now. I'm probably going to slide in there tonight and get re-addicted to it because I love the farming of it. I like organizing the fucking base, if I'm being honest. I like going in and putting all the fucking charcoal in one box and all the wood in another box.
Minecraft for grown-ups.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, Minecraft's Minecraft for grown-ups at this point, but it does have that like more edgy version of Minecraft, like 3D version of Minecraft. All of these are things that Minecraft already does, but it does it in a different way.
That's interesting. You can't customize your character. That seems like such a baseline thing in every game now.
I love that you can't.
Yeah.
Like
I'm not maligning
the
it. That's
first
kind
time
of
you play, there's a big high stakes thing that you can't control, and then you're like, there it is. That's what you look like. Boom.
You don't really see your character too much after a certain phase of the game. You've always got like armor on. You know,
Which you can
usually,
customize. And you get like
which you can
skins.
customize. Yeah. There's a whole skin economy
Are
on
some
there.
people fat and some people like jacked?
No, everybody's fit. You know, the best part is everybody starts out naked. I always love that you start out naked on the beach.
That's a choice, right? I think you can start out in underwear. Like you can make it.
Oh yeah, you could.
Blur.
Yeah, for streamers and content creators and stuff. There's like a Twitch mode where you just click and it throws underwear on you. But the underwear isn't a removable item. It's just
Twitch would
replaced.
care about fake penises in a video game with what they have on the
I
meta?
think so. Like imagine if you played one of those Pornhub downloadable games on Twitch. Like they probably wouldn't want that.
There was a really fun situation on Twitch that lasted like a week, which was hilarious because everyone thought it was going to go wrong and did. They basically said like there are a bunch of these art channels and people, you know, the whole thing of like, oh, I can't show titties, but like, what if I draw it?
Yeah.
You know what then? That was still like bannable. Like, how realistic could you make a dick on your screen and it like get you banned on Twitch for like nudity? So they went, okay, fuck it. If it's drawn, it's fine. And that went so wrong because there's like, I don't know. Do you know like what VTubers are?
Yep.
Yeah.
They pretend to be a cartoon while they're talking.
So for like a good few days, it was like VTuber avatars just fully nude, pussy, dicks, boobs out, and no, And everyone just went like, "This, there's no way this isn't going to backfire," and they took it down like within days. They removed the rule and everything. They took it back.
The most recent thing I read about was I guess they were green screening their like titties and ass and playing the game on their titties and ass. Yeah. So like I'm sitting here, but my chest is the gameplay because I've got green titties, and so as I play the game, like Mario's running around on my titties.
That would like lower overall tit visibility, right?
I think people liked it. I think they maybe did a better job of what I'm describing it of selling it because they had to ban what did they had a way of wording it, things that are if a certain intimate area is on screen for so long, that dog just bit the shit out of me. Then it's bannable offense. It's weird the back and forth where no one wants to just be like, what's the old saying? Like it's hard to define porn, but you know it when you see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It just needs to be a you know it when you see it kind of situation. The only problem is those Twitch mods, they like pussy too.
It's true. And they're going to look the other way for their favorite pussy havers and big tit havers.
Yeah, but those guys like hop into the chick stream. They're like, "Hey, mod here." And she's like, "Oh, everyone say hi to my favorite Twitch mod. He runs things around here. He makes sure no one shows too much titty."
Just some goblin.
Oh, I'm always teasing.
It's never against the rules if it's the first time. That's usually what they're going on. Like, those streamers and stuff, they'll have like the streamer that did this originally was like camera on the ground while she was on like a treadmill or something, like pointed up at her ass and had like green underwear on so she could green screen Fortnite art, because you can't just show your ass like that on Twitch. So the gameplay is what's censoring it, not well. Yeah. But and so Twitch mods kind of have to go like, I guess we didn't explicitly say you can't play Fortnite on your ass.
Yeah.
But now you can't.
There's a lot of Airbud rules going on Twitch over there. Where it's like, well, it doesn't explicitly say that I can't play a platformer across my erect penis in green underwear.
Finnster, have you been banned from Twitch yet?
Yeah, I've been banned. I think only once. And I got it might have been twice. I got banned for touching before I was on HRT and before I came out or anything like that. When I was just in like an outfit that you could like, there was visible like boob there. I just went, God, look at these motherfuckers. This is wild, isn't it? And then like Twitch said like that's it's excessive groping of female presenting breasts. And at the time, which was nuts because like if you look girly enough, Twitch can ban you because your guy could do that. Guy could do that and it's fine. But then the other side of things, women get like an awful lot of like, you know, there's tons of streamers that do that sort of thing and they're fine.
Sure. I saw this happen in real life the other day. There was a police activity video and the cops get called to a hotel pool. Not a nice hotel. Don't imagine they were in Vegas or something. No, we're at like Motel 6 or some shit. And this person is out by the pool topless, big titties out. And they're like, you gotta leave. You gotta leave. Your titties are out. And they go, why? I'm a man. Can't. What do you mean? I'm a man. I'm a man. I can't. I gotta wear a top. You've got titties. Yeah, you can't have them out. You gotta go. That's it. Cover them titties up. We're going to jail. And I loved how straightforward it was. They're like, we're not going to talk about pronouns. We're not going to talk about who you are. You got titties out. There's kids over there. You coming with me or you're putting them away.
Yeah, and shut that down.
Dude, did you see the Planet Fitness thing?
No.
No.
All right. So
it's a not great gym and has a bad reputation.
If you can find the photo of the person who was photographed in the Planet Fitness gym, like that'll come in handy in a few seconds. So basically, this lady she was in the bathroom at Planet Fitness and she saw a man shaving in the women's room at Planet Fitness. So she took a picture of him because there was a man shaving in the women's room at Planet Fitness, and he reported her and she got banned from Planet Fitness. And then she showed everybody the photo of this man,
this bloke, this
man who looks as manly as. Well, not any of us here, but like as most.
It's like a normal dad.
That looks like a normal dad. Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, you know, that is off-putting.
Anyway, she took a picture of that man over there. I don't know what that left picture is. But took a picture of that man over there, and then she got banned from Planet Fitness, and then she went online and said, "Hey, I was in the women's room trying to get dressed, and this man was in there shaving his face with this razor, and so she was banned, and I think their stock price has dropped significantly. They got one of those Bud Light type reactions from folks. I think maybe the stock dropped significantly though, like maybe.
I bet their
15 or
revenue
20%.
doesn't change that much because it's a
This might be a
gym. The
buying
overwhelming majority
opportunity.
forgot they bought it in the first place.
I mean, they
They don't go.
I got a question for you. Because about bathroom, because I'm guessing this is like someone that was like identifying as trans, right? And that's why they're like using the restroom.
You would assume so.
Yeah. So like, okay, I still go to the men's bathrooms, but I look like this only because that's where I feel most comfortable. And it's really funny to go to a urinal and see everyone kind of go. I've had a lot of people walk into the restroom and then see me and then get shocked and go, "Oh fuck," and walk out and check the sign and then like, a couple seconds later they come back in.
Checking the door.
Yeah,
Dude,
so-
that's the best prank ever. If you want to, that's the best YouTube prank. You in the men's room, and when guys come in, you freak. What are you doing in here?
I do that all the time. I don't say anything, but I'll make my eyes wide. Like I'll see them and go like that just for fun. The other thing is you can really intimidate people. Like I know when I was at the cinema, you know, like when you get out the cinema and everything like that, there's like a rush to go to this bathroom that's closest to the screen.
Yeah.
I learned that I benefited from homophobia because they were genuinely scared. So I could just look at people just dead in the eye, stone face, and they just go, "Okay, I'll go to the other one." That I could.
Yeah,
just
but
do
once
what I
you
want.
start using the urinal like a professional, they're like, "Oh, all right," you know.
Yeah, I'm not hiking up a skirt. I'm still in like trousers and everything like that. But like, you know, I'm dressed like a guy, but my face doesn't quite scream, dude.
That is a
So
good
people
prank.
Yeah,
It's a weird one. The bathroom thing is weird because, like, what do you do? Like, what's the right thing to do?
I was
It's-
gonna.
in your
when.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer for it. I when I see that photo from earlier, I'm like, I'm a lady, I'm real uncomfortable. And I look over and I see Woody shaving his face next to me. That guy vibes as much man as Woody does. You know what I mean? And
Almost.
Yeah.
almost, not quite. I mean,
No, you're
Woody's
much more masculine.
that's true. But like I would be so uncomfortable if I'm a lady in there and I saw just Woody in there fucking shaving in the women's room. Like, whoa, what are you, sir? Mister, excuse me. What I think you're in the wrong place.
I think the female version of you would be. I think you would
Our
be.
female version of me is like a dirty slut. I'm like, hey, bitch,
Yeah.
you came to the right women's room, sir.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You hang dong. Let's see.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like women version of me is a dirty bitch, but like, you know, there's kids in there maybe, or like mothers and grannies and shit, like coming in there doing their Pilates or whatever. Oh, heavens me! I haven't seen a cock since the Eisenhower. Oh.
How are you seeing cock in a women's restroom? Even if like they're all just stalls. Just
I
go
mean,
and
well,
get
that's
out.
like-
Finster
Well, that's
said
like
he
a
didn't know the right answer. To me, it was ladies' restroom, and it's because of the stalls. Like, you can just go in there, you know, enjoy your privacy, and go out, and no one's gonna blink twice. No one's gonna blink.
I'll freak
Yeah.
less people out if I go into a women's restroom and shut the fuck up because I can't do like a voice or anything like that to make me sound more feminine. It's a weird skill to learn, but like I can go into a men's restroom and I will freak everyone out. But it just seems like if you're gonna pick a group to freak out, you know, I'd rather it be like guys because they don't know what to do themselves.
Yeah.
They're less likely to yell at you.
And
Like,
those
go
guys
in the
don't
guys' bathroom,
feel-
get the fuck out.
Like those guys don't feel threatened by you. They're just like,
Yeah.
what? They're just kind of bamboozled, I would assume. Like, what? Did that lady just walk into the men's room on accident? Oh, clearly not. Peeing standing up. Okay, that's what's going on.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I've never encountered that, but it wouldn't bother
I
me.
haven't
a bit.
either, but I would.
It wouldn't bother me a bit if there was like a woman in the
Yeah,
bathroom.
I've definitely seen like.
I said a woman.
Yeah, right.
You know what I
Stock
mean.
woman, you
Yeah.
know, with no aftermarket accessories in a
Okay.
men's bathroom,
Okay,
and
that's fair.
I didn't care.
The answer to it usually is just
No.
there needs to be like just a third bathroom. There just needs to be or just like make gender neutral bathrooms. Really, that's kind
I
of
agree.
Unisex.
I-
You can't have them all be unisex because there are creeps
What
that are going to
if
go
they
try
were-
and pee and shit next to little girls. And you got to prioritize the comfort of like the women in the women's room.
That guy
over
who's
people
getting
who want to
waxed and
use the women's room.
jizzing is going to be in there. Like his other thing is to like take big stinky dukes next to the little girls.
Oh my god.
I'm like, what if bathrooms were just better? American bathrooms, Finnster, you've been to America. There's gaps. You can see the people through there.
What the
Those
fuck
stalls
is up
are,
with that?
Dude,
Why
it's
would you
just-
build them like that?
this is a
Safety?
first world country with third
We don't want
world
you hanging out in there.
bathrooms. It is the
Do your
worst.
business and get going.
But hypothetically, if they really upgraded it, instead of those bullshit stalls you could see through, there were walls made of drywall and 2x4s. And, so everyone had a little room with a regular door, then they could all be unisex.
I'd say you go the opposite direction. You go sex positive, make them all out of glass, get people used to it,
There's a lot of
Just
ugly
get
people out there.
people
I don't like that.
Can I
No.
request magnifying glass?
That guy's shredded and has a huge cock. Really, it'd be like a funhouse mirror where it's like, oh, this guy's fat in all the wrong places.
Yeah, right. No, I'll just get a little shorter. Now I'm hot.
They're coming out there like
Now I have
sideways.
a big chest and a small waist.
The best bathrooms I've been to were unisex, and the way they did it was really clever, which was just like they had a communal washing hands area, and that was it. Like it's all the same room. There are stalls, it's a relatively big bathroom in this case.
I've
I guess
been in
that's
those.
kind of why it works. And there's just stalls, and they're completely self-contained. The place I'm thinking of is a place called Sketch. It's got the weirdest. I'm not sure if Zach can Google it, but it's worth it. They're like pods. They're like eggs. So you just walk into this little pod egg, do your business, and go wash your hands with everyone else, and it doesn't really matter. That's
That's the
probably the
concept I
best
was
way you could do it.
describing.
Yeah.
Like it's secure, both visibly and with a good lock on the bathroom stall. And it shouldn't be a stall like we're used to seeing where you see people's feet. It should be a closed
Can't
room
let
with
men
a vent.
go to a place like that though.
They do.
They're
Look,
they're
where else
sitting
am I
there
gonna
and
jerk off?
jack off.
If you let men go there, they'll fuck each other in those places.
That's true. That is 100. Kyle's right.
If
I
you
find
if
you're
you allow men to go into a bathroom like this, there's going to be an orgy going on in there when you go in.
Yeah.
well, they're not that big. They're like
I'm
a
just
single
more
person.
sex
They'll find a way.
positive than Kyle.
Need
is.
room for two.
Yeah.
I gotta.
No,
find
and
it.
also now, like we don't get to enjoy having shorter lines for the sink at fucking hockey games. Really? So we have to subsume all the traffic from the ladies' toilet. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Oh, but
I like the
wait.
quick in and
If
out.
men start suffering, the problem will get solved.
I mean,
Probably not. I
What
don't
is
think
that?
they're gonna do it.
all right,
Yeah.
there's no way I'm going to that, Finster. That's wild.
It
Oh,
looks
smokes.
weird. It's like alien.
Wait, you shit in those?
They're full bathroom cubicles. That
Maybe our system isn't that bad.
there's a few different ones. That's a really small room, to be honest with you.
It feels like you could fit more regular stalls in here than the 5 eggs.
You
I
could,
don't
but
know,
there
man.
it is like a novelty.
Yeah,
I would push your
I
egg
guess that's
over.
like a for fun thing. Hopefully it's cemented to the ground because otherwise that's happening.
teeter-totter. If
Day
you're
one,
just in
second
there
one. Some drunk hoodlum's gonna wander in and be like, "I'm in the ladies' room." Just knock over the stall,
It's
roll
a
you away.
challenge. If you pass gas forcefully enough, it launches.
Ah,
I mean,
or you
I-
gas yourself to death in there. That's a small space. I
yeah, that's
remember,
like a self-enforced like don't shit too hard. Like,
Smart.
be
I remember
courteous.
hearing about these guys who were held prisoner in Mexico, and they were on a diet of like spinach and beans, and they were held in this small cell for like several days. And apparently, they farted so much that one of the guys died. He succumbed to the fumes.
There's no way that
Is there no way?
You're making it up. You gotta
you cannot die from a too bad of a fart unless the fart is so bad because like your insides are rotten.
No, it happened. G. Gordon Liddy told me about it on his radio show when I was 12,
say no
and
more.
I've remembered it ever since.
But I don't
Zach,
know who that is.
you don't know who G. Gordon Liddy is? The
No.
Watergate break-in. He's also,
Oh,
yeah,
you
he's
mentioned
the
him
guy who led that.
He's a right wing crook.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt is who I was thinking of. Levitt.
Yeah,
That's
he is
who
a
it was.
right-wing crook. I was like, but, yep.
Nah, Nixon got us to the moon, man. A little appreciation.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Did he actually? Did he like?
He was president at the time.
Yeah,
Was he okay? For some reason, I thought JFK was.
he was.
No, JFK was killed 6 years earlier.
I don't know if they recorded it or not, or certainly not. But I know that I've seen the speech, the address that Nixon was to give if the astronauts died, and it's like, fuck. And I think there was
We
even one.
fucked up.
I think there was an address for what to do if they just were stuck up there, because when the first lander landed, it fucked up its leg. They like landed on a rock or something, and it messed up. They weren't sure if they were going to be able to leave or not.
That's totally believable. Have you seen how shitty those things look?
I mean, it doesn't. It looks fragile.
If I had to move that into my friend's garage, there's no chance that we don't break something. Like,
That's good. Yeah.
It's like, the tinfoil part ripped off.
That was the solar array.
The solar array. Yeah, not very sturdy looking.
Yeah, that would have been sad if they were just like, well, they're stuck up there and they have 23 more hours of oxygen. And then the worst part is their buddy's up there circling the moon. He's like, oh, looks like I pulled the short straw and won. Because, two of them get to go down and fucking walk on the moon. And the third guy has to stay up in the capsule or whatever and do laps around the moon to pick them up.
I'd rather be in Houston if I got to be a part of it. Yeah.
Come on, like today we're putting a moon crew together, and you win. Your box of cereal has
the first one we've done in like 60 years. No, I'm gonna let them figure it out, get it to be like a weekend trip. I'm gonna wait till Sandals is selling shuttles up there, and then I'll go.
You could strap me to the front of that spacecraft, and I'd go. You could put me on the front like a fucking hood ornament.
What are you going to do when you get there? Bounce around? But you hate golf.
I'm going to be the 17th man to ever be on the fucking moon or whatever it is. Like that.
What's the name of the third guy who was on the moon?
Stop. Okay, you don't have a list. I don't have a short list. I just want to be one of them. Okay. I don't know who won every Super Bowl, but I'd love to be a Super Bowl winner. Like that's a short, and it's even shorter list than that.
I think you're the best golfer on the call. Do you think you could hit a golf ball out of orbit on the moon?
No,
I don't think. Could anyone? I don't know how it works. I'll admit my knowledge of everything involved in that question is lacking.
I don't know.
And I'm the best golfer in the way that like none of you golf. So I would still. I bet I could really hammer it though. Actually, golf would be a blast on the moon. You're driving at 700 yards.
Why would it stop? There's no atmosphere.
Yeah, it's going to hit you in the back of the head a day later.
There's just gravity, but not a lot. What is gravity?
It's still like, what is it?
It's like 1/3. It's like 1/3 gravity, and I think there's. Oh my god, the dog is biting my feet so hard. I mean, it's an attack.
Don't correct him. Let him grow into it.
I'm kicking him as much as you can kick a small dog.
Have you tried putting chocolate on your feet?
Putting chocolate on your feet?
Dark chocolate, just powder. I saw
Coke. I didn't even think about what I said.
Cocoa is more valuable than copper now. Did you read that?
I saw that, and I don't understand why.
It's because they don't want us to mine the cocoa with slaves anymore for some reason.
Where are we going to get our chocolate?
I like that old-timey chocolate. That's how I would advertise at my chocolate company.
Oh, God.
Harvested the old-fashioned way. And you see like a child with missing one hand, like hurrying up a ladder to get those cocoa beans.
Dude, missing a hand, how intense is the chocolate harvesting business?
Wasn't working
because I went fucking full Leopold mode and I chopped off his hand because there wasn't enough cocoa last week.
That's such a stupid move. If you got a team collecting chocolate for you and you start cutting hands off,
only the slowest.
No one is gonna. Yeah, but that's still now that guy's never gonna be a good chocolate collector.
He wasn't to begin with, but now everybody else is like 10% better.
No, I do positive reinforcement. It'd be like everybody gets to keep 10% of the chocolate you get every day. And then I sell them back diabetes medication at a huge profit. Now I'm making money hand over fist.
I think someone already took that idea. It's called the United States government.
Oh fuck! Our healthcare system beat us to it.
Yeah. They feed us corn syrup.
You mean
with
they give us corn syrup for a
and
century?
rip us off on the insulin with their right? Like I'm pretty sure that they came up with that idea a long time ago.
Yeah, corn syrup is wild. The more they look into it, the more they're like, yeah, this really isn't. This is worse. This is even worse than we thought it was for you folks.
They were sitting around in a secret cabal at worshiping that owl out there, and they were like, yes, the corn syrup. That is the way.
If it were that evil, though, I don't think they would have kept giving Mexico delicious sugar Coke.
That delicious sugary Coke that they've got. I worry about where they source their water, though.
I've never worried that. Yeah, in Mexico?
Yeah.
No,
You
they
know
got things-
Mexican water gives you the poops.
Nah, that's a myth.
Myth plausible.
No, it is. Yeah, you don't want to drink the water down there. It's not good. The guy is asleep at the wheel, hat over his eyes at the Mexican water plant. Not
I
paying attention.
completely checked out to see if I could order, like, I've never had like the corn syrup sort of like Coke before. Apparently it's
Yeah.
like,
Oh,
really?
You
I've
guys
heard
get
it's
full
worse.
sugar Coke there?
Yeah.
You have real sugar?
Yeah. Well, I
Oh.
drink Diet Coke. I drink like Coke Zero, so I'm not gonna know the difference anyway. But like,
They-
I want to try corn syrup Coke.
You would.
They do
it
the
sounds
real
good.
sugar. They do the real sugar versions of our sodas occasionally as like a limited time. Ooh, you can have the good stuff for a week kind of thing. Like when they have real sugar Pepsi, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna have one of those.
Yeah.
It's
Like-
it's better. It's more of a fruitier, sweeter taste.
Nobody likes the corn syrup kind of more.
No,
I've had what are the fountain drinks? I think that I've had one of those at like a Starbucks, and I had the Subway, and I had Fanta, and it tasted awful. But that might just be a fountain drink thing. It just
It could be, but it definitely had corn syrup. And if you're used to like delicious real, man, that pisses me off. I didn't know Europe was getting good soda too.
I just looked up why the U.S. has corn syrup in their soda. Maybe everyone know, and Kyle
Subsidies?
implied it. Yeah. Corn is subsidized in America. Therefore, corn syrup is cheap, and they cheaped out and used a cheaper sweetener. Boom.
Don't like that. We
You
got to
guys
go
get the
back to
best-
sugar.
you guys get the best candies though. I'll give you that.
We do have the best candies. I think America is the best candy on the planet by far.
I haven't given a fair shake to European candies. If you had to put a,
Oh, wait,
if you had to
do
put
it.
a European candy up there against American candy, Finn, what would you recommend?
Do you have like? But you've got most of the shit.
We have all the good shit.
Okay.
Go order a Turkish delight off Amazon, and you'll be like, other countries settle for this bullshit candy. It's
That is
fucking
true.
horrible. My friend was like, "Hey, do you want to try some traditional Yugoslavian candies?" This is back when Yugo was a place, and I'm like, "This is candy to you? There's like meat in it. No one does candy like America. No one comes close."
Do you guys have dairy milk, like Cadbury?
We have Cadbury
Dairy
eggs,
milk?
but I
Cadbury dairy milk. It's like just a plain chocolate bar. Because realistically, I've had a Hershey's bar and it doesn't stand a candle. Dairy milk chocolate, it goes so hard. It's the best It's the best chocolate bar. I think you've got everything else because you do have better candy in every other way.
we have this one. I just linked it. I don't know if I've ever had it, but like, is this what you're
that's
talking
the
about?
stuff. Yeah.
This is it?
Yeah.
But I bet ours has corn syrup in it. Probably not as tasty.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know how I bet on that. But yeah, I do know some people like the darker chocolate, or they don't like the American version of chocolate with all the milk and sugar. But if you don't like Hershey's, we have it all.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's hard to find. Like that gas station has everything you want.
Mm-hmm. Hershey's gets ripped on, and it's just because like I remember like good memories of eating it on like Halloween as a kid. But like in a blue moon, like a little bit of Hershey's is kind of nice. I like that. I know it is like the laughing stock of the
With
chocolate.
almonds or without?
Either way. I do like preference would be with almonds.
Me too.
Adds a little bit of texture there.
Yeah.
Yeah. it's
And
good.
plus, sometimes when you want to break it along the lines, the almonds make you eat too, and you're like, "Oh, shucks the luck."
Now I got to eat the whole thing. What am I going to do? Oh man, it's weird. We're talking about candy because out of nowhere, I had like 3 intense urges today to have Oreos delivered to my house. Like just to order Oreos because I'm like, man, I want some fucking Oreos. I want the birthday cake kind. Like the last couple times I've had Oreos, I've been all in on the birthday cake kind, which is very good. And of course I didn't do it because I have a bad track record of not eating the entire thing when I have Oreos delivered to my house. And that's like, if you look at the back, man, you eat all 3 or 4 of those sleeves, it's like 2,200 calories.
Yeah, there's a reason why it's on the back. You're not supposed to read that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Knowledge is not what I want in that situation.
Just to settle it, by the way, I googled most popular British candy. All of them are bad. They are British, and that's it. They're really not great. And
Britain gets a bad rap on food, but the British don't help it by someone posting a picture of like barely toasted toast and then the beans. And I'm like, I need a Brit to come in here and be like, "Oi, governor, this ain't what we be eating." And then like
It is, though.
straighten it out. And
It
then
is,
they're
though.
like, delicious. And I'm like, oh my God, you're starting your day with a fucking 2 cups of
Ben
beans.
has cans of Heinz beans in her house right now.
Goddamn
there
right
are
I do,
Heinz beans
motherfucker.
with that light blue. They got that light blue label, don't they?
Yeah, they're good. Okay, look, there's
For breakfast, though.
every American that I've ever made beans on toast for has the same reaction. They go, "Oh, it's not that bad. It's all right," and that's it. It's never bad, but it's mid.
Yeah, because we're polite people and we're liars.
We are fibbers, notorious. I mean, and it sucks because someone will post like a full English breakfast and it's like roasted potatoes, solid. Those tomatoes look good. Bacon, sausage, eggs, everything else looks like a winner, a delicious meal that I would eat. And then just a third of the plate is beans.
Yeah,
That's not right. That's a piece of bread. You need butter on that thing. Get a piece of sourdough bread or something. You gotta
How do
make
you
it
eat
nice.
That's like messier than the burrito.
This is the equivalent of like pulling up a grilled cheese sandwich and the cheese is like
and they're
hot.
sweet. It's like a sweet sauce on the beans. It reminds me a little bit of Southern baked beans almost. It's
Little bit.
something that we drink, something that we eat with like tangy, spicy pork. So again, it's always been weird to me, the beans for breakfast thing. And something happened to y'all. You know, World War II was a formative time for the planet. And every group like got its own thing. The Japanese, we turned them people into eel fucking like femboys, every single one with those nuclear weapons. And the Brits, they lived under that blitz for too long. They had to live on those rations for too long with the Germans bombing them. And so they never started eating good food again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could be true.
I mean,
That's a good scientific theory.
we had the jellied eels and stuff. I'm not sure if that's still a thing anywhere in England, but that's probably the most disgusting thing I've heard. That's like a cultural thing here.
One thing that we
Jellied
get no education about, well, one more thing that we get no education about is the deal with Ireland and England and just how much awful has happened and how recently awful things have happened. I saw a thing today and it was Cillian Murphy. You know that actor, right? The guy from from everything. He was in Oppenheimer most recently, and he's in what's the TV show? The Peaky Blinders.
Peaky Blinders. Yeah.
But he's like got his hands in his pockets when he's meeting the prince, and they're like, this is the thing that Irish people do, because I guess there was a thing where when they said that any Irishman with his hands in his pockets was to be shot on the streets because they might be IRA, might have a weapon in their pocket or a detonator in their pocket, and so like I guess they showed someone else, it was an Irish football player meeting the Queen, hands in his fucking pockets, and I guess that's a way of like showing disrespect while still conforming to the formality of having to meet royalty.
Yeah, I know there's no love lost there with the Irish and the Brits.
Yeah, that's the place where I'm at in Birmingham. Everything you could go to pubs here, and there's like a lot of IRA bombings, and if you bring up Irish people to the wrong person, you'll hit a nerve, because it's like within the generation, so like they've experienced and everything. But
so you'll just bring it up, and they'll be like, "Don't get me started on fucking Irish people."
We complain way more about the French and Americans. I think that's the two.
The French are just, maybe it's because they don't speak English as much, but it seems like the French are always getting hated on.
The French are assholes. You've never been to France. Have you been to France, Kyle?
No, sir.
Don't. It's okay. In all fairness, apparently when you talk to French people, it's just Parisians. That's where that like awful person thing comes from. Like people in Paris, for some reason, are just the worst humans on earth. They suck. They're not helpful. They talk to you like you're dirt, like a little rat trying to talk to them covered in shit. They are awful people. But the rest of the French people are great. Apparently, you've only met
the Parisians. But
I'm wondering.
I've become racist against the French, apparently. Just from
that's part of your national identity, though. Oh yeah, you guys don't get along.
The president of France is going hard in the paint on this Ukraine thing. He's talking about sending troops.
Really?
French troops, that'll solve this.
I mean, they won a lot of battles. They probably have
they take so many L's for like military stereotypes, and it's like they won for like 1,000 years. Like They got quite a storied history. They're like the Montreal Canadiens. They haven't won anything big in a long time, but they've got a storied franchise. And so they can be like, oh yeah, how about the Battle of 1052, bitch? And it's like, I'm American. That's not a real year.
There is a theory that Charlemagne didn't exist and that whole 1,000 years was made up and just tacked on to make the calendars fit better.
Who came up with that?
Who came up with the theory, or who came up with the false
theory?
Oh, crazy people on the internet.
Oh, okay.
That's what comes up with every theory. Oh, President Obama. He's the one out there pushing that one.
I've stumbled upon something disturbing.
Like, my birth certificate was a little weird. Charlemagne. Oh,
Charlemagne.
He wasn't born anywhere.
Didn't exist. No, Charlemagne's was cool. Before we jump to the next thing, I got to do a couple of advertisements real quick.
Yes.
This episode is brought to you by PharoahDistro.com. PKA fans, if you've been interested in THC but aren't sure where to start, look no further than PharoahDistro.com, your premium source for THCA, flowers, dabs, edibles, and other smoking accessories. THCA not your cup of tea? Then check out our expansive assortment of Delta products, including edibles, vapes, and disposables. That's right, folks. Pharoah Distro is your go-to destination for all things THC related. Get ready to elevate your experience with Pharoah Distro's exclusive Pharoah Exotic THCA buds. These buds are so premium, they practically come with their own red carpet, crafted for all cannabis lovers. These USA indoor-grown beauties are the epitome of luxury. And for all you dabbing aficionados, get ready to savor the richness of our THCA diamond sauce. Trust me, once you try it, you'll wonder how you ever dabbed without it. They are the perfect pairing with DabX products like the DabX Go and the DabX Rocket, our premium dabbing equipment. And let's not forget our mouth-watering assortment of high-quality edibles, perfect for anyone looking to elevate their edible game. From Delta 8, 9, and even 10, we have an incredible assortment of edibles and many delicious designs. If you're looking to add a touch of wellness to your routine, explore Pharoah Distro's range of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms, because self-care never tasted so good. PKA fans, use code PKA20 for 20% off your whole order. That's 20% off your whole order for being a fan of the show and using code PKA20 for 20% off. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to PharoahDistro.com. That's linked below to discover a world of premium THC products that cater to your every whim. Elevate your 2024 experience with Pharoah Distro and make this year your best. That is PharoahDistro.com, code PKA20 for 20% off. Edibles, vapes, disposables, and even the DabX Go and the DabX Rocket. Just talking to our representative over there, apparently the THCA, hard to keep in stock. A lot of people who previously were doing the HHC, Delta 8, a lot of that stuff, they gave the THCA a go, realized really how much more potent it is, and have been sticking with that. So, but if you're not looking for the strongest thing they have, you're looking for more of a mellow, high, you can look at the Delta 8, 9, or 10. That's particularly the Delta 8. The Delta 8 is the most mild of them. If you're thinking, I kind of want a low milligram edible, just want to chill out, not trying to get fucking ripped, Delta 8 is probably your jam. But if you're looking for the most potent thing, the THCA diamond sauce or the THCA edibles are absolutely what you want to go for. And of course, you want to be taking the dab out of the DabX Go or the DabX Rocket. Very convenient, easy to clean. You don't have any waste. It's not sketchy to look at. Looks totally normal. Takes up the same footprint as like a can of soda instead of conquering your entire coffee table in your living room, making you look like a college student. So check it out. PKA20 for 20% off all the wonderful, high-quality, accurately dosed products over at PharoahDistro.com. This episode is also brought to you by FreezePipe. Our friends at FreezePipe just launched a bunch of new products that are taking the cannabis market by storm. For the smoothest and coldest way to smoke cannabis, you got to try a freezable pipe, bubbler, or bong from FreezePipe. Their newly released mini bong and tornado bong are priced very affordably and punch well above their weight class. And for those who prefer smoking joints, blunts, and vapes, FreezePipe's new joint chiller brings much needed icy glycerin coldness when smoking any kind of joint, blunt, or vape. Say goodbye to harsh smoke and coughing attacks by shopping for the coldest pipes, bubblers, bongs, and dab rigs over at thefreezepipe.com and use code PKA for 10% off your entire order. That's thefreezepipe.com, code PKA for 10% off. Shop today and let FreezePipe's icy glycerin chambers do all the heavy lifting. So if you're using a bong, you're using a pipe, you're smoking joints, blunts, all of that, you want to get one of these FreezePipes. They're unbelievably high quality. They work exceedingly well. You throw them in the freezer, The glycerin chamber freezes up. Doesn't even, it's not like you have to wait for it to freeze solid. Throw it in there for a little bit, take it out, and then you have very comfortable hits. And if anything, I always not everybody wants a giant bong, but I recommend getting the giant bong because it's fun. And for me, at least, take one rip of that and you're pretty much set for your entire evening because it's so cold, you end up taking or being able to take a bigger hit than you otherwise would with a regular bong and have it still be comfortable. And so it's not that thing with a normal bong that's not chilled where you take a big hit and then you realize on the exhale as you start coughing uncomfortably how big the hit was. You can inhale it and then you'll be exhaling this giant hit and be shocked at how you're not coughing. You're not uncomfortable because it makes the smoke nice and cold for you. So check it out. FreezePipe.com is very high quality. TheFreezePipe.com, code PKA for 10% off your entire order. Very high quality stuff. Use it often. I've actually got a bunch extra because I think they couldn't figure out how to get some to Kyle, and so they shipped me his as well. And so I've got a number here, but don't worry, I'll ship it over to you, Kyle. I won't. Yeah. So thefreezepipe.com, code PKA for 10% off. Check it out. Very high quality stuff. You will enjoy it. And of course, this episode is brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm. If you're having piddly loads, that's a damn shame because nobody wants that. Certainly, nobody wants it. No one on earth. People with piddly loads, they go, oh, I hope I don't get found out. I hope I don't talk about it on a podcast. I hope nobody knows about my piddly loads. That won't happen with you, Finn. You get on this Lock and Load stack, we're going to get you back up to a higher volume than you had before. Maybe. I don't know.
Please, do you ship in bulk?
Yo, we do ship in bulk. And you can get 10% off with code PKA or code JIZ over at GorillaMind.com. And this is my personal favorite product there. You take your 9 pills a day, and about halfway through this bottle, you're going to be noticing a big difference in your load. Also, remember to stay hydrated. That's a big part of a load for anyone, staying hydrated. Go figure. But it doesn't just work on load pills, folks. No. Works on energy drinks, protein powders, dream supplements, weight loss supplements, anything and everything you could possibly need efficaciously dosed. At GorillaMind.com, you can get 10% off with code PKA or code JIZ. You should check it out. Give it a go. Father's Day is coming up. The perfect gift for your dad is Lock and Load. So get it for your dad. You'll both have a laugh, and then your mom or stepmom or his girlfriend or whatever, she'll come to you later and go, "Thank you. You've saved our marriage when we're not going to get divorced because of this." So check it out. Code PKA.
Your mom has a bukkake fetish, and finally your father is solo able to fulfill her needs.
Now he's finally able to indulge it. So Lock and Load, code PKA, code JIZ, 10% off. Check out all the wonderful sponsors that are all, I guess, drugs and cum. So yeah,
drugs and cum.
Drugs and cum.
Oh yeah.
The two staples. Those were the two of the humors in the ancient Greek medical system. Drugs and cum.
That's what my coat of arms is. It's just drugs and cum. No swords or.
What would you put on a coat of arms if you were trying to look hardcore? Because you can't make a joke one, and because nobody's gonna want to fight for you. Your fiefdom is gonna be like, I'm not fighting for the fucking cum guy.
I mean,
they're going to say, number one, they're going to say, I respect how much he comes, but I don't.
If I'm trying to scare people, I go with the Bolton coat of arms, the Bolton flag, the flayed man. Okay, because when you showed up and your flag is one of your enemies skinned alive, it's like, bro, that's your main thing. like ours is a quilt that our grandmothers all got together, and you see it's a meadow. This is our most beautiful meadow in our land. All the grandmothers stitched a skinned man.
Yeah, that would be an intense one. That's almost a little too try-hardy. So you need to find a little middle ground between the flayed.
You know what? You might like mine because I like fire. Something fire could be. Maybe just literally a campfire type thing, but everybody knows we burn our enemies. At least the top
fire.
guys.
It's the flayed man, except he's on fire.
Well, there wouldn't be a guy in it. That's implied, right? We have a reputation. Our flag is merely the fire, but everybody knows we use fire to fight, fire to punish, fire. We're fire people.
Fire people.
Okay.
Use
Yeah,
it for
you couldn't do
everything.
like modern stuff. Like you couldn't have like a picture of a guy being lethal injected.
Tased.
That's not scary.
Knife
tased,
asphyxiate.
yeah.
You know, tase might be kind of cool.
Tase the guy's
little
all
shock outlines around him. Yeah.
No, I
Dude,
think
I've been
the fire thing's good, but you'd have to drag into that to kind of play into the times.
I've been watching my police.
Okay.
I've been watching my police videos. I've seen some wild police videos this week. This guy, it starts off so small, so pedestrian.
Is it always American?
Yes, I don't care about other countries. Don't know how to handle their criminals. Well, we got that locked down here.
Brazil's pretty good.
Our incarceration
Salvador,
rate is El Salvador is okay. Their cops videos would be just murders, I think.
Singapore.
El Salvador got rid of their crime. El Salvador just locked everybody up. They don't get that
Everyone
murder
loved
anymore.
This guy had like beaten his girlfriend, I think, and he gets set up in a high speed chase with the cops, but it doesn't last very long because they immediately pop one of his tires and his car crashes. He jumps out, and this is all from the cops' video, police, the vehicle camera. He jumps out and tries to carjack somebody like in Grand Theft Auto, like pulling at their door handle, and they take off. Well, he's got one hand on their door handle and his right hand on the crack in their cracked side window. And they're going like 40 down the interstate with the cops in pursuit. He's on the side of the vehicle. He's like doing a curl, like pulling his legs up so they're not being drugged. And the car is swerving and he's still hanging on. They finally stop and the guy lets go and goes around to the passenger side and continues to try to carjack him. And the cop goes pop, pop, and shoots him fucking twice at point blank range and drops him. And then at the same time, the other cop car comes from behind and like bumps the guy as he's falling to the ground. And they've like got him right there. And he's like incensed that he's been shot. He's like, why'd you shoot me? He's like, you broke my arm.
After a 2-mile chase of trying to harm people, he's shocked.
I saw one where the cop ends up in the vehicle with the bad guy, completely different situation. And he's like behind the driver and they're both in the driver's seat wrestling. And the guy has taken off and the cop is going, stop the car, stop the car, stop the car. And he's like, starts tasing the guy. And the guy's going, ah, but he's still driving the fucking car. Yeah. Cop drops the taser. Now he's got a pistol. He's going, I am going to shoot you if you do not stop this car. And he goes, bang. And the guy goes, ah!
Where'd he shoot him?
In the back somewhere. Like they're like, you know, it's like they're in a jiu-jitsu match. You know, they're spooning in a high-speed vehicle going down the road. And he puts two in the guy, and the guy immediately stops the fucking car. That's what I always find interesting.
Do you know if he died?
I never check. I don't care usually, if I'm being honest. But these guys are such pieces of shit. They'd be like, dude, put the knife down. And they'll say it 50 fucking times, spend 20 minutes doing it. But they'll shoot him once. Now we don't need to negotiate anymore at all. He's like, oh, they're in so much pain. They realize it's real now.
I thought you were kidding.
I don't understand people yelling at people who have guns. I'm so afraid of a guy with a gun. Like, don't you know that that's a gun? I saw one where this black lady approaches a vehicle. There's another black lady sitting in the vehicle, and she's talking shit. Bitch, you hoe-ass bitch. Oh, you got a gun? The lady in the car is like, yeah, I got a gun. What you gonna do with that gun? What you gonna do with that gun? She goes, bang! And shoots her in the arm. And she's like, that shot me! And she's walking away. Surprised. She's like live streaming this on Facebook, dude. She's holding the phone, recording herself, doing all this, and now she's shot. And she's like, she shot me. Damn it, she shot me. You just told her to shoot you.
I wish she replied with choose your last words. Like, what are you going to do with that gun? What are you going to do with that gun? Choose your last words. You ain't going to shoot me. Okay. That's your choice.
Yeah. When a cop says, I'm going to shoot you, they fucking mean that shit. And they usually shoot you a bunch of times, I've noticed, which is the scariest part. Mm-hmm. If I thought that either the cop's going to wing me once or I'm going to get away, that was sort of the scales we were playing with, I might risk getting winged a little. Mm-hmm. That's not what they do, though. They drop you and dump magazines into you. I was watching one today. They go, get on the ground. He gets on the ground on his belly. Then he pops back up immediately, unzips his like jacket, pulls out a gun. So slow, Woody. He pulls this gun out at the speed of molasses. And
how were his burpees? Did he look pretty good doing the burpees? Going down and up
was
again?
Clean. The burpee was clean. Like he popped up and was like zip, and they're like, "What are you?" Bang, 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 bang. and they don't stop. He's curled up in the fetal position, and this dude is still shooting him in his ass. You can see his pants like pop every time he gets shot in a butt cheek. Pop, 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 pop. Like, damn, dude, you shot him 6 times in the ass while he was curled up trying to crawl away.
The acorn video is all you need to see about American police. I think it looks like Finnster saw that one.
I love the little roll he did.
He screamed that they was hit. I'm hit. And he full mag dumped into that car. She full mag dumped into that car. And there was
just fine.
Yeah. Oh, every shot missed. Every single shot was off target.
God.
Yeah, our police are wild.
Yeah, there's the video that the second cop that's there that's like hearing like, oh shit, he's got a gun. And you just see the other cop do like 2 consecutive like tactical rolls. It's such a good clip.
He's dolphin diving out there on the asphalt, crawling around.
Yeah.
When he said he was hit. The first time I watched that, I was like, oh my God. There's a sniper with a silencer shooting cops. This is evil. Oh my God. And then I realized what was happening.
If I'm a squirrel, I try to make that happen all the time. Just tossing acorns on cars.
Like how embarrassing is that? I hope that cop. The worst part is they always get another job somewhere else, like doing cop shit. They're like, oh, now he's a sheriff's deputy in a small town. It's like, why does he have a gun? Why are we giving that guy a gun anymore at all? Like he slung so much lead across all of Tarnation. Just bullets whizzing. And if you could see the tracers, you'd see bullets whizzing past houses, over trees, into towns nearby, just zipping across like traffic.
There has to be a role that never has emergencies, like working at the DMV or something. That's where he belongs.
Behind an actual desk. Like he comes to work, takes his gun off, sits it there, and then like he's just toting a gun.
How'd you still give him a gun in this situation?
I feel like
this guy should take whatever he's crocheting, set it aside, and just start processing driver's licenses.
You ever see the other guys with Will Ferrell? They take his gun away and give him a wooden gun. He comes back and he's sanded it and made it nicer and stained it. Did you stain this? A little mahogany. But he's got a wooden fucking gun in his holsters because he can't be trusted. One. That's how Barney was. Andy Griffith's show back in the day. Barney Fife. Andy, of course, never carried a gun at all, but Barney would. But he kept the bullet in his shirt pocket. He had one bullet in his shirt pocket, and when it came time to like deal with a real bad outlaw in Mayberry, he'd have his hand would be shaking so badly when he put that one bullet in the gun. It was it was a danger to everybody. I see those cops with all that crazy tactical gear. They were responding the other day to a guy with a knife.
Tell us about first responders.
Oh my God, they were responding to a man in his own home with a knife. Sounds like a chef to me. Okay, but we sent SEAL Team fucking 6. I've played enough Tarkov to recognize the gear they've got on, and like Jesus, these guys must have max traders. They got helmets on, they got fucking lasers everywhere, like, and they're all stacked up. And the guy too, I will say, was being an asshole. He's standing there though, not doing anything, saying "fuck you" over and over. And they're shooting him with a 40 millimeter less lethal. Like, remember in that thing Arnold Schwarzenegger had Terminator 2, he'd like break it down, put another round in it, the thumper from COD as well. He's shooting him with a thumper over and over at like 15 feet away.
What is he shooting? Would you describe it as a plastic pellet, a beanbag?
Big rubber impact round of some kind. And you know, 40 millimeters, not quite the size of a tennis ball, but it's getting there. It's a big shot.
It's a grenade launcher.
And the guy's tired of getting hurt. It is. And the guy's tired of getting hurt. So he takes an end table, like a hallway, sort of longer than it is wide table, and sort of flips it up on its side as a shield. Homeboy with the MP5 just murders him at that point. like that's it. He's like, oh, you're going to deploy your shield? And just wastes him right there. He's got this MP5 SD guy over here, just lets him have it.
Do we know anything about why the police were there, what they were dealing with?
Man with knife. That's the problem.
In his home. I got a knife right now.
Yeah,
I bet Finnster has some. I forgot he's a knife guy.
Oh yeah, I got
girl?
really scared. I am a guide.
I'm doing my best. I don't know. You haven't given me clear instructions.
I know. I give everyone else a pass. As soon as you say something though, I like to act offended. There's like what's it called? Like there's been people that they'll have their homes raided because they have a knife in their home in England, and I heard about that because a law changed in 2021 about like Offensive Weapons Act or something like that you're not allowed to. And I went, oh shit, I'm gonna throw a few away.
Oh no!
I've been a lot. I know none of the really cool ones because some of the cheap ones were a bit like, I don't know, they could have a problem with that because there's a really dumb law, or at least how it's written in England, is like you can't have zombie knives, is the actual thing.
Okay,
and
I don't know that this is.
It's basically like but everyone in England was like trying to get like really big knives, like machetes and stuff, or this like serrated edge, like stuff that looks tactical or all that.
Mm-hmm.
And they banned something like that, and then everyone found a way around it by like if they're marketed as zombie killer knives, then it's something that's not like imposing harm to other people. So they got around with that, and now they had to make a law for that. I don't know. The UK's weird knife laws.
America's tough because every state has its own knife laws. It's usually done at that level, and then it just makes it really hard to know. Like there isn't this common knowledge that people can share
because they'll mail them to you regardless.
Yeah, I have had trouble before getting out the front knife mailed to me. I think it's legal to own, but not to buy, which is weird.
Yeah, that makes sense because with that, you're probably getting an expensive product from a company that doesn't want to get in trouble. But if you were to buy like brass knuckles from a magazine or something, where do you want it sent, sir? Where would you like your paperweight? Alaska, Hawaii, we don't care.
Okay.
There's lots of that. I remember my cousin always had a flapjack or whatever.
Oh, the thing. Yeah. It's like a wiggly with a weight in the. Can you show a flapjack, Zach?
It's like a leather little handheld whomper that you see cops have them in old detective like movies and stuff like that. You can just knock the fucking shit out of somebody with something you can carry around in your pocket, basically.
Maybe I ran with a weird crowd, but like having some sort of club type weapon in your car was kind of standard when I was in New Jersey.
Yeah, I grew up with an axe handle in my truck all the time.
Whoa.
Yeah, my friend carried a flapjack, which his was leather with a lead weight in it, and you could see the stitching around the side like a belt. This one looks
like
more
something
modern
you buy from Etsy.
That looks a little beyond our time as well, but the one Woody described is exactly. It was even flat. It reminded me of a belt that would double back on itself, and but in the middle, I think there was even a spring.
That looks very close to what my friend had. Yeah.
Yeah, you fuck somebody up with that. Like at close range, you just need to give them a little flick of your wrist and a little bit of arm movement, and you've stunned the guy so badly, he'll do whatever you want after that. I
acknowledge it doesn't look like much, but if you were to hit your own palm with it, you'd be like, "Oh my goodness, I'm so glad I didn't do that to my skull."
Hard. It's as solid as it gets. It's so fucking hard.
Yeah, and police batons are like that too. The old wooden ones with the handle at the side. It's hard to describe hardness sometimes. I've often said, like, when you fall on ice, it can seem harder than concrete somehow. Like, it's just really, really hard and solid. And the policeman's baton is that same thing. Like, it's harder than you think. It's wood, but I don't know what they do to it, but it's something different.
We're talking about beating people? What kind of weapons we prefer?
It is hard.
Yeah. Have you ever had a beating weapon in your car? Like, just because you thought it was a good idea?
Oh, like as a plan? No, I don't think so.
What about by the bed?
I have before, but I feel like guns are the move. Yeah, it's just
Google
better.
says ice is harder than concrete.
Oh,
wow! According to fucking Google.
Yeah, I got a finely calibrated back of head.
Yeah.
A guy gave me one of his, like, we had a plumber around who was this like war veteran. He gave me a knife, which was a whole different thing. But he said like, I told him I was into knives, and he gave me this knife. He was like, and my dad was there too, and he said like, do you want something? So I went out to his truck, and he pulled out like, it's basically like a cut off bit of hose that he'd dropped molten lead into the end of. So it'd be like this lead ball at the end of a wiggly little hose pipe thing. Yeah. And we collectively went, okay, you can't do that.
You can't do that?
No,
it's a weapon.
No. Anything you can't. If you can think of it as a weapon, you're probably not.
He had to get rid of his fancy knives.
Oh, that's absurd. They need a touch of freedom.
What if you know what I would do? Like
should,
you're a well-to-do gal. You could probably get some sort of like historical collector's license or something, right? And you could have like real rapiers and broadswords and whatever you wanted. Like, it seems like if you go that angle, that's what rich people usually do. Oh, it's a collection of antiques. That's not an arsenal of weapons. That's my collection of antiques.
There's laws for that. There's what's it called? There's a law in England that's something like if you buy a samurai sword that was made traditionally before 1957, you can do whatever you want. You can just have that.
No, those are probably the good ones anyway. I imagine. Like, you don't want some like some bullshit like made in Kentucky weeaboo.
I think you do. I genuinely like I've done no research into this, but my understanding is that the reason they folded that Japanese steel so many times, we folded 1,000 times. Wow, it must be so pure now. Yeah, it is because they started with like shitty ore. Like they were trying to get the impurities out of their shitty ore, but with like European iron ore, like it's not necessary to fold that many times. I read that anyway, but I don't want that katana anyway. That's man, you look like a loser with that katana, dude. You know it's true. Like, white man can't own katanas. You either get yourself a European sword or a Roman sword. You stick with your heritage.
I think
you don't want some
fair.
poser sword.
Yeah, get yourself a gladius. Get yourself a claymore. Something big.
Maybe a Confederate like sword, like what they have.
Yeah,
they probably had a saber, maybe, because you brought like a cavalryman's saber.
Ooh, he's got.
Or you could get Sting.
Yeah. Is that a gladius?
That's Sting. That's Sting. That is Frodo's sword.
Yeah.
And Bilbo's before him.
That's awesome. I love that you have that right there.
I know.
It glows blue when orcs are near.
Does it have anything glowy about it?
No, sadly. I got the ring in that, and it's pretty cool.
That's sick. Don't stop there. It's cool. Keep playing more Lord of the Rings shit. Get the Witch King helm.
You know, I still haven't seen Lord of the Rings. It's a lot. I don't know how many hours there is. I'm so sorry.
How many hours?
Who buys Sting and hasn't seen Lord of the Rings?
Someone sent it me. I was a big fan.
Oh, well then, like,
I owe it to him, really.
Yeah, you got to watch the movies. You'll enjoy it.
The movies are actually good.
You really need to watch the extended versions too. Do you know who owned the sword before Bilbo in the first age?
Not a clue.
Was it Glorfindel?
Galindrum?
Ah, I was close.
I think it was.
It wasn't Gollum.
Galindruman? No, Gollum never owned it. He did get stabbed with it though. He hated it.
He
flashed with it. Moreover,
got stabbed a couple times. Didn't like any of them.
It's a piece of shit. Do you feel sorry for Gollum having seen the thing, or do you see him as a tragic character?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. He was evil from the start. I felt when he killed his friend over that ring from the beginning, like he should have been more resistant to it. So there's clearly a weakness or a shittiness in him that he gave over to kill his best buddy. You know, on his birthday. It was his birthday, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Whereas like Frodo didn't kill Sam. I mean, they had that confrontation later on, but that was after the ring had totally weakened Frodo, and he'd been stung by fucking Gothmog or whatever that fucking spider's called.
Shelob.
What's the spider called? Shelob. I always fuck that one up. I think we had that in a competition.
Gothmog is the orc general on Pelennor Fields.
That goo coming
prior
out of his
to
eye.
the Battle of Minas Tirith, after he'd finished conquering Osgiliath. Idiot.
Of course. I know who Gothmog is. Damn it.
Yeah, but I didn't know who owned, off the top of my head, who owned Sting first. That's embarrassing. Damn.
Yeah, I would be very.
Well, maybe if you watch the
big cringe for me.
Maybe watch a few YouTubers.
Maybe consider reading the books, Taylor.
Next time I read it, I'm going to go through that giant, very classy tome that Kyle sent me. Kyle sent me like a gilded edge, like very ornate version of Lord of the Rings that I have decoratively set out in my living room right now. Yeah,
it's pretty. There was I think there was a Fire Day sale or something.
It's a good book, but to get you pulled in, start with the movies.
Yeah,
the movies, they do an excellent job. Like it is such a good.
Pull up a picture of Arwen. You can do an Arwen cosplay.
Ooh, it's Liv Tyler.
The character is. This could be really insulting if I don't know. It's just an orc.
Like there's only
the reason he's picking her is because there's about 2 women in the story,
and this is the prettier one. Yeah,
this is
the other one has a gap in her teeth and like a perm, so like you can't pull that off.
Yeah, this one's an elf.
I think
just more British.
Finnster looks more like this than
Whoa.
the other chick.
Oh damn!
Yeah, right.
Oh, I
the
could
little
totally do
ears?
that hair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's easy peasy. Get the
Hell
ears
yeah.
though. Important for me. I can't finish without the ears.
Yeah,
Like,
but
you could-
watch
I
the
have some-
movies first.
I had some the like little elf ears you can like hook onto the end of your ears for cosplay. They're great. I just look like a little nerd with them though, because my ears already stick out a good bit. So I look like
Oh.
you ever seen that Vine from back in the day? Like when the fucking kid in the hoodie that's like this. Just look like that kid.
That would.
I bet you can hear really well though.
Strength though.
Oh no. I've had headphones on for too many years and too loud. Hearing people yell at me and Rust calling me slurs.
Are you a left headphone only Master Race Alpha also?
I went for earphones, yeah. They're good, but only because they don't fuck up my hair.
No.
That's
Wait,
the only
earphones? Do you mean ear pods?
Headphones will like compress my hair, and it like you take them off and it looks like shit. Earphones are a bit better for that,
Okay.
but these are crappy. These are like $10 on Amazon. Nothing.
Yeah, you want
Yeah.
those in-ear monitors like Landmark has. Those bitches are $2,200.
Wait,
Ooh.
what?
Yeah, his earbuds are
They're
$22.
like, they're like a hearing aid looking thing, maybe.
No, they look almost identical to what you two have going on, but they're
That'd be all the
$2,200.
money Finster earns between 8 and 10 a.m. one day. You can't ask for that kind of
They're-
cash.
They're wireless, I assume.
I think they are. Yes. Yeah.
These were
and,
this was $7 on Amazon about 2 years ago. I bought a 5 of them at the same time. It doesn't even go in your ear. It just is a. It just
Oh,
goes like
really?
that. Yeah.
oh, well then
Yeah,
I
it
would
just
do
folds
that.
over.
I would
Yeah.
prefer to do that. I can't wear
Really?
anything that goes into my gentle virgin ear canal. I can't take it.
Yeah, these are these ones.
Every now when I fly, I take these. Like I wear something like this on the plane, and because I have forgotten them before and had to wear those the $5 ones you buy on the flight.
Earbuds is what I call them.
Oh my god, it feels like my ear hole's been raped when I pull them out. It's so painful. I'm like rubbing my ear, and it's just aching.
So you
with
have
pain.
used them, right?
Yeah.
So it was a lie when you called them virgin ear holes.
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
guess-
Sounds
like
like
they
it's
feel like-
penetrated.
They feel like virgin ear holes. You, trust me, if you try my ear hole, you will not be disappointed, Woody. You will not be able to tell the difference.
Lying about being a virgin.
You
should try
It
estrogen.
could be pretty spacious, I bet.
They really hurt. I wonder if the custom made ones that they like form to fit the inside of your ear perfectly would still hurt me. I wouldn't buy those 2200 ones, but there's like a cheaper version of what Landmark has that's
Like
several hundred.
1,500 or something. Like
Yeah,
maybe there's less than
And I think
that.
and Sony makes like $100 one too, or like a $200 one or something. I watched the whole video and like breaking down maybe the drivers in them or something like the technical specifications of what Landmark has, and he was sort of saying like you can get this other thing for like 1/10 the price that's 95% as good. I was like, yeah, okay, but I'm still worried that thing's going to rape my ear hole and I'm not going to
That-
like it.
That's my experience with audio stuff. That's somewhere around $200 to $400. You get something that's really good, and then if you go from 400 to 4,000, it's 5% better.
Yeah, that it's like that with a lot of things. I think it's like that with a lot of gun shit. My dad called me yesterday. He's got an upper, an AR-15 upper, and he's like, I don't have a lower for this, and I'm like, yeah, the popo may have taken that one away. He's like, all right, I'm gonna go buy an AR-15 lower. What do you recommend? I'm like, whatever's fucking cheapest that's still made of metal. Like, what are you gonna do with it? It's not like you're gonna go to war or shoot like tactically or any of that shit. You just want a gun that works.
What part of the
And,
gun is responsible for its reliability in an AR-15? Is that a real question? I don't know.
Well, reliability can mean a lot of things. I suppose if it were direct impingement versus piston driven, you can have some give and take, but that's more the mechanism difference in the gun. One of those is usually more reliable than the other. The parts kit and the lower, I suppose, like, but man, reliability, like, what are we even talking about? Like if we shoot it without cleaning it, when it will stop, or like if we shoot 10,000 rounds through all three of these rifles, which one's has failed the most at the end of it? I don't even know.
Yeah.
They all kind of work. I had lowers when I made machine guns. You're taking a lower and you're converting it to full auto, And you do that by dropping a little part. You drill an extra hole in it before you drop that other part in there. And all of that is very, very cheap. Like the parts, like $40. I bought it at Knob Creek off a bench. They're legal to buy, or at least they were then. So I didn't want to ruin an expensive lower. So I used these plastic lowers, polymer. Like the whole bottom of the gun is just plastic. And that meant you didn't even need to use real tools. So I took a DeWalt power drill and drilled the hole for the extra pin that goes through it. That was the machine. If you ever see me shooting an M4 in a video, like a fully automatic M16 of some kind, it's that plastic $125, $150 lower chewing through the cheapest ammo I can throw into it. And they never failed.
That's nice. I've had a couple of guns that were unreliable for their first few hundred rounds. And
yeah,
at this point, I think I'd pay a premium to know that it'd be reliable out of the gate.
One of the things I've noticed with pistols that can be true, especially tactical shorty compact pistols, those springs need to be broken in because they sort of fine tune how much spring that you need to have the slide come all the way back, but not too hard. You don't want it bottoming out and slamming back, but you also want it to come all the way back so it cycles the next round, grabs that next round, even in scenarios where maybe it's a little underpowered or you're pussy gripping the gun, not holding it quite well enough. So you need to break that spring in sometimes before it'll short cycle some. You'll get misfeeds.
I think that's exactly what happened. Smith & Wesson M&P 9 full size needed hundreds of rounds. I also had a shotgun that just didn't operate smoothly until you didn't even have to shoot it that much, but you had to rack a lot of rounds through it to get it to work smoothly.
Yeah, and just knocking the high edges off things and getting some carbon buildup on some parts. A lot of people, or I always found that there were two schools of people, and one of them didn't believe in using lubricant on AR-15s. They just felt that the carbon buildup was enough lubricant, and you could just dry lube them forever. And they would be like, "This is my AR-15. It's never had a drop of oil in it. I've shot 8,000 rounds through it so far. Like no failures or no issues or whatever." So I don't know what reliability even fucking means with guns. If you buy a piece of AR-15s are just well made. It's a good design. There are guns that are designed poorly, and it doesn't matter how well you make them, they'll fail a lot. But I never had any issues from ARs. They always just worked.
Okay. Finnster, I've been wondering. So Belle Delphine and her OnlyFans had kind of a calculated escalation of like how racy it was, which turned out to be like a really profitable path for her. Are you following in those footsteps with your gradual improved exposure?
I sped it up a little bit though, because I was bored. A thing that they don't. I spoke to. So Belle comes back on the internet every now and then, and I spoke to her like just before the reveal, and just said like, "Hey, she was just hyping me up, saying like, dude, you're gonna do so good. You're gonna get that bag. It's gonna be great."
It's adorable.
Yeah, and she was saying like, she'd always given me the advice at the start, saying like, take it slow and everything, because you do a lot better. And you'll always find with those girls that go like right to something like hardcore or something like that, they just straight up do porn eventually. They get like a year or two out of that. But I think everyone's plan on OnlyFans is to do it for like 5 years, and then you're not really,
time for the next person.
Yeah, if you can get 5 years out of it, you're doing pretty damn hot. Like, because the earning potential so much. If you start earning a lot, then you can go a bit faster, just because you don't need to be doing it as long. Like, but it's you can also do pay-per-view stuff, and I know that's what an awful lot of people do to make like an extra thing. So you'll subscribe to a page, pay like whatever fee it is, and then you'll also get like even spicier videos in there or something like that. But oh my god, I really wish there was like, on YouTube or something, you can see the top YouTubers of all time, their subscribers. You can't see that with OnlyFans, and I really want to.
They tell you where you stack rank, but you don't see who's who.
Yeah, because it only goes down to a certain number. Like so it goes to like, oh, you're in the 0.01 of every creator on here, but there's nothing past that. So like you can be like, you can earn like 150,000 a month, and you'll be in that sort of bracket, or many millions a month, and you'll still be in that same bracket. There's a lot of variation there. It's kind of like YouTube, with like the top people earn just sometimes an unfathomable amount of money, but also like there's more normal stuff on the lower end. But
is Mr. Beast still getting views like he was?
More,
He cured
Like
blindness a couple
100
months ago,
million?
so I think so.
'Cause I remember like I
Have you
I
seen
know
that
I'm not
graphic of
really
black-
his demo, but every so often I'll pop over to his channel just to take a look, and it's like every single one. It looks like it still is. Every video over 100 million, and most of them not like 102, like 150 plus.
He's
It's
doing a
insane.
game show on Amazon Prime or something, right? I think
Didn't he do like a Squid Games thing?
he did a Squid Games thing a
yeah.
while ago, but I think he's
a
doing
new
like
show?
yeah, I think he's doing one with like partnered with someone. I'll find out.
They must. So they like. What's he doing? Did they just hire him to do the game show, or is he running the game show? I wonder what's
Is
up.
he just the spokesman? I don't
I
know.
think it's soon to come out. He tried to get Netflix on with something because they just said like, oh, hey, look, these videos are getting 100 million views. That's more than anything you're getting on anything you're releasing.
Yeah.
Like, think of how hard this could go. And they say, you're a YouTuber, gross, don't like it, so they didn't hire him. They didn't give him a show.
Interesting.
It's a really bad move.
Imbeciles. Like,
Yeah.
all right. So this Mike Tyson fight they're about to do is going to do crazy business. It's going to do crazy business. They should be doing similar things with somebody like Mr. Beast. They should be like, tune in. Mr. Beast is going to be live, and he's going to be doing this, and then make up a crazy thing. Him and President Biden are going to cure leprosy together. They're going to cure leprosy tomorrow, and it's like, tune in for that. And they would.
I wanted to Adam Sandler it, right? So Adam Sandler got this huge contract where he could make like any movie he wants, and he just like hires his friends. Sometimes he makes great ones, sometimes he makes shitty ones. So I want Mr. Beast to be like, all right, I got the bag. Now watch me count to 100,000 again. Just fucking make the most low effort video ever.
Adam Sandler's movies are pretty good, I think. The newest, he did that animated one that's got like really good ratings. Everybody was like, this is a classic animation film you've just made. This is going up on the wall. And then this new thing he made is a space movie.
I saw it.
What did you think?
It's a space movie that's not really about space. What it's about is a guy who likes being an astronaut, but he has a family. He has a wife, and I think he has a kid too. And his family is falling apart due to the excessive amount of time he spends away from home. And it's about he and his wife sort of reconciling how this is, and he reprioritizes what's important to himself and things like that. It is it's kind of sad. Like,
I could tell it was going to be a tearjerker. The spider element is that's in his mind clearly, but maybe they leave that up for interpretation, or maybe that's
it's not clear if that spider is real. So there's a spider that is a very kind spider, speaks perfect English, and has some superpowers. And I think the spider helps out Adam Sandler at one point, and vice versa. And
it's huge. It's the size of like a dog.
Yeah, it might be bigger than Adam Sandler. I'm not, but it's big, and it's not a space movie in such that like there's nobody shooting each other or whatever. Like,
it's the setting, but it's not the focus.
This movie could have been about a sailor, and but I liked it. Jackie didn't like it. Take that for what you will.
Okay, I've been thinking about watching it, and I had just seen like maybe 10 seconds of like the teasers. Teasers are such that I got everything you just said from 10 seconds of that teaser. It's like, whoa, slow down. If you watch a full 60-second trailer for a movie, you get to see the part at the end where the hero hugs his wife.
Yeah.
He's like, "Yep, got them all, baby." And they're like sailing off into the sunset.
I kind of liked the basketball one. So I don't know if you know about that, but he's a basketball talent scout. By the way, Adam Sandler in real life, fan of the game, and I don't want to say he's a good he's a person who plays, right? Like if you saw him shoot, you'd be like, oh.
But he's got plenty of time to practice too.
So anyway, he's into basketball, and he has a bunch of like actual basketball stars and players and shit. I think his job is to find talent that other people aren't finding, right? So it's not NCAA, it's like Europe and stuff. And also, he's not highly valued by his own organization. He needs a win. So to see him like get kind of ostracized, believe in this talent and pull him through, I liked it. It was a good show. So okay. Adam Sandler's making good shit, but he makes some bad stuff too.
We here, Finnster, have been watching a little television show called Shogun. Are you familiar with Shogun?
Is that the animated one?
No, unfortunately, it is not. It is it's on Hulu, and it's who knows how you get it over there.
There is, right? An animated Shogun?
I'm sure there is. It would make sense. This is kind of a generic Japanese word. I think that the movie or the miniseries we're watching is really good. It's 1600s Japan.
Oh, I've seen the poster for this.
Yeah,
That's really
it's very, very good. It's very good. I love the most recent episode of it. They had this awkward, like, love triangle thing going, like, and I feel like the boss is kind of playing with it. He's like, why don't you go with him to the whorehouse and translate for him? That was so awkward. He has.
I still haven't seen episode 5.
Oh, well, why didn't you say that when I started talking?
That's all right. It's okay. I'll still watch it.
Well,
Yeah, 6 is up.
Anyway,
It's on
highly
Disney Plus.
recommend.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is it?
I'm seeing it on Hulu.
Yeah, I bet you get different stuff in different places over there, though.
Yeah. VPNs are you can just use whatever, can't you?
Oh,
The
that
only
makes
thing-
sense. Over
can't
here,
get
we've got a
Hulu.
whole controversy with our pornography. Are you aware of this? That certain states don't get pornography anymore?
Wait, at all?
Well, certain sites. I think what it is that Pornhub and their subsidiaries or like ownership, which makes up a lot of the porn globally, are not doing or have made their sites unavailable to certain states. They have these ID laws in those states, and basically the idea was to make sure kids aren't accessing porn. So you go to Pornhub, and it's like, "Who are you?" And you're like, "I don't want to say. I'm here to jerk off." Well, we need to know your full name and your address and like show ID. Show me your ID. And you're like, "Well, I would flash a person my ID, but I'm not gonna send you a copy of it to Pornhub."
If like the world out there knew how much I was into stepsisters, then that would be a problem, right? So I keep that tight.
I only watch
no
scissoring porn.
I watch it anonymously.
Totally anonymously. Woody even wears a mask in his own house.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I'm not usually like hyper about anonymity and privacy is the word I was searching for. But like for porn, dude, even a guy who's kind of cavalier about privacy doesn't want to share like all that.
Yeah, I mostly just feel like it's if I'm going to a porn site, I don't want to sign in. We need to get this taken care of right now. Like this is like pulling a fire alarm and them asking for ID. It's like,
I'd
bro,
even sign in
I
if
got
there
shit
was some
to do here.
benefit. You got to memorize my preferences because I really like
used to
that
have an
brunette
account.
stepsister.
Someone gave us here like an account years back, a Pornhub premium account, so you get all the 4K porn, which at the time was much rarer to be just streaming for free.
Mhm.
But I don't have any of those credentials anymore. I don't really keep up with passwords.
I don't know if I ever had it, but yeah. So they want like the way that you'd implement to satisfy this law is to sort of give them your driver's license to prove that you're old enough to watch porn, but that's a lot of privacy invasion. So the sites, rather than implement a mechanism like that, just said your state is off limits.
Mhm.
But it's a bunch of states, and not just like little lame ones. Like Texas is one, North Carolina is one. Some of our more populated states.
I wonder if OnlyFans is. No, OnlyFans wouldn't matter because you're making
you
an
are
account
signing
anyway.
in.
You gotta do
paying.
ID.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that makes sense. Well, that's good.
Yeah. I mean, wait. They just need to advertise their own VPN. Oh, you can't watch it in this state. But if you download our patented Pornhub VPN.
Porn VPN.
Yeah.
Or maybe the OnlyFans people really see a resurgence in those states. A big boost.
I wonder if it's gone
They have
down.
to sign in.
Like, I wonder if like Pornhub traffic has generally gone down or it didn't change at all.
For sure,
I
the
would
traffic went
assume,
down.
yeah.
Really?
Like you,
But you just go to another site. You just go to
Texas
one of the ones.
is
Yeah.
that America's third most populated state? Does that sound right? California, New York, Texas.
Might be second.
Okay.
It's up there. Second or third.
Yeah.
Because
What do you
Houston
think?
is the third
Guess the
biggest city.
population of Texas.
Ooh.
Do you have a guess?
I'm still thinking, but it's around 32 million is kind of my number.
Oh, okay. I had 29 million in my head. So just
I was
So
thinking
not
around
influenced by
30,
you.
but I don't know. Let's.
Okay.
I'll go. Okay, so countries
Jamie,
like what?
can you look that up?
360 million people in the country or so, right?
wait,
So
330 million in the country.
There's about 330 million. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, then I'll say 33 million. Like I'll say 10% of America's
Okay.
Texas.
I was
I
thinking
thought-
31, but I said 32, so I'm gonna stick with 32.
I thought 80. No, I'm embarrassed.
80.
It's
That'd be
it's
a
like
ton.
30 point, basically
31.
31
holy
million,
fuck!
yeah.
I was only off. Oh,
Man,
Did I
you
say
got to gamble
29?
right just now. You're hot.
let's keep this going. Let's keep. I need more of this.
All right, don't worry. We got 49 more states. Let's.
What do you think the
52
population of England is? Just England, with none of the rest of the United Kingdom.
I bet it's less than I think.
I'm
I
gonna
think we
say
should all guess before Finn.
17.5 million.
I'm going to go 15 million.
What? I'm going to go 23 million.
Just England. Because the UK is
that
probably like
country doesn't make sense.
35 or something. I don't know. I remember France and Germany's like 80.
Finster,
And
what
it's
you
way, way more people.
My theory is like I think there's 60 million in like
Total.
the UK. Yeah, but the UK counts like only a part of Ireland, Wales and Scotland, and no one lives there unless they like have to. So I assume I'm going to say like 40, 45.
What is it, Jack? 56.5 million. That's a lot more than I
Not
thought.
even close. Delete the last 2 minutes, Zach. Making us
All
appear
right, last
foolish.
one. Canada.
Ooh.
Oh, fucking 11. Not million. 11.
41 million.
No, I'm going to go 24 million.
I'm going to go 30.
What? You were at 11. You influenced me down.
My 41 influenced him.
Man, yeah.
Canada,
No, I bet
Canada's
it's
massive.
like 20 something million.
Yeah,
but
but all the
nobody lives
population's
there.
just the stripe above America.
Oh shit.
Like Toronto is like almost as big as New York City, I think, and that's like what, a third of their population. Okay, I'll say like 25 million.
Okay, none of you went high. I'm just going to say 50. Like Price is right.
It's definitely not
Canada?
50.
May as well be
Show
close.
us Canada. 40 million.
41-ish.
Damn.
I read
All
it
right.
today.
You read it today? All right. All right. Well, then asterisk.
I'm okay with that asterisk. That's
For cheatery. Yeah, there's those countries you assume have a lot more, and the ones where you're shocked, where it's like the Philippines are like the 4th biggest country in the world by population, shit like that.
yeah. Oh, I wanted to ask you this, Woody, because you're the only person I know who's somewhat plugged into like some kooky right-wing people, because your Facebook groups that you do like paramotoring stuff, I know you're adjacent to maybe some far right-wing kooks. You did have that bet for the election, which is one of the funniest things of all time. Woody, very quickly, Woody, after the election, post last presidential election, Woody placed a bet with a man that the president was not
400.
the president. Like Joe Biden's in the White House doing presidential shit and has been for like 100 days or something probably by this point. And Woody's like, I bet Joe Biden's the president. And the guy's like, bet 400. and I'm like, I couldn't believe Woody wasn't like, Kyle, you want in on this action?
I think I got all of it.
You got all of it for
He
sure.
just wanted to be financially dominated by someone and had to come up with a way.
He's a pay pig.
He's a pay
Oh,
pig. That makes sense.
shit.
Yes, I should have oinked at him or something.
Favorite people.
Did guys ever pay you to call them pay pigs and like make them oink and stuff?
Dude, hot take. They are a lot of work, dude. There's been a few. I've had a couple like whales or something. They'll pop in and send like $400 to send like one message. It's like, hi, I think you're cute. And I go, okay, cool. We've got that type of money. And then they sort of explain what they're into, and I go, I gotta be DMing you every day, man. Like,
Well, wait.
They're gonna-
Does he always pay 400 when he DMs you, or that's just to open the door?
no, it was a one-time thing to get your attention. I think like the thing is with PayPix, part of the kink is like running out of money, like being so dominated, like this one person controls your entire thing. And so a lot of if you're a multi-millionaire, you're not into that really.
Yeah, you'd never
Like-
get there if your kink was running out of money.
Oh, so it's
Exactly.
not like super rich people who do this.
Not usually.
Okay.
Because you
That's
want to feel like
sadder.
a sense of loss.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Oh.
you would make that would make sense though. Like if it, because it seems like it's like really successful, or the stereotype is there's like rich, successful, like Wall Street millionaire likes to be dominated by like a little Asian lady. So because they're not getting that anywhere else in life, they're always so alpha and control. They need like a break from that. So it would make sense that like millionaire guy who's got like, yeah, buy this, buy that, yeah, 10 million there, 5 million here would be like, yes, take my purse away, mommy. Dommy mommy.
That's
Oh my goodness.
oh man. I just assumed they were like Arab princes who would just throw $1 million around like it's nothing. Imagining like a union plumber doing that makes me sad.
If you've seen like the videos, right? I like there are funny kinks objectively. That's that's one that's I think more common than people think. There's been a few like girls that I've seen that like have that as their whole thing and they're super into it, and it's honestly the women that do it
too.
Yeah,
they're usually smoking a cigarette. Like, yeah, you got my money, pay pig,
dude. The women that do it are weirder than the guys that like it. I swear.
Are they even into the kink, or are they just like, there's a lot of money? My kink is making money.
I don't want to say who, but like there's a girl that has a bot for it. So she has a side account. She's very, very popular, but she has a side account and it's ran by like other people. I thought it was genius. It's such a grift.
Oh
but
my
like,
God. Is she a redhead?
I don't know who you're.
Damn, of course.
There might be a few people that do it. There's like this one person I'm thinking of. I think they do cosplay, so I don't know what the hair color is. But yeah, they have like their main account, which is normal porn or whatever, OnlyFans stuff, and then one that's most definitely ran by a management team because they reached out to me and said, "Hey, do you want to contact in our management team to like respond to people so you don't have to?" And I wouldn't know, but then saw her account and I was like, she must be raking it in. If you're hiring people for like nearly nothing to just milk some pay pigs. Here's
the third party company that I would have. Mm-hmm. I would go to you and I would say, we have this AI tech where we're going to come in and 3D scan you, and you will give approval, but it will make the videos for people's private videos. And so in this way, we can fulfill dozens of it'll basically be you, but we're gonna put your face on there and make it look right. And here's you in Star Wars costume. Here's you in Bugs Bunny, like all the kinks that all these different people wanted, but you only had to make one video.
It'd be good if that existed, but AI videos are still dog shit. You can really tell AI.
They're going to regulate the AI real quick because people keep making rich and famous and influential people suck dick on camera. And
where are these terrible sites I need to avoid?
And when you do that, the wheels. You notice the wheels of legislatures all of a sudden get greased the fuck up when somebody makes like the president suck a dick or like some famous pretty lady suck a dick or something, like Taylor Swift blow some fans in a football stadium.
Yeah, that was a big one. That very clearly fake though. The tech isn't there yet.
The deep fake stuff is the stuff that gets that. It's less so AI. It's always like I got deep faked into porn once. There was and it was weirdly by someone it was onto someone I know. So like they tweeted out saying like, I didn't think I'd have to say this, but please don't put Finnster's face on my porn. It's uncomfortable. Just getting shared around like, is this real? And anyone that had like a couple brain cells like, no.
So did they put your face on someone with a vagina?
No.
Damn. I can't remember what we were talking about.
I was like, yeah, I've been looking for that one, and I don't know what you're talking.
I've been digging deep, and the tech. You're right, the tech is not there. But soon
You've said it now.
That's one of those things where Star Trek is always like picking things from the future that are going to happen. So in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, on the space station, Quark, the Ferengi, runs hollow suites, and you can go for a price, pay him, and you can go have do whatever you want. Now, it's usually shown off to be like where you go kayaking or climb a mountain, stuff like that. But it's a jizz factory. It's a jizz factory.
You would just go kayaking.
And this one client comes to Quark and he's like, I want a very special video. And I'm like, God damn, are we doing CP on Star Trek? And he's like, Major Kira, I want her. And she's like the head of like Bajoran local military officer, like Miss. She's really cute, but like she
very button up and professional.
Yeah. So Quark has a hollow scanner that he's sneaking around, like taking scans of her to put her in this guy's porno. And that was like 1994 or something when they had that idea of like being able to just scan someone and then make them into a porno and do whatever you want them to do. They pull a switcheroo at the end and they put Quark's disgusting head on the sexy body, and so the guy gets furious. It's great.
Maybe I'll watch Star Trek. Maybe I'll start the entire epic of Star Trek to see that episode.
Really? I would watch it. I would watch it with you and create a YouTube channel where we do nothing but watch Star Trek together and upload our audio so people could simulcast episodes of Star Trek with us. And I don't care if it gets 300 views.
I did. Do you remember the idea I had that we do a podcast about movies and we do a weekly movie and I never watch? Like I was Terminator. I'm like, I didn't get around to it, brother. Like, and I just undercut every bit of the plot. You're like, no, and then this part, and I'm like, yeah, it sounds fucking gay, dude.
It's a book club where you don't read the fucking books, and I just get sad and mad.
I want to see that.
That'd be funny.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Well, once again, Taylor didn't watch the movie, so let me tell you guys about To Kill a Mockingbird. So this guy hasn't finished. Pretty sick dude. Got this guy Boo Radley, and
Boo Radley seems like a troublemaker.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Yeah, that could be funny.
Did you say you had something, Woody?
I did. I found this topic during the week, and I didn't even know Finnster would be the guest. But here we are. In this scenario, you are a guy, and you're going to serve a prison term. But they give you a choice, guy. You can serve 2 years in the male prison or 5 years in the female prison. What do you pick?
It's got to be 5 years in the female prison, surely, right?
No. Fuck no.
Really?
Fuck no. I've been to male prison. It sucks, but it's not as bad as 3 extra years locked down somewhere with a bunch of dykes. There's going to be one of them I can't take.
Yeah.
There's going to be one big bitch, and she's going to have a shank and like 3 big old girlfriends, and I'm not going to be able to do shit.
You know the hypothetical. You know your hypothetical you pitched with Taylor earlier of like everyone in society is this big hulking man, and you're the least masculine.
Mm-hmm.
That is what male prison would be like for me. It's like you know how insane it is. When I got on HRT thinking like, oh, cool, I'm still like, there's some things I'm not as strong with or what, maybe it's just dexterity, something changed. Like, and then like a guy friend of mine moved me and I went, oh, fuck. Like, this is okay. I'm fragile now. I'd be terrified. I don't think I'd make it.
It's funny. I think I might choose guy prison for the same reason you might choose girl prison. And it's that being the center of attention like that is a problem in prison. Even if you are bigger and stronger than most, right, as I would be in a female prison, fuck, it's not like it's going to be some nonstop orgy with hotties or something. I don't know. Am I going to be some important cog in someone else's machine where I'm the muscle for this female gang? I don't know. I just feel like it'd be easier to keep my head down for 2 years than to be the center of attention for 5.
I think female prison would be scarier for Finnster because I think all of a sudden, like there'd be the prettiest girl in there would be mad and she'd like fuck Finnster's face up or something. She'd do that thing where you microwave grape jelly till it's like lava and then you just throw it in their fucking face. And she's like, not so pretty now, are you, bitch?
Oh yeah, that thing we all know about.
Do that shit to you. I think, but if you went to a man prison, I think somebody look out for you. You know what I mean? Like somebody scoop you up.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah, I'd approach the biggest, toughest dude in the prison and let him rail me.
You're gonna be somebody's arm candy.
I don't think you'd do the approaching. I think
they come let you know.
Gladiatorial arena.
You've served time. How easy is it to get that arrangement, Kyle?
Oh man, you've got to apply. There's an application process. Kind of like at the deli where you take a number. There's an internship at first.
Did you observe that arrangement in minimum security?
I was told of arrangements like that. What they said that there was a like trans person there months back, and they immediately had a boyfriend. It was like, yeah, they was fucking everywhere, man. They was fucking in the bathrooms, fucking jerking it out in the fields. They like sort of told that story, and then I think in the cell next to me, on either side, there's different people, but on one of the sides was a gay guy, very effeminately gay guy who was in for cocaine, probably distribution because he had a fucking ounce when they caught him, and he was like super gay. But it didn't seem like he had a boyfriend or anything going on. So I don't know. I didn't see anything happening. Someone had suggested to me that maybe Snow was grooming me to be for her position like that, and that's possible. But no, I didn't see anything like that. It was just that one guy was like, "Yo, somebody wants to get with you." When I was just like,
Oh, right.
that was the worst thing ever. That was so awful.
That was the worst
Man, even
thing ever.
thinking back to that, like that really was like it was either that day or the day before where I had just started feeling comfortable in that place. I was like, man, I got it down. I got my because I got sweatpants and like sweatshirts and stuff, like comfortable cotton, soft stuff to wear. Because everything else is abrasive and rough and itchy, like you're wearing a burlap sack. Suddenly, I got my book from that Chiz sent me, the one I wanted to read. I got my Diet Pepsi on ice, got my sweats on, chilling in bed. 60 days, no big deal. And then it's like, yo, somebody wants to get with you. And that ruined it.
They're
That
just
ruined
laying
it.
in bed, staring at the ceiling, covers up, eyes open all night. Like,
You
oh
mean
my
like join my book club?
God. No,
They like hair. Are they a pothead too?
no, they in here for like real shit, dude. Like, they in here for molesting a guy who kind of looks like you.
I just see an opportunity there. They want to get with you. Which one is it? Is he cute? Are they tough? Can they defend me?
Yeah, what
That's
can they
me.
pay me?
I don't think you would go down that road. That's a that's not going to end well.
Well, that's what you've posed the question of male or female prison, and now I feel like you've turned my opinion around of like, yeah, it might be safer if I can like make some connections. That might be
Depends what
quite
kind
good.
of prison it is too. There's like so many different. Like we watched that show 60 Days In. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's jail. It's a jail, and the difference is that prison is meant for long-term stays, a few years at a time, and jail is usually meant for these short-term stays, maybe weeks or a couple months or something like that. And jail is horrific because it's made for that short. It's not made for long-term comfort. It's a scary fucking place.
People
And-
haven't hit that like comfortable long-term stride yet. They're still chaotic. They just got there. You've
The
got
facilities
super
aren't there.
dangerous people with, really kind of mild people. That mix is bad.
Yep.
Right?
Mm.
Yeah, you can be in there
skill-based
for-
matchmaking in jail.
They kind of do. They'll separate people out. There was different pods. I was in jail for 2 or 3 days. I can't remember which. I slept the whole time, so I really don't remember well. But
Did they give you
There was-
credit for those days? Like
Fuck
time
no.
served?
That would have been-
TV, they always do.
yeah, but actually they do, man. I probably should have argued that in court. I probably could have made up a number too. They don't check. It's like it's just like it's like a fake diploma. Like I don't think they're gonna check, dude. Like I was talking. Maybe it was. I don't want to call out who it was, but our poker player friend maybe. I was like, man, just use a fake diploma. Nobody's gonna check. Do you remember his scam?
No,
All right,
I do
no
not.
no names, but let's just say I know someone whose dad has a degree, and they have the same name as their dad, the exact same name as their dad.
And did they both graduate college in 1964?
You're
Yeah.
goddamn right they did.
That's a 78, huh? You look great. Like, you really take care of yourself.
It's fucking wild. I can't remember
Yeah.
what I was gonna say earlier before I.
Was it about prison and the male-female thing? Was it about
Nah, it's-
snow grooming?
It's gone now. Yeah, I don't know. The idea of doing the extra time. I thought you were going to ask the question: would you rather do like 1 year in solitary or 3 years in Gen Pop? And I would take the solitary. Like I would take it on an even shorter ratio. I often thought as a kid, maybe you think about going to prison or you watch a scary prison movie and you imagine what it would be like. And sometimes they'll get sent to solitary and it's like, oh no, they put him in solitary. He's going to lose it in there. And I always thought, no, that's where I want to go. I'm not here to socialize. I get that like you need some socializing, but like, I think I'll trade safety and the lack of terror, or at least the lack of potential terror for boredom and solidarity. And
Are there books in
loneliness.
solitary?
You would think that I know in the shoe there is, and that's the punishment wing. That's when they put you in solitary for punishment, where they don't even let you flush your own toilet, and they'll deliver you books in there. So I got to imagine solitary gets.
How does the toilet get flushed?
You ask the man to flush it, and he pushes a button on the outside of the cell. Once he makes sure you're not flushing anything you shouldn't flush.
Oh, that's
If
a terrible job. For
maybe
him.
he doesn't flush it. Maybe you've been annoying. Sitting there with that shit.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you have books, man, solitary would suck. But if it's 1 versus 3 years, and I know while I'm in solitary that I'm avoiding 2 years of prison by getting through it, and I have like books, like that would be enough to drive. Where it's like it's not just a year in solitary. It's like I'm saving 2 years of my life by doing this.
I would mark 3 marks every day to like hammer that home. Like I would be going to whatever 1,074 or whatever 3 years is, but I would be making 3 marks a day just to hammer home that we're paying for this. This is worth it.
Possible to adjust your sleep schedule to get it up to like 12 hours? Like I feel like I want to train.
I'm there.
I mean, if there's nothing to do in there, like you're gonna naturally, I think, just start sleeping like 12 hours a day, right?
You'll nap and then you'll be up till 2, and your schedule gets fucked up, and it's
What's schedule?
problematic.
You just got to be in a place.
The meals are coming at
Can
the
you
same
even see
time.
sunlight?
It'll vary. Sometimes you won't. It depends what kind of solitary you're in. Yeah, I guess we didn't really define it too well. But your meals are coming at the same time every day. The annoying thing to me was the lights fucking turned on a timer. So you'd be dead asleep and those fucking fluorescent lights were just in your eye. Oh my God. Last week we were talking about the Russian terrorists, and I felt bad seeing they'd been tortured. And we talked about how there's no death penalty in Russia. I saw what a Russian prison looks like today. I watched some YouTube video. It was awful. They're not allowed to sit or stand during or lay down during the day. They have to be up moving around. When they move them from cell to cell, they handcuff them and lurch them all the way over blindfolded, so they never see anything in the prison beside their 5x5 cell. They're always blindfolded when they leave their cell to be moved anywhere. That everyone is essentially on suicide watch because so many of them are trying to kill themselves.
Other countries have so many fewer inmates. How do they manage that? Are they not prosecuting? Do they have that much less crime? Are they not catching?
I would think they have less crime overall, right? I don't know.
Interesting to see
Shorter
exactly what
sentences?
percentage less crime.
Yeah, like you gonna tell me that nobody's shoplifting in Russia? These are poor people. There must be a lot of shoplifting in Russia.
Maybe it's difference between like drug convictions or violent crime, like what sends you to jail or what sends you to prison versus what just gives you a fine or something, or like home order.
That makes sense too. Yeah, just the sentences much shorter, or they give more warnings. I don't know.
Isn't there something in a
I don't. I don't know what I'm supposed to do in this scenario. Fuck. Once again, everyone knows the joke but me.
Wow.
Oh man, you got another topic? I got a weird one for you.
So how's showing your penis online?
I got a weird one for you.
Yeah.
I got doxxed recently by a newspaper.
Really?
It was like, you know the Times? I just published my whole name, my full name, which wasn't available outside like a government directory.
Oh, that's shitty.
Oh,
I didn't realize they couldn't do that.
So what?
That's the thing.
Did you have recourse on it? Like, hey,
No.
you doxed? Oh, there's nothing.
I'm not going up against the Times for like fucking. I'm not going up against their lawyers. But
What's the Times? Like, to me, that's the New York Times. Is there another Times?
I think it's like a group. Like, I think the New York Times is a subsidiary or something like that.
Like a big media conglomerate? Just something.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, no,
the
like
Times UK.
Yeah, nothing ever happened for it. So my name was found on like government database before, like on like Kiwi Farms or 4chan or something like that, and they never managed to do anything with it. And then so when the Times article got put out, I just like retweeted it and said like LMFAO, these dudes.
They just tweeted it out.
I wonder who would publish things like this. I wonder what their names are. I wonder what the names and the children's names of the publishers of things like this are.
I wonder if they have names and addresses.
Where did they know? Where do their children live, Taylor? Where are their children?
Probably with them. It's a good bet. Probably in the same house.
That sucks. How long ago was that?
It was like 2 weeks ago.
Has anything happened as a result of it? Or
No. It's really like it really wasn't a big deal, so I didn't bother making like a big show of it or anything like that. It's just funny. I didn't realize that like that's a thing that can happen.
Damn. Yeah, I think in the US they can't do that.
Yeah.
Like you would have recourse, right?
I mean, why? Just look. I get why someone would want to keep their name private, but I also don't know how you can tell someone that you're not allowed to say someone's name as well.
Yeah,
That's true.
I mean, if they were telling lies, you know, if they were like,
oh yeah,
you know, if it's that's libel. But
in all fairness, the article that it was in was really funny because do you remember a while ago? We must have talked about it on the podcast. There was this dude. I had this really big donator that would donate like hundreds of thousands or something like that on like a Twitch stream, and don't worry. And they wrote the article about like 3 different things. One of them was the article title was "Puberty Blocker Clinic Accepted 20K Donation from Sugar Daddy." And there's 3 different things. I'm not even really involved. It's just they go on for like a couple paragraphs saying like all the shit that I do on stream. And there's something about hearing what you do like read out like that. And someone that like someone doesn't like you. They're putting it in the worst words possible.
It can sound bad.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, people tweet me accurately quoting me, and I'm like, whoa.
Like, oh man, this is reprehensible. Like,
it's terrible in text form, doesn't it?
Whoever said this should be banned from every. Oh, it was me. Then it was really a joke.
Lighthearted banter.
Yes.
This American sugar daddy is paying this British male YouTuber to be his submissive girl or something like that. It was like really written quite bad.
Like, maybe that guy.
69.
Maybe that guy wanted the article out there. Maybe that was part of his kink, being referred to as a sugar daddy in a national publication.
Yeah, man. Like
for a second, I thought you were the sugar daddy, and I'm like, this is deeper than I thought. I don't know what.
That would have been cool
in your world.
But I don't think I've ever been referred to as anything daddy. So there's.
This is hilarious when read out loud. Can I read it, or would you rather me not?
Oh, you can go for it.
Right.
That is all true. It's just really bad.
The donor, who goes by the pseudonym Temusis, gave Finnster, a YouTuber from Birmingham, with over 500,000 subscribers, thousands of pounds to undergo laser hair removal, wear an outfit with the word "Daddy's Princess" written on it, and sit on a child's chair while he disobeyed his commands. I especially like the chair disobeying commands thing.
What you're missing is like a lot of it is a bit, but that only goes so far, really. It's like
it wasn't a bit to him.
Yeah. Oh no, it sounds bad, but I was smiling when I did that.
Frankly, it's a joke.
It's a joke. You're gay now.
Oh, it's my favorite thing to do. That's my favorite thing to do with my girlfriend. I was like, give her a little kiss and go, "Huh, gay." Why'd you have to put
Daddy's
it on screen
princess.
though?
Yeah, put it back on screen.
10 muses.
It's a good screenshot from the article. I'll give him
damn. Oh, that's from the article.
Yeah, heavy hit of journalism about what this guy. Oh, this is from the article.
That's a good look. That's a good look.
Oh yeah.
And so
And
this
there
guy,
he is. He's literally donating right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be still my heart. Oh god.
Is he still around?
No, he went on a little event. I think so. He was this like really wealthy, this American guy, and so he just ended up. He messaged me one day. I was like, okay, I'm bored. I'm gonna go. He bought like a boat. He just started sailing around the world, and I went like, oh, okay, cool, have fun. And
He made some poor investments, Taylor. He can't.
Yeah. No, now he lives on a boat and drifts just about.
Have you ever had chargeback issues, Finnster?
Oh, not really. There's been like not ever with Twitch. There's been some like sponsors that have been weird that have like put me into actual debt before. So I had like debt collectors come after me for a bit.
Really?
Yeah, when I was like starting out on YouTube and I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Basically, someone just wasn't happy with like how the video turned out, but they'd already paid me. And like about a month later, they just charged it back after I'd like paid for things. So that I just like was like, I don't know, like $1,000 or so out. And I was just like, this was when I was like still like under 18. So I was like, Mom, Dad, I fucked up on the internet. I thought it was going well, but I don't know what I need
I need money.
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks.
You put some trousers on, maybe we can talk.
I had
your
sponsors
trousers off, put on a skirt. Get that money back, buddy.
I had a sponsor get upset with me once, and I'd still look back at that angry at the way that here's the deal. They were like, Woody, I forget the numbers, but I'll just make them up. We'll give you maybe $1,000 if you just do this ad, and $2,000 if you do it and like get this, and that right. And those extra things were a little confusing in the contract. So verbally we went over them and I'm like, what does this part mean? What exactly do I have to do? And I like took notes and whatever. First time it comes out, they claim I didn't do the extra things, so they just pay me half. And I'm like, okay, let's remove all confusion over here so that the next time I check all your boxes correctly. And they find something to fuss about. Like I checked every box, I promise you. We've gone over this 2 or 3 times now, but they still don't like a thing. So I'm like, all right, next time they can't find anything imperfect. Now they really have to pay up the full amount. And they're like, Woody, why are you being like this? I thought we were friends. And I'm like, oh, you fuck. We're the opposite of friends. We're becoming enemies. All you want to do is pay me half. Like, even though I'm getting this right. And I never did get all the money. Maybe the last time I did, but yeah, fucked over.
Yeah, it can be hard to deal with people. And some people are setting out to be scam. You know, just to scam you anyway.
Oh, to scam from the start. That's my impression of these guys.
Yeah, it sounded like, you know, they never wanted to pay $2,000.
Yes. Yeah.
The sponsors that have like the, oh, if your video gets this amount of views, we'll pay you even more. Those ones are always a bit scuffed too. Because like they've done the maths. They know you're not going to hit that number or something like that unless the video just goes viral. So those ones are, you take that deal because of the kickback you might get. But nah, they're always a bit shitty. I don't like companies that do that. You need to get into just the fucking kick gambling bullshit that's going on now.
None of us are really gamblers.
No one that takes the millions of dollars are either before just start because there's so much money attached
I'll
to it.
pretend to be a gambler.
Yeah.
I need to learn how the lines work. Like first, like, all right, minus 100. That means they're favored to win by 100 gambling increment points. And
oh my God, I've had this explained to me so many times. Like,
it's hard because I also have no interest in it, and so I'm like, and it's just fluttering out my.
It's like, okay, if you bet 100 and they're minus 30, you have to bet like 130 to get 100 back, I think. So if they're minus 100, you have to bet 200 and then you'll get 300, like your 200 back plus another 100. If they're minus 100, maybe, I don't know.
On the website, it just makes all the math for you.
It does.
I would just pick the team I like.
You just bet 100 and it says, oh, you'll get back this much. And I use that if I'm going to gamble online. But I really can't because it's not fucking legal here, which is so stupid. Man, Georgia's lame. Like, do you have online gambling, Taylor? I bet you got riverboats and shit. God knows what sort of depravity you can do there.
I've never tried to get into gambling, so maybe we do, maybe we don't. I don't know.
Do they have prostitution there of any kind? Like any wink, wink, nod?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if you go to the east side, you can find anything, but then you also have to be on the east side.
I think it's legal in England. You can be a prostitute. You can have prostitutes and stuff. You just can't have a brothel, I think is the law.
Yeah.
Huh. Really? But like
know that.
independent contracting as a prostitute is legal?
Yeah, I think it's fine. You can accept money for sex. I think that's the thing, is you can accept money for sex, but you can't have it as like your job or something. Like you can't be
advertised.
Yeah. You can't be in like the local paper where it's like, $5 off bread, next page, deal on blowjobs. We've got an Arbor Day special.
Get your wood right here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I always assumed like the U.S. it was illegal most places.
No,
I always had
totally
in my head Australia had it.
You just add the cameraman and say it's porno.
Is that a real thing, or is that like a Hollywood meme where it's like, oh, we're filming it, so it's pornography, and we plan to distribute it, so this is not prostitution?
I don't know how,
doesn't it?
I don't know how
Sounds
real
real.
prostitutes get caught anyway. You have to be on the street selling pussy to get caught in some sort of sting. And I don't think anybody even does that. Everybody's
Wait a minute. That doesn't seem true, right? You just put your ad on the internet, a cop answers it, and then...
Do they do that?
Oh, I just made it up. I don't know if they do it.
I don't know if they do that. I think they do it the opposite way. I think cops will post ads and then catch the guys. But I don't know if that cops ever like hunt down, like, yeah, I do want a titty fuck. Come over here, and then like catch the girl and arrest her.
They
I don't
shut
know,
down
maybe-
massage parlors because it's in the news all the time.
Yeah, that must be that's weird that they target those. I remember when Bob Kraft, is that his name? The owner of the Patriots got caught in one of those.
Oh yeah.
Is that what he got
Ooh.
caught in? Was it a massage
Yeah,
parlor?
I think it was
on
a rub and tug
video.
place.
On video getting a rub and tug, and they where'd that video go? They got rid of that real quick. Like fucking Kaiser Soze, it was gone. All right. Somehow
What
the
kind
guy
of
who
place-
owns the Patriots made it happen.
I just imagine the rub and tug comes to you when you're, what's his name?
Dude.
Robert Kraft?
That's exactly what everybody was making fun of him on every like morning show and every like sports show that isn't owned by ESPN. Everybody was like, "What are you doing, Rob? What are you doing? You down there at the Chong Wong jerking and jerk? What are you doing?" Like he's worth billions of dollars, and he's literally getting like a $40 hand job somewhere in like a skeezy joint. Like how did that happen? How does he not?
Yeah, he probably
not have
likes
that-
the thrill. He's knowing he's doing something.
He should
something
have
wrong
that-
and illegal.
He should have that sneaky business card that like from LA Confidential that says fleur de lis, whatever you desire, and you just call that number and get like a whatever you want, get a hot lady to come to your place. The fact that he's a billionaire and he's at an illegal jerk off joint.
He's a
was
man of
so
the people.
embarrassing. No, he's not.
The owner of the Patriots.
Yeah.
He is the opposite of that. He is it Bill Burr that he hired? He has like A-list comedians come to his like little parties at his house on the island and stuff. Like he is the opposite of the man of the people. The fact that he ended up in that joint, it must have been a setup almost for that to even occur.
Yeah. Or he's just careless because he did it a million times before and was
Maybe
like, I'm
so.
untouchable.
I don't want him old timey Thailand hand jobs.
Yeah.
Only one place to get that.
Dimly
Next to the
lit,
laundromat
probably.
on exit 8.
Yep. Yeah,
I drive past those places and I know they're jerking people off in there, and it's crazy to me that people just they'll be. The
how
parking
can
lot
you
will be
tell
full.
it's a unreputable establishment?
There's like bars on the window and neon signs, and it says like May Lee's House of Pleasure or some shit. Like,
Oh man, that's pretty ham-handed. Like that's
oh no ham, very smooth.
very smooth, very soft.
There was a place that got busted here that was in the same like strip mall as a Chuck E. Cheese.
Oof.
Well, then it was
Ah.
deserted because those don't. Are
There's
there
still
Chuck E. Cheese open
Cheeses.
where you guys are? Man,
This was a
ours is
while
down.
ago. This is a while ago.
I've seen Chuck E. Cheese's open. Now they don't seem busy, but but man, that's such a blast from the past and sad because like, do you remember like how exciting it was when you were like 8 and it was like, dude, it's
The first time I got a rub and
Jared. The first time I got jacked off at Chuck E. Cheese by one of the animatronic animals.
I was in the ball pit. Little did I know, I wasn't alone.
Yeah, like it was so exciting when it was like you'd hear from your mom. It'd be like, Jared's birthday's this weekend. It's at Chuck E. Cheese, and you're like, oh yes, my weekend is set. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna start out playing a fun game that doesn't give tickets, and then I'm gonna see one of my friends who has a lot of tickets. I'm going to get jealous, and I'm gonna waste the rest of my tokens trying to get tickets, and then it won't be enough for anything good anyway. And so then I'll just go eat pizza and go to the ball pit, maybe watch one show of the animatronic animals doing the song, doing the dance. It was
ball
a
pit.
playing the ball pit, playing the stinky kid smell ball pit and tubes.
That'd be a good name for a gay bar, the ball pit.
The ball pit.
Ooh, yeah.
Do you remember the tubes? Did you play in the tubes?
Dude, I love the tubes. And they had those little windows that you could peer through. And sometimes they had like a wheel you
The
could turn,
filthiest window,
and
yeah.
propellers would turn on the outside of the tube you were in. So you could sort of like crank
Oh,
that
yeah.
up.
It'd have a
Maybe
little
mirrors?
tic-tac-toe.
When's the last time you were in the tubes or like the spider web of elastic lines?
2-3 weeks.
The 14th. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they closed those down during the pandemic. And the only one I even drive past that appears to be open is Chick-fil-A. Always Chick-fil-A. They got the playpen open out there, the tubes, the kids playing in there. White kids. Looks like a good time.
White kids in the playpen. It is a Chick-fil-A.
I mean,
I
you
think
don't want
that's
to
a
go in
rule.
there. You get roughed up out there. I'm just saying you won't get roughed up if you go.
Get Cat
Oh.
Williams.
Yeah.
I thought I could take a 13-year-old.
I haven't seen a McDonald's play place in many years, and I remember that being a huge driving force for why I pushed to go to McDonald's as a kid. is like, and I'd be bummed out when my mom would be like, we can go to McDonald's, but we're getting the drive-through. And it's like, that's the whole point. The whole point are the tubes. So I can wolf down my nuggets as fast as possible and then go make one of those kid friends where it's like, oh man, we get along so good. We're going to be the best of, but I got to go. I'll see you never.
You like tubes? I like tubes.
Yeah, I like tubes. You like Pokemon? Oh, I love Pokemon. Oh man, me and you, peas in a pod, best buddies. Mom.
Are you related to any of this, Finnster? Do your fast food restaurants there have ball pits or tubes for children to crawl around in?
Not in my time. That's a bygone era.
I suppose so.
There was a place called Frankie and Benny's, and it's shut down. I'm not sure if you have it over there. It's so goddamn good, but for some reason, I'm not sure if it's a thing across all the UK. When they shut these restaurants down, they never got replaced with anything. So it's still that just empty, hollow shell of a former kids' restaurant with like the logos down, but like all the rest of it's like sun bleached, and you can see the logos still. It's real sad.
Yeah. You see those occasionally. You'll see Pizza Huts like that here, where you'll drive past something that's been like 5 things since 1995.
Taxes there now.
Yeah, it's like an H&R Block, but it's a Pizza Hut because it was the hut. They have that distinctive roof.
Yep.
There's been, I don't know who's in charge of it, but we need to, throw in the stockades publicly. Whoever's been in charge of redesigning fast food places since the mid 90s, soulless now. It looks like a modern, brutalist architecture. Where's the fun? Where's the clown on the bench? Where's the tubes? Like, where's the paper crown that you can get at Burger King if you throw a fit as an adult? Like, where are all these things that I enjoyed so much?
Give them to you if you didn't get the Happy Meal, but they will. You make a scene.
Dude, like right at the beginning of pandemic, I drove by a Chuck E. Cheese, and I had just this brain blast of like, man, I love Chuck E. Cheese pizza. I remember it being so good as a child. And I like went in and sat at a booth and ordered a pizza to go, obviously. And it was like being an adult man sitting in Chuck E. Cheese, like you feel judged. And it's a kind of judgment that I'm glad exists, because if I wasn't there for pizza, I would have been a ghoul. Like just to sit there and like play the games.
I just imagine
you went to Chuck E. Cheese for the pizza.
Yeah, I got the whole pizza. I took it home. I ate it. It wasn't as good as I remember.
I can imagine like a bald-headed Kojak-style cop just sliding in the booth across from me, like, "Hey, buddy, how's it going? Which one of the little ones is yours? Oh no, the pizza.
I haven't decided
we get
yet.
Lots of that. We get lots of young guys like you coming in for the pizza here at Chuck E. Cheese. It's a good slice. Listen here, creepo.
Yeah. Listen, we don't like your kind. Which
You're
one's
about
yours?
as believable
Oh,
as
I
that
haven't
last
picked
Woodworth guy who said he was there for the massage.
I
No one's buying
Listen,
this.
I just got jacked off and I'm trying to enjoy my meal.
I haven't picked which one's mine yet.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
See which ones are the slowest out of the pulpit. That kid's got no gumption. Easy to snatch up for the pedophiles. They got to keep an eye on him. They probably should.
I know what I was going to ask. What I forgot. I was going to ask you about your right-wing, potentially crazy friends who might think that the Francis Scott Bridge was taken down by terror or conspiracy.
I've only seen that from media people, like as you know, Andrew Tate, Alex Jones. Fucking Fox News is not necessarily doing conspiracy theories, but it's more like, the bridge was hit by a big ship. Immigration is outrageous in this country. And they're like, what the fuck? Like, it is segue. A lot of people taking shots at Biden over the ship hitting the bridge, but I haven't seen regular people.
Well, he wasn't driving it. Now that would be funny if he'd been driving the fucking boat that hit the bridge, and they had like pictures of him, like
crumbling America infrastructure. Yeah,
I don't want him driving a boat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want whoever was driving it to drive it either. I saw a picture today. It looked like a blonde lady meth head, if I'm being honest, if that was indeed the person piloting that vessel.
Nobody wants to admit how much meth and stimulants are in every layer of transportation of goods throughout the country, whether it's going across the sea or truckers bringing you your stuff. America runs on meth.
You're so
definitely
right.
helps. Like there's so much.
And
stim.
meth sounds like. Does meth mean Adderall? Those are.
It's a type.
No.
Adderall is a type of amphetamine, but like methamphetamine is more intense. Yeah.
Maybe amphetamine is what we should be saying America runs on.
I
I'm
think
not
Taylor
sure.
means methamphetamine.
I mean,
think he means
truckers
Smoking
themselves,
pipes.
a lot of them use meth or other uppers, or like it's not as prevalent now, I guess, because they have really stringent rules on like, and because like in the 70s or whatever, it was like, all right, you got to take this load all the way to fucking Milwaukee, and it's like, all right, well, that's a 18-hour drive. I'm just gonna drive 18 hours, and then I'll be there. But now, like every single truck has regulators and like gauges in it where like you can't do that or you'll get in huge trouble. It's like, oh, this guy drove more than 8 hours a day or 9, whatever the limit might be. So
Can't
just
be that bad then.
I know our limo driver was telling us stories about doing crazy long drives on coke, like he's just like doing multiple lines off the hood of the limo and then driving from from Atlanta to Miami or something
How
after
long
he'd
does
been up
coke
all day.
last?
Not long enough for a 14-hour drive, but
Yeah,
it gets you started.
Yeah, I would think you'd sit on the coke and use it as a kicker at the end.
Oh, we're gonna need to slowly divvy that out along the drive. I think. I wouldn't.
I can do a 10-hour drive stock. Right, it's only the last 8 that I need a little help.
I'd be so afraid of getting pulled over with drugs. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah. Oh, a 10-hour drive from the Midwest. I laugh at 10-hour drives. I saw like there was a meme going around on Twitter where it was like, the British mind can't comprehend this. And it showed like it was like a 7-hour drive from like the tip of the UK down to the south, like through like a route, and it was like, oh my god, 7 hours. Like if I have to go on a 7-hour, 8-hour road trip, me and my friends don't even look at airline prices. It's like that's so easy. Like we probably won't even switch drivers. One person will just drive 8 hours, and the other.
What
person
is
will
the
drive.
number at which you might consider a flight or an overnight stay?
I'd start considering a flight at around 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like a
We're pretty
12-hour
similar.
drive sucks. It's like when
Yeah.
you have been sitting so long that like you're getting like bed sores on your ass from the uncomfortable contours of the car seat, and you got the Jimmy legs because you want to get out and move.
It depends if the car will be valuable at the destination or not. If the answer is yes, then I'm there with Taylor around 12. But if the car is going to be really valuable, like I might even go further. Like I might do like I've gotten up at 5 a.m. and just driven until 10 p.m. that night before and gotten somewhere and been like, now I have a fucking car. Now I don't have to get a rental car and I have to return. Now I don't have to like worry about if I've got this thing filled up with gas. I don't have to worry about hurting somebody. It's just nice to have your shit.
A lot of times I need equipment at the destination. Like the reason I'm here is to fly paramotors with my friends or ride dirt bikes in Moab or whatever. So, we drive 37 hours because we need our dirt bikes when we get there.
Yeah. I drove St. Louis to Boise in 2 days, and that is a 24-hour drive. And I was the only one driving. And it was really not that hard. It was just kind of
A
boring.
pair of 12s. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your minimum or what's your maximum time you can drive before it becomes like it's an overnight trip? For me, it's like 2 hours. If I'm driving more than 2 hours, I'm staying overnight.
Dude,
I drive further than that to see my grandparents. Like,
No, I'm staying. I've got a hotel booked if it's an over 2 hour drive.
I don't even stop to piss until after 4-hour drives. Like I can drive 4 hours without even noticing it. I don't even get like uncomfortable in my seat until it's been 5 hours or something like that. So
I
like
routinely ride dirt bikes with my friend. That place is 4.5 hours away. So 4.5 hours there, ride dirt bikes, go home.
God.
yeah.
But then what do you do? Like that's 8 hours of your day being travel. You get like an hour there.
we get up early and stay up late.
Yeah, get up early and stay up late. But no, I can only ride for like 4 or 5 hours. Even the last of that hour, I'm kind of cooked.
Woody and I drove up the entire eastern seaboard one fucking
I
time.
don't remember it.
I know you don't. You're a little. I'm being kind when I say we. Woody, like that drive right there is a good example. Like that was a long drive, but it's like you're not going to pull over and stop 2 hours short of your destination to get some shut eye. It was so late when we finally got to sleep.
Yeah. I would pull over and get shut eye in the car.
Woody and I get to our hotel and they have like given our room away. And
Yeah.
we're mad because we've just driven, no joke, like 17 hours or something crazy straight. And they but it was one of those funny situations. It was, this guy is complaining that his soup was no good or his meal to his room's no good, and the manager's on the phone with him. And he's like, you sit it down here, you ate half of it. If it was no good, why did you eat it? Why did you eat it if it was no good? If it was cold, you were hungry. You must have been real hungry. No, you can get out of here then. How about that? How about you find a new place to lay your head? All right then. And he hangs up the phone. He's like, how can I help you? And we're like, well, sir, it seems that you may have accidentally, through no fault of your own, given our room to someone else. And now after our long journey from Georgia, we have nowhere to sleep. Silly us. We're sorry.
It didn't work, right? Did we have to go somewhere else?
He sent us, he felt bad and he got on the phone to like his sister hotel or some shit and like hooked us up there. And we went there and finally got to sleep.
I remember at one point I stole like a Seinfeld line because he was like, I was like, we had a reservation. And he says, well, we've given that room to someone else. I was like, are you aware of how reservations work? That room is supposed to be reserved for us.
Easy, Woody. I think this guy's Iranian or something. I remember him being short, bald, but very stocky and perhaps ethnic.
Only
He looked
perhaps,
like-
though. You couldn't be sure.
Like he could put the hat on and being a mom, like whispering to somebody in the back room or something. You never know.
So, there's a couple too many Z's on that name tag for my liking.
There was a hawk. There was a hawk in the middle. I was fucking scared.
Time to wrap?
Yeah.
Yep.
Call it a show.
Finn,
Finn, where
where
can
can
everybody
we
find
find
your
you?
wonderful content? Woody and I on the same page.
If you want to see my asshole, it's on OnlyFans. All right, thanks for inviting me on, guys.
When are we gonna get some toys up there? When are we gonna get some penetration?
When are we gonna get some
That's the
partner
escalation
work?
that I'm working up towards.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice. You hear that, folks? You heard it here first. We're escalating toward penetration.
Breaking news here on PKA. I'm so proud. PKA 693.